1979 was the first sport that was broadcast. 215-263-WMMR. First caller in was John. So we'll go to him. Hey, John. Morning, bud.
Hey, morning.
All right. So what sport was the first shown on ESPN?
Slow pitch softball.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Really?
Yep.
Slow pitch softball.
Professional slow pitch softball. John, hang on a second. $50 Rita's gift card. And Rita's just turned 40 and to celebrate. They're running on an online sweepstakes now through May 26. And it's a chance to win a trip to Italy or Iceland, plus other cool prizes. And you can enter once per week and get a cool reward like a free small ice delivered to your Rita's app. And info is available at ritas40th.com. That's ritas40th.com. I got a lot of stories to get to. So we're going to start with this. Kevin Costner's wife, Christine Baumgartner, seems to have officially moved on. She was seen hanging out with their mutual friend, Josh Connor, this week, walking hand in hand.
Are you for reals?
For reals, man. A friend of them both.
Oh, man.
Rumors had been floating about the two getting together ever since Christine and Josh went to Hawaii together last July.
It's a very romantic
They
place.
swore they were just friends at the time.
Clock of crap.
Yeah. Hey, Kath, remember when we just went to Hawaii as friends? Remember that? Just me and you?
And we were holding hands.
Yeah, and sharing your poi.
Yeah.
They now have been spotted with their hands around each other as they walked around Montecito. Kevin and Christine had finalized their divorce in February this year after 18 years of marriage. Well, the judge validated the prenup they had in place. Kevin does have to pay her $63,000 a month in child support.
A month. Well, okay, for child support.
But
you know,
$63,000.
Takes about $63,000 per month for a kid.
That dumb bitch. That's the reason he's not on Yellowstone.
Dumb bitch.
Yeah.
Dumb bitch.
Paris Hilton's 2023 memoir, Paris a Memoir, comes out in paperback with a bonus chapter, and that'll be out June 4th. And one of the revelations is that when surrogates were carrying her children, the kids, by the way, were born 10 months apart, so there was an overlap. Paris felt the need to, quote, feel pregnant, so she took action. She said, I wanted to know what it felt like to be pregnant, so I bought a prosthetic stomach and wore it around the house for the day.
Really?
She said, I know that sounds crazy, but I wanted it to feel real even in just this small way. She wrote that feeling that weight on the front of me, running my hands over it, envisioning a whole life in front of us. She eventually discarded the prosthetic, realizing that it was silly to wear when she'd soon be holding her real live babies.
It was made by Aramis, by the way. That,
was it?
A baby bump, yeah.
I thought you were serious.
And by the way, they posted a teaser the other day for her and Nicole Richie's. What was it? What was it called?
The Simple Life. Yeah.
So
and I wonder how they're going to take it because now we've seen this time and time again. This is old stuff.
Yeah.
That show is one of the originals, but now it's old hat.
I guarantee it'll focus around them being parents.
It's got to be.
It'll be a more mature take. I'm
Not
guessing
like
that.
the stupid comments and because I mean that's basically what the other show was.
Yeah.
Like, look how dumb we
That's
are.
what all the shows are now.
Yep. Last month, we told you that actress Angie Harmon's dog was shot dead, reportedly by an Instacart delivery driver. And now People reports that Harmon is suing both the driver and Instacart over the incident. We have some clips, I believe,
Yes.
Casey.
Not over just yet.
Okay, she is seeking over $25,000 in damages, though the exact amount will be determined at trial. Instacart said following the incident that they suspended the shopper from the platform and work with local law enforcement on their investigation. The driver had claimed self-defense in the shooting, which Harmon contests, and was not charged with any criminal charges. So I don't know what the story is on that legally. I guess they weren't held accountable, but they're civil. She's going to go after them.
No, we certainly understand that there are people who are delivery people who encounter dogs, at houses, and it can be a scary thing. And you see footage all the time of them being chased as they deliver things. This scenario seems to be a little bit different, but you're right. They didn't charge the guy.
Well, if I remember the story, he went back into the car, got the gun, got out, and shot the dog. I thought that's what the story was, but I have to go back. So, I mean, once you're in the car, you're safely away from the dog, and then you can maybe, I don't know, call the police, the authorities, or something like that. But nonetheless, but obviously she's got I think she's got legal, or at least civil
There's
legal
something,
grounds
against to
this
waste
guy.
her dog.
Here we go. We have the clips coming over now. So let's play one of these. This is her recalling the moment.
I heard Emery screaming. I just heard her say, "Did you just shoot my dog?" And I was like, "What?"
Doesn't compute.
And she just started screaming. I've played law enforcement for 30 years.
It's different.
It's just so different.
And then she's obviously upset at Instacart.
I was like, no, you don't understand. Like, this man was claiming to be, like, it looked like we were talking to, like, a middle-aged, slightly older woman named Merle who was talking to me about my order. And that's not who showed up at my house.
Okay. And this is her about the lawsuit.
First of all, I think Instacart is beyond responsible for all of this. Like, this didn't have to happen. And, you know, the damages that it has done to our family.
So we'll follow that and we'll let you know what comes of it.
Very sad.
Yep. Here's another weird one. We told you earlier this week that Steve Buscemi was the victim of a random attack by an unknown assailant while walking in New York City. The attacker punched him in the face, sending him to the ER. Police were looking for him, and now they found him. They've ID'd him anyway. On Tuesday evening, the NYPD announced that 50-year-old Clifton Williams was the man who reportedly punched Buscemi in the face. Dude, he's a big dude.
He's a big
man.
dude, and he works for Instacart.
Oh, my God. No, he does not.
But he's a huge dude. Steve Buscemi's a smaller guy.
Yeah. No word yet on whether the police are any closer to apprehending the suspect or not.
Poor Steve Buscemi. Now his eyes are going to look weird.
Newly christened mayor of Funner, California, Martin Short, doesn't believe in bucket lists. The Only Murders in the Building star told People magazine that he doesn't see the need for them, at least personally. He said, the bucket list thing, I don't believe in anymore. I now realize at 74, I would have done it. If I wanted to direct, I would have, he said of his career. His latest accomplishment, though, being inaugurated as mayor of Funner, California, a largely honorary title passed by actress Jane Lynch to Short in a ceremony this week, thus checking off another box of that on that bucket list he doesn't have.
Do you agree with that? I mean, do you at this point in your life with where you are, do you have something that is a glaring element in a virtual bucket list of yours?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we talked about it the other day.
Yeah, what is it?
I told you I wanted to take Spanish.
That's it.
I wanted to take singing lessons.
Are bucket lists, are they more seismic in nature, things that you want to do? Or they're things like skydiving and stuff like that, traditional, like
Not
taking
always.
piano lessons and stuff?
Yeah, not always.
All right. Like fist fighting a bear.
The only reason I don't like the idea of a bucket list is if you don't, you know, with everything you don't check off, it's like a failure. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, I need to do this. I didn't do this.
I'm a
not gonna
failure.
do- yeah,
I'm a loser.
Yeah.
I don't even have a bucket.
Mine are more things I would like to learn how to do as opposed to an event, or something along those lines.
I got it.
And the thing about you is that I feel like you just who you are inherently allows for that. Like myself, I don't try and pick things up because
It's too much work.
I'm not going to be able to, right?
Okay.
Like you've got good hand-eye coordination. So like if you wanted to just learn how to play a guitar, yeah, it'll probably take you a little bit, but you would
play
do
a
that.
little bit. You doodled and you got pretty good.
We
No,
have to
but-
pick things that are attainable.
that
for
are
yourself.
within my
Yeah.
And I don't know what's
Like become
what's in
a
my
concert
wheelhouse.
pianist.
Yeah, something like
Right,
that.
exactly. So
I mean, listen, I've been typing for how long? I still can't
Where
type.
is the difference? No, I'm saying if you can type, you can become a concert pianist.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
no, I try to stay in my lane.
Yeah.
You know, I try to go after things I think are realistic and then go for it.
Yeah, it's funny when you find out. Yeah, like oh, I'm not.
I can't do
at
that.
all.
I don't know how
Yeah.
to do this.
I can't do that. Let's see. I did see a couple of other interesting things. What do I want to get to? So, how much time do we have? We got a little bit of time. Sophie Turner has praised Taylor Swift for all her help as she navigated her divorce from Joe Jonas.
So Taylor Swift helped Sophie Turner
Yeah.
navigate through her divorce from Joe Jonas. I never would have suspected.
In an interview with British Vogue, the Game of Thrones actress called the singer an absolute hero for her help during a particularly difficult time. She said, I've never been more grateful to anyone than I am for her because she took my children and me and provided us with a home and a safe space.
She's amazing. I saw footage of her the other day. A deer had been hit by a car, Preston. She got out of her vehicle, laid her hands on the deer, and the deer got up and ran away.
Wow.
That was
like
Starman.
Powder.
Starman.
That's Starman.
Didn't
Okay,
Powder
all right.
do
Jeff
that
Bridges.
too?
Yeah. So
You guys went Starman. I went Powder.
Both.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but Powder.
did Powder
brought
do that
one-
too?
Yeah, but that one was shot by a hunter.
No,
I believe.
actually, Powder didn't resuscitate. What Powder did is Powder touched the deer and touched the hunter, and as the deer was dying, the hunter could feel
Okay, that's
the anguish and terror, and then the hunter never hunted again.
And did the deer stay dead?
The deer stayed.
What a horrible
Yeah.
story.
Hey, Powder, you suck.
Yeah. So anyhow,
You should be Starman,
she said she really has a heart of gold.
like
and
Powder.
Swift and Turner were spotted hanging out a lot while the actress was navigating her divorce, and they even attended one of the Kansas City Chiefs games together.
Man, I wish everybody that is going through a divorce has Taylor Swift in their life.
Or a Powder.
Yeah, or a Powder.
Yeah.
So it's official. Happy Gilmore is getting a sequel, and it's coming to Netflix. So they've officially made that announcement.
Yes.
No other real details than that.
There's going to be, we were talking about this, a couple of the cast members won't be able to return because of death. Not unless Powder intercedes.
No, Starman.
Starman.
Starman will bring it back to
Yeah,
life.
I guess
Yeah,
you're
Powder
right.
won't do crap.
Yeah.
So Christopher McDonald
I wasn't
played,
planning that right.
Shooter McGavin hinted at a sequel in March. He had said, I saw Adam about 2 weeks ago, and he says to me, McDonald, you're going to love this. And he shows me the first draft of Happy Gilmore 2, and I thought, well, that would be awesome. So it's in the works. And that was a little while back, so it's moved on further. Should be pretty cool. Speaking of things that are moving along, the long-awaited Wicked trailer is out. I watched it this morning.
What'd you think?
Looks pretty damn good.
Did you see the stage show?
I don't even know the songs or none of that. So I know, and I've wanted to. It seems like a really cool story. I mean, she comes down in the crown and a bubble. Doug.
Dog.
My daughter sang at her high school on Monday night. They do this like senior art showcase, and one of the cool things is that as a graduating senior, traditionally you stand in the stairwell at the front of the building and you sing a song.
Yeah.
And she sang a song from Wicked with her friend Jenny.
Which one is it?
Oh God, I can't remember the name of it, but basically it's about being friends and like, dude, I'm telling you, there was not a dry eye in the house. It was so well done.
So in the trailer, they you can hear the songs in the background. They don't actually show any of the cast members singing.
Okay.
It's all spoken word. But yeah, so it's been a while that this has been in the works. But the first look at it just arrived yesterday. Stars Cynthia Erivo as Elphaba and Ariana Grande as Glinda. And it tells the backstory of Oz's Wicked Witch of the West and the Good Witch.
And it shows the descent, right, into what that she was good at one point and she became.
Well, I don't want to give
wicked.
anything away. Just watch the movie.
Is Powder in it?
No, Powder's not in it, but it just everything that you think you know about Wizard of Oz
Is wrong.
Is not necessarily wrong, but it's misunderstood. And you find this out throughout the course of this musical.
So that will open on November 27th. And I love backstories like this. That's why another trailer came out, a teaser trailer, which I think I'm going to love. The Dune movies obviously made box office gold, so Max is hoping to get the same returns from its upcoming series, Dune Prophecy.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, the official description says 10,000 years before the ascension of Paul Atreides, Dune Prophecy follows two Harkonnen sisters as they combat forces that threaten the future of humankind and establish the fabled sect that would become known as the Bene Gesserit. So it's the origin of the Bene Gesserit.
Which is as mystical and I am a little curious about the inclusion of Snooki in the cast.
What?
Listen, they can make it work.
Yeah.
They can make it work. Even Snooki.
We'll have to ask Sophie about it.
I'm surprised Powder's not in there. Is she coming on the show?
Well, we're going to try. She's her and her podcast partner are doing a show at Parks.
Yes.
So let's see if we can get them.
Is
on.
it GT? So for Dune, it'll be GTS Jim,
Tan
Spice.
Yes.
Or sandworms.
Or Sandworms.
Sandworms.
SS then.
One, two. All right, and then the last thing, another John Wick spinoff is coming. Donnie Yen, who played a blind assassin in John Wick Chapter 4, is getting his own standalone film.
It's going to be a lot like Mr. Belvedere.
The movie is going to start shooting in Hong Kong in 2025. The story will reportedly follow Yen's characters, Kane, after the events of John Wick Chapter 4, now that he is free from his obligations to the high table.
I really love the fourth movie. His character is great, Preston. They have that kind of They respect each other's capabilities. Of course, it's all leading towards that final battle at the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a very charismatic screen presence.
But Mr. Belvedere, they were just a regular, like, middle-class family.
They had no idea he was an international assassin.
All right.
Yeah.
That is an underrated theme song, Mr. Belvedere.
How's it go?
Don't we have it?
Yeah. Never met a before. I'll just sing it for you guys.
So, yeah, please.
When you drop kick your jacket, as you came through the door, no one glares. According to our new arrival,
Everybody in
life
your
is
car,
more
sing
than
along.
mere survival. Something, live the good life, yeah.
Belvedere.
Did they use a trombone, I think, maybe? Anything that's got Bob Uecker in it is fantastic.
We don't have the Belvedere.
I don't remember the theme.
Man, seriously?
Yeah, don't have it.
That's a shame.
And now this keyboard just decided to not work.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, wait, no, it just decided to work. That's
Okay.
great. I love. No, we don't have it. Sorry, guys.
So, Yen said in a statement, Kane is an incredible character with a haunted past, and I'm excited to return to the role.
Cool.
So, all right, clips. Yeah. So, after 7 years and 139 episodes, Ian Armitage bids a final farewell to young Sheldon tonight. In this clip, the now teenage actor recalls one of his favorite moments from the series.
Wait. I wasn't ready. I was still trying to get Belvedere.
Okay.
Now we're ready.
Here's one of his favorite moments from the series.
One that I've always been fond of is me and Miss Annie Potts playing video games together in like the second season. There was an episode in which we're playing like a made-up video game inspired by one that one of our writers played in the 80s. And it was so much fun to film. And my real grandmother was on set that day. And that's to this day her favorite episode. So I love that. And anytime I work with Annie Potts, it's a joy.
I don't give a
What the hell is going on in the background?
I assume that during the interview, they have a clip playing in the background.
That's what it was.
B-roll. Let's not do clips like that anymore.
Here's the next clip. Outer Range focuses on a Wyoming rancher fighting his family, and his land discovers fighting for his family, not fighting his family.
I hate you.
I hate you,
family.
Fighting for his family, and his land discovers a mysterious black void at the edge of his pasture. Here, star Josh Brolin talks about working on a project without knowing the ending.
The fact that we're dealing with a whole, and the fact that we're dealing with timelines now, and the fact that we're dealing with people's reactions, there was a lot more possibility that was revealed with this group of people this year than I think ever. So I think I'm more intrigued by the series this year than I was when I said yes in the beginning.
What the hell are you talking about?
Outer Range Season 2 premieres today on Prime.
So are you watching it, Case?
I don't think I finished the first season, but I'm very, very close.
An extraterrestrial paranormal thing going on?
So there's a giant hole on his ranch somewhere that if you go into the hole, you end up like on the other end in some other timeline.
So it's okay. So it's almost like a wormhole or something of that nature.
But so it's like that, meets like Yellowstone, because there's this like
Yellow hole.
Well, there's
hole.
another rancher on the other side who knows something is up and is trying to get this land so that this void becomes his property.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, it's pretty. And
so
then
it
there's
turns into a property battle?
there's a little bit.
I
of
want that hole.
And then there's a girl that ends up on the ranch at some point. And
You're going to give me that hole. I want that hole. All right. So anyhow, that is the entertainment report this morning, and we are loaded with lasagna today. We are actually giving away lasagna courtesy of the Garfield movie.
Yes.
And Olive Garden has given us some $25 gift cards and a 4-pack of tickets to the screening of the Garfield movie, which is going to be this Sunday at 3 p.m. at UA King of Prussia. If you would like to go, let's take call number 20 right now. 215-263-WMMR. And while we'll play the Mr. Belvedere theme while we are waiting for your call. So Casey will sing.
Summer China, never mattered before. Who cares when you drop kick your jacket as you came through the door? No one glares, but sometimes things get turned around and no one stands.
I don't know that part.
Put it to a new there's a change in
They switched the theme song up in the middle of the series.
Is this the club mix?
Yeah, so at some point, I guess they were like, we need to take out 15 seconds so we can have 15
take out 15 seconds.
Who's Who's that guy who sings? That's not Dr. John. That Dr. John does Blossom, right?
I think it's it was written by the same guy that wrote the Cheers theme, Gary Portnoy.
It could be Gary Portnoy.
Yeah, Casey, I just looked it up because I didn't know either, and it sounds like Dr. John, but I'm fairly certain it's Gary Portnoy.
Singing that doesn't sound like the same guy.
I know.
Who's Gary Portnoy?
Everybody knows your name, the Cheers theme.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Making your way in the world these days.
No, I got that part, but do I know him other than Cheers?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We'll take a deep dive. Tell you what, we'll take a break and we'll come back and that's all we'll talk about.
We've got to get to the bottom of this.
Next hour.
That's all we'll talk about.
The Benson theme.
Listen, I do want to remind you that Sun Valley High School in Aston, PA is our coolest teacher school. That's what I'm trying to say. So you guys get to vote now for the coolest teacher. You text the word teacher to 39333. We spoke to Mr. Jeff Domchick from Christiana High School earlier, and we had a great conversation with him. He's a band teacher. They have a steel drum band, had it for like the last dozen years. Pretty amazing stuff. You find out these cool things about the schools and the teachers. So that's what we want to find out from Sun Valley High School. Make sure you guys text the word teacher to 39333. If you go to school there, let them know about it. All right, we'll be back.
Leon Redbone.
It was Leon Redbone.
There you go. Makes sense.
Oh, good. We can talk about something else when we get back. Stay with us.
Sweet eats in class.
No.
He's eating right now.
It's my breakfast.
I know.
Yes.
And it's just simply a bagel.
It's just a bagel the way any broadcaster would eat a bagel live.
I don't have time to get it any other time, and I take my medication at a certain point.
Oh, my God.
Getting back to that war situation, excuse me, at an everything bagel.
I wasn't going to talk, but you brought me into the conversation.
Well, it's presumed that you're going to participate.
I participate in between bites. In between bites.
There's just a general assumption that when we're on air, you might talk.
I am writing that down.
Yeah.
That is a T-shirt. I participate in between bites.
Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to eating my bagel, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Today, December 7th, 1940. Excuse me, I have to take another bite.
Hey, what's going on? It's Preston, and actually Nick is here with me as well. We're in California, and we're at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and we are here with Mr. Michael Giacchino, who has become a friend of the Preston and Steve show now.
That's my favorite thing. Friend of the show. Mm-hmm. That's my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah?
I've never heard that before. And then the last time I was on, I was like, friend of the show. I was like, yes!
Yeah. I think
friend of the show!
You have to be on like 3 times, and then you become
a friend of the show. It should be a pin or something that you get.
We can get that.
You get a pin
ribbon,
or something
like that.
Something that says friend of the show. Can't just be like, here's a WMMR pin.
No.
It's got to be legit.
We can come up with something.
Yeah. Next time he comes in studio, we got to present him with something.
Yeah, there should be some sort of coronation.
So Michael invited us out to be here while he is recording the score of the film Spider-Man, and we're at this legendary studio. Actually, he was giving us some of the details about this room that we're in right now.
Yeah, this room that we're in right here has been around for a long time, so long that it used to be Shirley Temple's shooting stage where she would make her movies. And, let's see, the original Planet of the Apes was recorded here. We had Jaws was recorded here. The Day the Earth Stood Still was recorded here. There's these amazing,
the iconic,
that whole thing.
And the 20th Century Fox theme.
Yep. That was done here. I mean, just oodles and oodles and oodles of things that you would know. Just incredible history here on this stage. And they barely touched the stage in all these years because once it sounds great, you don't want to mess with it.
I can imagine. And what you're not seeing right now, we're on a lunch break right now, but the amount of people that are involved when you're putting together music for a film. And today was a light day, even as far as the amount of musicians.
Today we did a smaller orchestra, maybe about, 50 people. But usually we would have like 100 people out here, 100-piece orchestra. But the cues we were covering today were just for smaller moments in the film, so there's no need to bring everyone in.
And this room, the studio as well, filled with people.
Yes.
I mean,
friends and family, and
you got engineers, you got you got the people that are actually working.
Yes, we have
as well.
we have music editors, we have recordists, we have Joel, the recording engineer, is in charge of everything. Jeff, my orchestrator, is over there. We have some people from Marvel who are here, just one of their lead music editor. And we have everyone. The whole gang is here, and then plus all of this.
Is Spider-Man a pretty easy character to write for? A pretty easy franchise to write for?
Not really, because they've made a lot of Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
So you're thinking like, all right, well, I don't want to do what was done, and this is a whole new sort of approach to the character that they're taking, which is much more in line with what the original comics were.
Right.
You know, high school kid, bitten by a spider, the whole thing. And the nice thing is it's not a full-on origin story.
Right.
So, well, we all know who Spider-Man
We've
is.
seen it, and we've had it a couple of times,
So they're able to just kind of get into the movie and have some fun with it. And the kid, Tom, I call him a kid, but Tom Holland, he's incredible. He is just such a good Spider-Man. I think everyone's going to love him so much.
Another Brit playing an American character.
Yeah, well,
by
you know,
the way.
they got amazing actors over
Yeah,
there, right?
it's true.
Come on.
Where are
Penny
we?
Hill show.
Right.
I mean, this guy, it's all.
The list starts there.
Yeah.
So where are we in the movie making process with Spider-Man: Homecoming?
They are still. They're still editing slightly. You know, now from now on, I think maybe the picture will change slightly with trims and different things like that. But what they're really working on now is finishing all the visual effects.
Okay.
Getting all of that stuff, as you saw today, a lot of the shots in there.
Yeah.
You could still see wires hooked up to him.
Yeah.
You could still see or like a sort of a previs of Spidey.
Which I think is crazy to us because we think of by the time the ads start running, the movie's
That's
in the
done.
can, it's
No.
done, it's ready to go. And it's not.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the music
no.
hasn't even been added to it yet. There's all these visual things that need to be
There's
fixed.
so much still going on in the film at this point, and it comes out in July, so it's just, you know, there's not much time left.
Wow.
But it's the way it always is
Yeah.
nowadays with films, you know. It also depends on the filmmaker, depends on the director. Certain directors are much more, no, this is my film, that's it, it's done. Other ones are like, they want to keep changing it and keep trying different things, see if they can improve it. You know, everyone is different in the creative process, so you sort of have to be adaptable to whatever that process is. And every time you're on a film, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I'll bet.
You know?
Another one of the amazing things that you don't realize until you see what goes on behind the scenes is the musicians that you have here. What Michael was telling us earlier is that basically they came in, they sat down, they're given the music, they start recording it. They haven't rehearsed it. They haven't rehearsed it on their own, much less with each other.
No, they haven't seen any of this music at all. I mean, they come in, they sit, that's how good they are.
Yeah.
You have to be as good a player to be able to come down, sit down, and whatever is put in front of you, you have to be able to play it.
And to
No matter
listen
what
to
is.
we would never be able to tell. 'Cause
No.
we,
Yeah.
we were sitting here watching the process, which is incredible. But to listen to it, you would think they've been rehearsing for days or weeks on end.
No.
Could you do it?
Could I? It depends. I did jump in on a cue on the Planet of the Apes when the piano player was stuck
Yeah.
in traffic. But it was an easy cue, so I got in there and I did that, and that was fine. But most of the stuff these guys do, it's such a specialized thing.
Yeah.
I kind of went in. I didn't do the performance route. I went into the composing and orchestrating and all of that instrumentation, that route. So all my time is spent there.
Right.
So I used to be able to play a lot better, but the more I write, the less I play, and so my fingers are rusty. But I get around it. It's fine.
Now, while you have this going on, you're in the thick of that, are you able to juggle other projects at the same time? Work on completely diametrically opposed, you know,
You mean like
storylines
maybe
and
films with apes or anything?
Yeah,
Something like that? Yeah.
For example, one that comes to mind.
Yeah, I just literally a week ago finished Planet of the Apes. We actually have one more day of recording on the 25th for Planet of the Apes.
Wow.
But that's just we're going to catch the end credits and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the film was done, and that was this past Friday. And then here we are doing this. So.
Right.
You don't always want it to be like that, you know. But it's been a crazy schedule the last couple of months, and but luckily, like who I'm working on Apes with, Matt Reeves, is such a good friend, and we've done everything together. He did Cloverfield, a film called Let Me In, the last Planet of the Apes, and this one, and right now he's scheduled to do the next Batman. So
wow.
So he's such a great filmmaker, such a good guy. So I love working with him, and he's very understanding about everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
And they're very kind about that. So we make room for it.
I was talking to Curtis, who is your assistant.
Yeah,
or-
Curtis is great. Curtis is a friend of the family, but also an incredibly talented musician. And what he does is he tracks all of the percussion changes. Because what we do, a lot of times when we're using big rhythm sections like this,
Yeah.
you know, we change things all the time. Change this, change that, do this, play that. Or they may pick a certain type of snare to play. It may say snare in the score, but we don't always know which snare they're taking. So what he does is tracks. Okay, they took this snare, and they did that. So that way we can update our score. So when we would walk out of here at the end of the day, it's exactly what we did.
Okay.
It reflects exactly what we did here today.
It's interesting to hear the changes on the fly, too, because you'll do a version of it one way, and then you'll add an electric cello or an electric guitar or something like that.
Take something out.
Take something out. Yeah, and it's fascinating to hear very subtle differences. And is that just something where something feels right for you?
Yeah.
You
I'm
go
just
with that?
listening to it, and I'm like, nah, that's not going to be right for this scene.
Yeah.
Because it's always about you want to track what's emotionally happening in the scene and make sure whatever the music's doing is reflecting that. So sometimes if, the first time you play it through, the percussion guys, they pick something, they do it, you go, okay, that's not exactly right. Or sometimes it's spot on what you want.
Right.
But it's always keeping an eye out for that to make sure. It can't ever be about like, oh, I like this music I wrote, and we're just going to do whatever I want. It's got to be what is right for the film, what's right for the picture.
Well, as a composer, you have to be able to hear it without ever hearing it as you're writing it, because these guys haven't seen it, they haven't played it, meaning you haven't heard it. I'm sure you have a keyboard that you work on, you get an idea.
Mock-ups. I can do orchestral mock-ups with fake French horns and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's more so that the filmmakers can see it and hear it with an idea of what is going to be happening behind it.
Right.
But on a score like this, it's very tough because so much of what's going on, as you saw in that room over there, how are you ever going to mock that up to let anyone hear it? And part of my job is being a salesman, saying, trust me.
Yeah.
This sounds like crap right now,
Yep.
but when we get in that room with those guys, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
And you can't really do that. It doesn't work so much on an orchestral score. Orchestral score, they play what you write.
Right.
But when you have rhythm guys involved, they are just, they add their personality to it.
Especially a legend named Alex Acuna, who is playing on this film.
He almost lost his mind.
Yeah, he's a legend. I'm a drummer. I've been reading about him and listening and stuff since I was a teenager. So it was pretty cool to meet him and to watch him work in there. Thanks for letting me go in that room.
I know.
While
They're so nice. Him and Walter.
Yeah.
They're amazing, and they're always a pair. Like they've been working on my films for ever.
And so you use them regularly?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Well, he's played on everything.
He's worked with Elvis. He's worked with McCartney. He's worked with legends over the years, and now he's doing this.
And now he's with me.
Yeah.
Sadly, he's like,
He's getting a check, though, right?
Yeah, he's getting a check.
It's all good. How long do you guys anticipate working on the Spider-Man?
We have today, this afternoon, we're gonna do some a band afternoon where we have like the rhythm guys doing some rock stuff for some cues. And
Down a Dream, 93.3 WNMR. It's everything that rocks. We're still experiencing some bright sunshine here in Ballackinwood, but I do see plenty of bruised clouds lingering about, so we're mainly going to have cloudy skies. So take these breaks, a little bit of a view of the sun while you can, and enjoy, because it's going to be cloudy today and tomorrow, maybe some showers on Saturday. High temp today around 71 degrees. Let's take a look at traffic. Kathy, what's going on so far this morning?
We've got delays this morning on 95 southbound. This is in Christiana, Delaware, exit 4. You're jammed back to 495. 2 right lanes are blocked, so you can pass by it, but it is crawling along past the accident scene. South on 95 out of the northeast jams from Academy to Cotman. You're then slow from Bridge Street to the Betsy Ross Bridge. On the Vine, westbound, that's jammed to Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill Expressway. And then 8th to Broad Street also. Blue Route, northbound, slows 95 to the Media Bypass. Southbound, Ridge Pike to the Schuylkill Broomall over to Media. And then on the Boulevard, southbound, you're jammed from Ridge Avenue to the Schuylkill Expressway. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound, backing up from Virginia Drive to Fort Washington. 422 eastbound, slowing Trooper to First Avenue. 30 bypass eastbound, volume building from 340 to 113. This traffic report brought to you by BQ Basements and Concrete, now Groundworks, your expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. 1 week from tomorrow, we will be broadcasting live and opening the Jersey Shore, Keenan's Irish Pub in North Wildwood. And we're getting prepped. We had a meeting yesterday, all set for the events of the morning, and you can be a part of it. All you have to do is, even be at least 21 years of age. Although we are working on one kid, maybe.
Special dispensation.
Oh, he's in.
Possibly.
We'll see. Oh, really?
Oh, he's in.
All right, good.
All right, so we're going to do the seagull screeching contest.
Yes.
And apparently there's a kid who is not old enough to get in, but we're going to find a way for him to be in the contest.
He told his mom, I want to go to Keenan's and see Preston and Steve. And she goes, you can't. You're 11.
If you think you can take this kid on in the contest, you got a mean seagull screech. We want you to be a part of the contest. You can go to PrestonandSteve.com. We need people to get signed up ahead of time for that event. The other ones we're going to get as we go along through the morning.
And there's a number of them.
We got a lot of prizes and stuff that we'll be playing. We've learned that that's what you do at that event.
Yes.
We have some on-stage games. It's a lot of fun.
It's a circus.
Yeah, so come and join us if you can. First time out, we'd love to have you. We'd love to have you at this event. We have got a full load of things in our fair city and surrounding areas. It's time for the City Beat, Pipple.
He pounds the beat on his super sexy model feet. It's Preston Elliott with the City Beat.
All right, we mentioned yesterday, briefly in music news, that Wawa Welcome America was announced.
Yes.
And Kesha and Neo are the headliners. That's for the July 4th concert and the fireworks and all that stuff. But there are tons of other free events that are taking place this summer. And I've got a handful of them that I saw.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
That I thought were worth mentioning because it's 16 days all told of the full Wawa Welcome America. So here's a couple of things that I thought were kind of fun and worth highlighting in City Beat. There will be the Juneteenth block party featuring Kid and Play.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, Kid and Play, June 19th, outside the African American Museum in Philadelphia, and it has become the kickoff showcase for Wawa Welcome America. Apparently, there will be live musical entertainment, a vendor village, food trucks, interactive experiences, and activities for the whole family. Kid and Play will be bringing their house party outdoors.
That's so cool. So have they been touring all along, or have they just started re-touring
I
again?
don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, like every now and then you'll see some of these older acts popping up. I remember a few years ago at a charity event, Salt and Pepper, and this is before they kind of re-exploded again, were playing. And we were like, oh, yes. Absolutely.
How can you not do that?
But I didn't know if they had been regularly touring or if they just got together for this special event. So I'm not sure about Kid and Play. But
we do have Kid and Play.
We have some Kid and Play?
Yeah.
All right,
okay,
hang on.
good. This was my jam back in the day.
And Marissa handed me a note that says Kid and Play just did a house party reboot.
There you go.
So there you go. So they're promoting that, I would imagine. So Kid and Play for Juneteenth celebration. There's also Concilio's Hispanic Fiesta featuring Joseph Fonseca and Hui Dunbar.
Not familiar.
I'll explain who they are. So
All
the two-day family-friendly festival celebrates Hispanic culture and heritage through food, dance, and music. And it's a new location this year. Merengue music icon Joseph Fonseca will be performing, and salsa star
Kathy
Huey Dunbar are set to perform on the JFK Boulevard Bridge in Center City, since its traditional home at Penn's Landing is under construction. So little salsa, little merengue. That'll be a good
You dance the
time.
merengue, Kathy?
Yeah, it's an easy dance.
Is it an easy dance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will you teach me?
Yeah, it's yes. You basically just step in a circle, in place, around. Yeah.
Okay.
You're just constantly moving.
The only I know merengue from My Blue Heaven.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, because that's the dance that Steve Martin loves.
Yes.
And eventually Rick Moranis likes it too. And they have there's a great sequence when they encounter those two girls. They encounter those two girls and they dance with them.
Yeah.
And it's just them dancing around the room, laying on couches, their legs and everything. I'm like, I want to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Dancing, that's another thing, Kathy.
Oh, okay.
On my
In
bucket
addition to
list.
singing.
Singing, I want to be a song and dance
You're going to be
guy.
Sammy Davis Jr.
Someday.
Yeah.
I can only dream.
Huey Dunbar, by the way, is like the Latin Nick who held you, Fabio.
Oh, wow. Is he? Really?
Can
Huey
he come in
Dunbar.
and hold me?
Yeah.
All right, then I've definitely got to be a part of that. So that's Saturday, June 22nd. Also, Wawa Hoagie Day, and Casey and I are your hosts of Wawa Hoagie Day, which is, it kind of stings a little bit because in this press release, it doesn't mention us.
Oh, what a bunch of rat pricks.
Doesn't mention us at all. However, at the Gospel Independence event, they've got WDAS radio personality Patty Jackson mentioned in that. Mm-hmm.
We love Patty
we
Jackson.
love Patty. She's a legend.
Come on.
She's a legend. But I mean,
So are you.
We've been around for 25 years here in Philadelphia.
Counting.
But anyhow, well, you are too, Casey.
Yeah.
So anyhow, Wawa Hoagie Day. It's free lunch. Casey and I host the event, and it's going to be June 27th.
Says you're going to do a Q&A about Mr. Belvedere.
And it will be on the
Yes.
right out in front of the National Constitution Center. Come on.
Streets on the China, never mattered before.
Do we have any questions about Mr. Belvedere? Anyone?
Nobody thinks it's weird that they had a live-in butler? Like, they weren't
Yeah, they were
rich.
like middle class.
Yeah.
Casey, I'm going to give you $100 right now if you can tell me what Mr. Belvedere's middle name is.
Okay, hang on.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, man. And what his
$100.
middle name was?
Yeah. This is really hard, so that's why I asked it.
No. What's his first name?
Lynn.
Lynn.
Yeah.
Manuel.
Well, Belvedere.
Lynn Manuel Belvedere, yes. No, Lynn Aloysius Belvedere.
Aloysius.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I was guessing that.
You did? Really?
I did not look.
Did you say it?
Yes.
I didn't hear it.
You guys didn't hear me
I
say
did not hear you
It's when
say
you
it.
guys said Lin-Manuel. I said Aloysius.
What?
Oh, my God.
Did you say it in your
You
head?
owe him how much money? $1,000?
I said it out loud.
Nick owes Preston
Wait a
$1,000.
second.
There was
Wait
a
a second.
caveat.
The offer was not to Preston,
No,
but
it wasn't. I don't need $100.
let's get some
It's okay.
audio verification. I believe you 100%, but I can't believe I missed you saying Aloysius.
All right, Marissa's going to work on that. I said Aloysius.
We were too busy saying
As you guys were
Lin-Manuel.
saying Manuel, which is a better joke. I just thought it was a silly
No,
name.
you knew it.
But
You watched that show so much.
I didn't. I never saw one episode. Mr. Belvedere. What are we talking about, Mr.
Come on,
Belvedere?
Kathy, come on.
Why is it me?
Wawa Hoagie Day.
I'm taking the place of Bill. I'm going to blame you for everything.
Wawa Hoagie with Miss Patty Jackson?
No, with
No?
us.
Oh.
Wawa celebrates local heroes with entertainment and free Wawa Hoagies in Old City. Around 25,000 Wawa Shorty
Any-
Hoagies.
any
will be
Belvedere
served.
questions?
No Belvedere questions. But entertainment from Voices of Service, a singing quartet of military veterans. They're always great.
Yes.
Along with free admission to the National Constitution Center. And then we do the Wawa Hoagie building contest between the police and fire.
It's a
And
highlight.
Then there's usually two military groups, either like the Air Wing and the National or the Army Reserves. Or there's
Air National Guard will be there.
Yeah.
What they need to do is bill it as what it is because it's a blast. What it is, it's a food fight on stage.
It is.
Yeah.
And there's lots of free food. So come out and join us for that. And then the last thing was Salute to Service United States Army Field Band featuring Leanne Rimes. So these are all free events.
Yeah.
Leanne Rimes.
Yeah, this is going to be July 3rd at 7 p.m. at Independence Mall. And Leanne Rimes will join the U.S. Army Field Band and Soldiers Chorus to
Military tribute to Mr. Belvedere.
present America the Beautiful. No, they're doing a tribute to Powder.
Powder.
Yes.
Hey, was it last year? And I don't know why I'm connecting this. Was it last year that they had that? They had the building wrapped in like a remember there's like an installation, an art installation, and it was like a creature or something like that. I'm probably delirious.
Don't know.
Do you remember this?
No.
Okay.
But I don't remember
All
a
right,
lot of
so let's
things.
just forget it, move on, and get back to Belvedere.
All right. Well, we have the clip of me saying
Oh, okay,
Aloysius.
all right, all
Marissa
right.
pull this over. So this was it. And I swear to God, I didn't look, Nick.
Okay.
I just thought it was a silly name.
It's a great name.
Here we go.
This is really hard, so that's why I asked it.
No. What's his first name?
Lynn.
Lynn.
Yeah.
Manuel.
Well, you did.
Wow.
You did. You watched it all
Wow.
the time.
Casey Underwood's a buck.
One more time.
Lynn.
Lynn.
Yeah.
Manuel.
Well, Belvedere.
Lynn Manuel Belvedere, yes.
I said it in the back. I could have gotten $100 out of them. All right.
Oh, it's up on the screen here. Art
What is?
Navy Yard Sea Monster. That's it when they wrap the building.
That's what you were thinking of.
Yeah, and I'm way off base. Forget about it. I'm ashamed.
Here is another City Beat story for you, friends. Steve sent this one over to me. This is pretty cool. In last year's season finale of Abbott Elementary, they went to the Giant Heart and the Franklin Institute. And the year before that, they went up in the zoo balloon. In the episode that aired last night, they take a field trip to the Smith Memorial Playground and Playhouse.
Had you ever heard of this place?
I have not heard of it.
I never heard of it. It looks amazing.
Yes.
It's in Fairmount Park.
Yep, I've been there. It's a great public outdoor park. They keep it really nice. They updated it and restored it not that long ago. There's a little indoor area as well.
Yeah, well, the indoor thing looks awesome.
Yes.
They've got this slide inside there.
It is
Did you do the slide?
Yep, we did the slide.
How cool
Yeah.
is that?
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's like 20 feet wide. It's made of wood. It's
Polished
inside.
wood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the visibility boost comes at a critical time for the group, established 125 years ago through a bequest from wealthy Philadelphians Richard and Sarah Smith in memory of their son Stanfield. For many of those years, Smith Memorial was largely supported by a trust that was left by the Smiths, and that trust is in the process of being dissolved. The Playground and Playhouse, which is a nonprofit offering free admission will now be looking more towards donors for support. So this is great timing.
Yeah.
'Cause
Absolutely.
They need help. They need money.
I want to go check it out. The slide looks awesome.
Yeah, the
Case-
slide you sit or you get in or sit on like like a little sack.
Like a
And-
burlap
Right,
thing.
like you do on those outdoor slides.
Yeah, and Preston, I know it looks like it's indoor, but this is actually outside. Like the slide is kind of covered with a structure, but this is outside.
Oh, I thought it was inside. Okay. It says the giant wooden slide is the centerpiece of the Smith experience for many, a charmingly low-tech structure on whose smooth wooden boards millions of bottoms have glided. Smith's slide is also the site of a pivotal moment for Janine and Gregory, the Abbott characters played by Quinta Brunson, which, by the way, somebody chastised me recently. I was saying Quinta.
Oh.
Pronounced Quinta Brunson, so I got to make sure I do that. I'm just used to pronouncing Quinta, Quinta. But anyhow, and Tyler James Williams. But the episode wasn't actually filmed there. Economic factors dictated shooting its segment in Los Angeles's Griffith Park and on a back lot at Warner Brothers in Burbank. So a replica of the slide was designed and built for this episode.
Well, I'm glad at least they did that and didn't go to some cruddy LA slide.
And the replica is exacting in some ways, but isn't an entirely faithful reproduction of the one at the Smith playground, but it's as close as they could get it. It was Brunson who had the idea of framing the Abbott episode around a trip to Smith. She said, I love growing up in Philadelphia and going to this playground. She said in a video while standing next to the new slide in Burbank, she said, I just went to have a good time, but I didn't know the safe and incredible space that Smith was providing to kids from all over Philadelphia, from every neighborhood, from every area, every class, everything, she said. Everyone was always welcome at Smith Playground.
So, Kathy, how did you end up there? Was it through a school trip or?
No, I just, when Jace was little, we would go to different places, and this was, just something cool to drive into the city. And, it was like a little easier to park. It wasn't like going, into the city.
Right, I mean, I always knew about Please Touch, the Please Touch Museum,
which is
but
great.
I didn't know that this thing existed there too.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not as like grand as the
Right.
Please Touch Museum, but it is a very big playground. There's a lot for kids to do there. There's younger kids and older kids.
So last month, my son and I went to Chicago, and he sleeps till like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I went and walked around. I walked around Millennial Park, which is this beautiful area right on Lake Michigan, and I stumbled into a kid's playground area.
Yeah.
And it was wintertime, so it was kind of closed. I'm like, I wanted to play on this.
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
And that's what this looks like, too.
Yeah, it does.
As
It
well.
looks very cool.
There's really cool, interactive stuff, playground equipment. It looks awesome.
The building itself just looks regal and kind of, Bruce Wayne-ish.
There's actually, and I don't know if it's still there, but there used to be a disc golf course kind of over to the side through the woods there.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Kids' playgrounds these days are so much better than when.
Oh, my
listen,
God.
And I had fun at my playground growing up, but
It's where I used to go to get, rust poisoning. you know.
But these playgrounds these days, they just built one, like they redid the playground that was right near our house where my kids were growing up. And that playground was fine, but the playground that is there now, it's like unbelievable.
Stuff is amazing.
They've come a long way. It's pretty cool.
It's funny when you're a parent of a younger child, because sometimes you take the kid to the playground just so you can have a bit of a break, right?
yeah.
And like it allows you to exhale for a little bit because the kid will play in the swings and whatever for long stretches of time. I miss that so much now because there's just no interest from a 17-year-old to go out.
Want to go to the swings?
Hop on the swings or the seesaw.
There was an Instagram account that I saw, and it cracked me up, and it showed antiquated playground equipment, and it started giving them names. One was like the Decapitator. Another was like Whiplash. Another one was Traction Control. Because we were lucky to survive. We were lucky to survive.
And I loved them all.
People didn't know they were fun.
And I got injured on them all.
Yeah. So, but they have great stuff now for kids as well. But
They have this one that's really cool where it's 2 elevated platforms, and you literally go running and hold on to a column, like a staff that's up about 9 feet. Hold on to it and swing across to the other side.
I love it.
It's awesome.
Love it.
Aw, you're gonna make me cry.
This is a League of Their Own, is it not? Okay.
And then Gina Davis and the woman who played her with the huge buck teeth.
Yeah.
All right. Something else from City Beat. We are heading out of the city and to the shore. Cape May was transformed into a movie set this week as production for A Complete Unknown took over the shore town. The film tracks Bob Dylan's meteoric rise with Timothée Chalamet starring. And Chalamet has been spotted filming in Cape May the past few days, along with co-stars Elle Fanning and Edward Norton. They were all there.
So
production was scheduled to take place from this past Sunday through today.
You'd mentioned that they were calling for audiences, people to be extras, to appear to be a late 60s sort of crowd at a concert, right?
So now photos are popping up of the really cool cars that they have of that era and people wearing that clothing and stuff.
I follow Congress Hall on Instagram, and they've been posting a lot of photos, Preston, because a lot of the filming is right at Congress Hall and also right across the street. So they brought in these old school cars for the filming and stuff. And I was thinking about this movie this morning, and I don't know why this popped in my head, but they should involve Dewey Cox somehow in the Bob Dylan biopic.
I agree.
Yeah, so Nick, what's right across the street is the Victorian, and it's a motel. It's my friend's family's motel, and so they were contacted, to use it. And I stayed there a couple summers ago just for a weekend in Cape May, and it is like the perfect setting for this. They redid the hotel rooms inside, but just the feel of it, I think it makes it perfect.
Cape May is reportedly the location for scenes depicting the 1965 Newport Folk Festival, which was the first time that Dylan played with an electric guitar on stage, and it angered a lot of his fans. Photos posted to Instagram by Coffee Time, which is in Cape May's outdoor Washington Street Mall, show a sign hanging over the street that reads Newport Folk Festival 65. There are also photos of Chalamet perched on a motorcycle in a brown suede jacket and jeans with Fanning, who plays his girlfriend in the movie, Susie Rotolo, sitting behind him. Ed Norton, who plays fellow folk singer Pete Seeger, was also photographed by Coffee Time staff, and they said he's a nice guy and he likes to surf.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Who's playing the young Mr. Belvedere?
I don't know. I don't know if they casted him or not. Other photos show historic cars lining the streets and new signs outside of businesses that make them look straight out of the 1960s.
That is so cool when they do that. For Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, they did that for about 5 blocks of, they did practical signs and everything to sort of transport something back in time. I'd love to see that.
Is this Who's Lou? Who's
It's
on the
gotta
line?
be.
It has to be. Hang on. Let me go to him. Hey, Lou, good morning. Yeah, it is. It's our very own Lou. Yo, Lou, so you were you auditioned as an extra for the movie?
Yes. After I heard it on your show, about a couple months ago, you said something. I sent him an email. I signed up. The production company got a hold of me. I was supposed to go last week and go get fitted for my outfits and
costume.
And they said, can you please take a picture of any tattoos? I had to send them my arm tattoos. They came back and said, sorry, we can't, because it's vintage clothing and we have to use makeup, we can't use you.
So they would have to cover up your tattoo, and therefore it might get the vintage clothing dirty or whatever. They said no. Huh.
Oh, well.
What about long sleeves? Yeah.
They wouldn't know because it's a summer thing.
Yeah.
They wanted summer crowds.
What is that guy wearing long sleeves?
Yeah, that's too bad.
Is that Lou?
I know. I was kicking myself. I'm like, damn.
Man, you could have. This could have been your big break. Timothée Chalamet could call you up on stage like Courtney Cox was called up during the Bruce Springsteen video. Who are you? Is he saying your name's Lou?
Well, that's it. Well,
all right, guys.
You almost got it, Lou.
Yeah,
Sorry
next
about
time.
that,
Next time.
All right, see you, Lou. Who's Lou?
Who's Lou?
Lou has a good look about him. I think he'd be a good extra to Lou. Yeah,
I agree. A post in the Facebook group called Cape May Live showed that the Victorian Motel at the end of the Washington Street Mall had been transformed with a sign reading Viking Motel. Is that the one, Kathy?
That's the one, the Victorian,
Okay.
is my friend's family's.
So if you see Viking Hotel, that is actually the Victorian Motel.
I think that's finally an area here is doubling for somewhere else.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
It's usually the other way around.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's like this little old motel, and we had a great time when we stayed there. But Nick, I think, I'm pretty sure Congress Hall has been like trying forever to buy from them.
Really?
Because it's right across the street. Like it could help
Yeah.
them expand, And
They own a lot of stuff around that block too. Congress Hall owns a couple of the other buildings in different directions, so I wouldn't be surprised.
yeah, and it's like the grandmother of the family who owns everything, and she's like, nope. Hell no.
All right.
Good for her.
All right. City Beat. Here we got some other things. The Battleship New Jersey's $10 million facelift in South Philadelphia should be completed in time for the ship to return home to the Camden waterfront by early summer.
Which is amazing.
The CEO, Marshall Spivak, said that the goal is to be fully open to the public prior to the July 4th weekend or sooner. About 60% of the work to refresh the ship is complete at this point. And since arriving in South Philly, Big J has been resting on 302 concrete keel blocks in the same dry dock from which it was launched December 7th, 1942.
It's so amazing to see it there. So it goes in, obviously, it rests on this stuff, and then they, draw the water out. And they said, Preston, the picture that everyone wants to get is the ball at the bow. I mean, at the bow of the ship.
Yeah.
That is right there, and it's a perfect selfie moment.
So that was launched exactly 1 year after Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
December 7th, 1942, because it was December 7th, 1941, right? Wow.
December 7th, 1941.
Yeah. Workers from Philadelphia Ship Repair are repainting and repairing the hull as well as replacing anti-corrosion and technology. A separate crew of carpenters is installing a new teak deck, a $4 million project that, like the hull work, is being paid for with a mix of public and private funding. The hull project also includes inspecting and, where needed, sealing about 160 through holes that drew in seawater to cool the engines when the ship was operational.
Really, the precursor to the glory hole.
So far, more than 5,000 people have taken guided tours, and proceeds have more than made up for the projected revenue loss of between $700,000 and $800,000 while the ship has been absent from the Camden waterfront. So it's moving along smoothly.
It's amazing that they're doing it so fast.
Yep. And
thought it'd take a lot longer.
They'll get it done in time for the summer. All right, we can do another City Beat thing here. I wanted to share this. This is pretty cool. There was a study done by Wallet Hub, and they've come out with their list of the best summer travel destinations for 2024. They compared 100 of the largest metro areas in the U.S. on 41 key indicators ranging from the cost of the cheapest flight to the number of attractions to the average cost of a meal for two. And I never would have thought it, but Philadelphia placed in the top 10 on this list.
What?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Summer travel destinations. You very rarely hear of people thinking of the idea of coming to Philadelphia as a travel destination unless they know somebody here, they have family here, they have an event or something
Going
specific
to the reading of a will.
that's going on. So I thought this was really awesome to see. So it came in 7th.
7th is nice placement.
It is. And
who do we beat out? Who's 8, 9, 10?
So 8, 9, and 10. Chicago is 8. Beat out Chicago.
Yeah. Suck it.
Dude, Chicago's awesome. And the fact that we came into, I love that. Number 9 is El Paso, Texas.
Go to hell.
And number 10 is Cincinnati.
Okay.
But they include with it, and I think this is smart to do, it's each one of these entries is not just the main city. So we have, as ours, it says Philadelphia, Camden, Wilmington, and then says Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland metro area.
So the outlying areas.
So this general region.
Well, that makes sense then.
So number 1 is Atlanta. And they call that Atlanta, Sandy Springs, Alpharetta, Georgia metro area.
This is for the summer?
This is for the summer, yeah.
I don't want to go to Atlanta in the summer.
Okay, you don't have to.
I can't believe it's number 1 on the list.
Because why? Too hot?
Way too hot. Yeah. I'm just surprised anybody else wanted to go to Atlanta in the summer.
So there were, like I said, they had all different kinds of things. I mean, they're also indicating price.
All right.
Or they're using the indicators as price and weight. No,
spend all your money on air conditioning.
Number of attractions and average cost of food too. So a lot of this has to do with money.
If you think about a city or an area that comes alive in the summer, or at least that has attractions that are not obviously classically beach related or whatever. I can see this. We're always in the crappiest list.
Yes.
I'm just surprised we made a good list.
Yeah, number 2 on this list is Washington D.C. which includes Arlington, Alexandria, Virginia metro area. Number 3 is Orlando. And the Orlando, Kissimmee, Sanford, Florida metro area. Oh. Got to have the Orlando song. And that's all the, Disney and Universal and all that stuff
by
included.
default. We're fighting an uphill battle.
Then you have number 4 is urban Honolulu, Hawaii metro area. Number 5 is Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, that metro area as well.
Mm-hmm.
Number 6 is Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown, Texas metro area. And then comes us, number 7, Philadelphia.
So L.A. not on the list.
No.
Yeah. How about that?
New York's not on the list.
New York's not on the list.
Both very expensive.
Yeah.
LA and New York.
I don't see, other big cities like Phoenix and Dallas and no, none of those.
Hey, do you think 4th of July in Philly makes it a destination?
I think
people come here to celebrate the country's freedom and Independence Day and stuff like that?
Maybe.
In 2 years, it's the 250th anniversary, so there's a lot happening in 2026.
Listen, there are a lot of people who love history, American history, so they will travel here for that, I would think.
Yeah, Kesha and Neo.
Birthplace of the birthplace of the nation. Mr. Belvedere, Powder, Kesha, Neo, Kid and Play.
Wawa.
We got a lot going on.
There's a ton.
Yeah. All right, so
Leanne Rimes.
And Leanne Rimes, thank you. I thought that would be worth mentioning.
I wonder what they're planning for the. They got to be planning this far out, for the 250th.
Oh yeah.
I mean, who? Once you have Kesha, how do you?
All right. Yeah, one more. We don't have any guests today, so we'll do one more. I'm going to end with this. The Philadelphia Police Department and the Parking Authority are gathering to implement their game plan to crack down on illegal activity in South Philly. They are focusing on large, privately owned lots under Interstate 95 that people have been complaining about. And according to Patrick Fitzmaurice, the president of Penn Sport Civic Association, he said over the past few months, we've seen a lot of abandoned vehicles, short dumping, which is just people throwing their garbage under 95. And he's also said we've seen a lot of pop-up businesses, and they're going to try to
clean it all
out.
I think that's a smart move.
Yeah, so they're doing a lot of cleanup projects like this, like they did in
Kensington.
Yeah. So it said this activity led to police issuing tickets and towing a number of abandoned vehicles without registration and tags that didn't match on Wednesday. And one of the other operations, they're trying to crack down on street mechanics who have no licenses.
Okay.
So apparently, it's not uncommon to see tons of people working on cars. And it's not just an individual working on their own car. It's like shops.
It's like a shop in like a parking lot.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They have a van, they have tools, they're working on 3 or 4 vehicles at a time, and you can't do that. It's illegal to
so
do
they're
that.
They're doing car repair.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
And I'm sure that you're saving money, and so you had mentioned the pop-up shops.
Yep.
And I actually witnessed it. I didn't even know these things existed. And I was driving through West Philly last year, maybe 2 years ago. And just straight up, you're driving down the street, and next thing you know, there's a stand selling shampoo and soap and paper towels.
Oh yeah, that's
and
exactly.
That's it. I'm like,
that's a shoplifting store.
Yeah.
That's what they do, and that's why. And they busted. Well, they just had the story out of was it in Beverly Hills there or somebody, a woman who was actually of means, who had money, who was organizing these shoplifting rings, and then they were it was Preston. It was for nothing more than just the kick.
Yeah, but as a
it.
buyer, I mean, I was curious, and I thought about stopping just to see how much everything cost.
Yeah.
If it was, that much more cost effective to get my paper towels off of, 67th Street, and I don't know. I didn't get a price on anything.
Okay. Apparently, the mechanics thing has been an issue. Fox 29 reported on it back in 2014. Unlicensed mechanics operating on sidewalks and in other parts of the city. But the PPA is going to apparently crack down on that.
If you're going to go there, don't get your car worked on. I go there for my butt injections.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the safest.
By the way,
yeah,
your ass looks fantastic.
Thank you, man.
So I commend.
Whoever my girl,
injection.
she works out of a van, Preston, but she's amazing.
It's quality.
Tatiana.
All right, that's it for City Beat this morning. But hopefully you got something out of that. Lots of stories to share. Marissa just brought in some lasagna.
Oh!
Or these breadsticks. Breadsticks. Because Olive Garden is here, and they brought with them lasagna and breadsticks, and that is in conjunction with the release of the Garfield movie. And you can prepare for a journey of fun and nostalgia with the Garfield movie, where Chris Pratt and Samuel L. Jackson lend their voices to your favorite characters, proudly endorsed by Olive Garden, the home of lasagna that Garfield himself would approve. And I've got a $25 gift card for Olive Garden and a 4-pack of tickets to the Garfield movie. We have a screening of it Sunday at 3 p.m. at UA King of Prussia. If you're caller number 15, we'll give that stuff to you.
Nice.
215-263-WMMR. Call right now. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Bizarre File stories are on the way.
Preston and Steve. Preston. 3 more days of recording, and then maybe a half day after that.
See, in the scheme of it all, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of time to me, as opposed to, I mean, filming is a different story, and they shoot a lot and then cut it down to what they want. But I was surprised to hear that it was only like 3-4 days, maybe 5, something like that, and then you're done.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, there's a lot of work leading up to it.
I spend, maybe on both of these, I did fairly quickly, so I might spend 3, you want 8 weeks to write a score. Sometimes you don't have 8 weeks. But anywhere between 4 to 8 weeks. Wow. Star Wars, I had 4.5 weeks. Now it was a nightmare because of the schedule, the way the schedule was.
4.5 weeks to write?
To write the whole thing.
It's not like it's an iconic movie.
Yeah, it's not. You can mess that one up, throw it on the pile.
No one will ever notice.
That's crazy.
So that was probably the craziest it's ever been. This was a little more flexible, which was nice, even though they were on top of each other.
Yeah.
And that was Star Wars happened literally finishing Doctor Strange and then the next day going right on the Star Wars. So it was pretty brutal, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, come on, every morning I look up, there's stormtroopers on I was like, yeah, this is awesome. So,
it's really cool to be a part of this, but for us in the Marvel universe and all of these we were huge fans of Lost, and we did a weekly recap, and you've been working with J.J. Abrams forever, and so just to be a small part of the viewing audience of this kind of thing it's not lost on us how cool this is.
It's cool because no one gets to see this side of it.
Right.
No one ever gets to visit this stuff. That's why I was always telling you, come on, you got to come out, you got to see what happens here, you got to do this. So
and here we are.
Yeah,
we made it.
You did it.
Speaking of Doctor Strange, I was at the movie, credits come up, and it says music, and I didn't know you'd done the music. Music by Michael Giacchino. I'm like, friend of the show! Friend of the show!
You were sitting right next to me.
You're like, Giacchino! Friend of the show!
We know that guy! So you did that. You did Rogue One last year. You have Spider-Man and Apes this year. And then we were talking a little bit earlier about some of the other ones that are coming up. I don't know if you're allowed to say or not.
Yeah, some know, but I have Incredibles 2 actually is coming up. I'll start writing that probably in the fall. And then also after that is Jurassic World 2.
Wow.
Right after that. So we'll be doing that around this time next year.
Yeah.
So it's a little busy.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But the biggest of the bigs out there. I mean, these are tentpole movies.
Small little movies.
Right, indies.
Small. I only work on independent films that, that's small stuff.
Who would have knew a kid from South Jersey, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Look at that guy.
I know how to sneak into places.
Sneaking into the vet.
Yeah, exactly.
Spectrum.
All that.
You learn how to do it.
Sneak into Hollywood. I know how to do it.
Do you think you'll ever do any more live scoring with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Man or anything
we
like that?
We want to. Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to do the third Star Trek film with them. Absolutely, because we did the other ones. We'd love to do that one.
They're so much fun, and the Man is a great place to see anything, to witness anything. But when you get the live scoring, last year I went and saw Back to the Future.
That was fun,
and
right?
It was a blast.
It's so much fun to do. We're trying to get Rogue One figured out where we're going to do that because we're preparing that. But yeah, we're always looking to do that kind of stuff. We want to do Up, and we want to do. There's so many. And that's what's so nice about the films I get to work on. They're the kind of things where you can take them to an audience like that, and people will come and see them. Because the Pixar films are amazing, and these they're all just fun movies that you want to go and hang out and have fun watching. So.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for having us here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. We're excited.
Glad you came.
Taking a lunch break, then going back to work. So, Michael Giacchino.
Nice job.
Yes.
What caused a herd of cows to jump to its death from a cliff in Switzerland last week? That is the question pondered by farming experts in the area.
You know what they're labeling this, Preston?
No. Oh.
An utter catastrophe.
Yes!
Oh, my God! It's been a while. But the return of the utter catastrophe joke.
I never see that setup coming. I get these stories ready to go in the morning and sometimes think, I wonder what Steve will say about this.
But they don't know what moved them to do that.
Man, we're milking this one.
No one knows what may have steered them off of the cliff.
It just doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Still going.
Before they had to hoof it out.
All right.
Okay.
What else you got?
Teats. All right, anyhow, the 13 Heron cows broke.
The crowd loved it.
I did. They did.
You can hear the applause.
Broke out of their pen, ran towards a cliff, and either fell or threw themselves off the 50-meter drop last Wednesday night. Wow. 12 of them died. The 13th actually survived, probably because it landed on the others, but was injured and taken to an animal hospital. The cows broke through several lines around the pasture before finding themselves on the ridge. They fell into the void as though they were forced into it. The president of farming insurance company in the region told the paper, in total, the cows were thought to be worth about 20,000 francs.
They're saying the remaining cow's odds are half and half.
Oh, God.
Got one more.
Oh, my God. That one I actually like. Okay. That was good. They belong, even though it was cheesy.
It's a dairy product.
That's right. So they belonged to several owners, but were all grazing on land belonging to a local couple who said that they thought some kind of predator must have chased the beasts off the cliff.
That must have been one hell of a predator. It's not.
Yeah.
They're not even considering a suicide cult.
Nevertheless, the behavior was
a bovine suicide cult.
Yeah. I think they need to consider all.
We're just cows.
In a new study, the finding of which was published in the Journal of Molecular Psychiatry.
Yeah, I get it all the time.
Has said that women are more likely to have a mind-reading gene mutation that gives them the ability to read a person's thoughts and emotions by looking at their eyes. The scientists found that the genetic variants on chromosome 3 in women are associated with their ability to read the mind in the eyes, known as cognitive empathy.
Yes.
Which is an interesting term.
Hey, I could see that, though.
Yeah.
Do you find that you're intuitive, Kathy? Like when, for example, Dennis sees your Target bill. Can you see into his eyes?
No, but I think I could look... and more so, though, with men than women. Like if do you know what I'm saying? Like, if it was a girlfriend of mine, I'm not sure that I would necessarily be able to tell. Maybe that's because we're I don't know, better at hiding.
Cancel each other out.
Or something like that. But, yeah, and not, and like maybe you guys, too, or other men that I'm close with.
Do you want to see my defensive face so that I can show?
Yeah, let's see if I can.
Right, Preston?
Yeah, you look stupid.
Yeah.
I know that face.
I go gump. I'm going gump.
I'm going dumb. I'm going gump. She'll never break through.
I gotta go gump on this one, or she'll be on to me. I don't know.
You know what? I don't find myself trying to think too much about trying to read people. Casey reads people a lot, I think. Do you notice that about yourself, Casey?
Yeah, well, I was a communications major, so.
That's where they teach you to read people.
No, but I do. I find that Casey reads people a lot and can say that, he's lying. Or he's thinking about something else.
Hey, Preston.
Yep.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Hold it up.
Look into my eyes. What's the picture of?
It's a penis. I knew it. Steve, I didn't even see you.
All right.
That's just because you guys are in love.
That's just because I know him.
Let me do it. All right.
You going to draw a picture?
Yes.
Dude, I totally nailed that.
Yes, you did.
What else would you draw? I almost said butthole.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Steve drew a picture of... What is it? A penis. A hairy penis.
I knew it was hairy balls.
I drew it with hairy balls.
Okay. All right.
Kathy, you going to draw something?
Yeah.
Well, Kathy should be able to divine.
You know what? Yeah.
All of you are going to draw a penis.
No,
Any guy here in this entire place is going to draw a penis. So
I won't draw a penis.
You're lying.
I promise.
All right.
Kathy.
All right.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Kathy, really look into
Casey's eyes. Okay.
Okay.
It's a dog's penis.
No.
Am I close?
Preston.
All right.
What did I draw?
This time you drew a butthole.
No, I drew boobs.
Okay.
Nick drew boobs too.
All right, Kathy. Can you see it?
No.
No, can't.
I'm guessing what you drew?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now look, you got to look into Preston's eyes. Preston, you have to let her see your eyes.
Yeah, don't cover your eyes up.
And don't go gump.
A butthole.
She's terrible at
Close. It's a vagina. No, wait, that's a penis. I'm sorry.
That's a penis.
Veiny, too.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
Okay.
You want?
Have you proved anything here?
Do you want to see what I drew?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Look at Kathy's eyes.
Steve, do it to Steve. He's better.
All right. I can't see to the paper. Something you drew.
Look at her eyes. The eyes should give it away.
Yeah, the eyes are the window of the soul.
Yeah.
Soul is in Korea.
It's also a fish.
It's also a shoe part.
Yeah.
And it's also a type of music.
Listen, when you guys doodle, that you draw penises.
I know.
What do you think? For real though, what do you think?
Big sweaty vagina.
No, that's not what I would do.
All right, hang on,
not what I would.
All right, so I think you're going to draw.
Vaginas are hard to draw. Penises
They are
easy to draw.
Draw a taco and add extra lettuce.
Yeah.
Is it a penis?
It's not.
Okay.
Preston, you guess.
It's a car. We were just talking about cars. Oh my God!
What is it?
I did that just for you guys.
What is that?
That's somebody taking a dump.
Is it something dripping?
Is it
It's a butt.
You have
I'm
brothers.
a terrible artist.
A butt into a target.
I thought it was
dripping
gonna be-
into
No,
a
that's the
target.
toilet. That's the toilet.
Okay.
I thought that was a puddle.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
I thought that was sweaty balls in a puddle underneath of it.
So a study in this regard.
We just conducted. We need to share this data.
So we're getting ready to play a game, and so here's the deal. Let me set this up. I said it just a moment ago.
Yes.
U2 is doing the Joshua Tree 30th anniversary tour. They made an announcement they were going to be in Philadelphia, which is this Sunday. So a few months back when the announcement happened, I called up two friends of mine because the three of us together went to see that show. It was at the Arena in St. Louis, and it was a big deal because the Cardinals were at the seventh game of the World Series that night.
You had to make a call.
We had to. Are we going to watch the game or are we going to go to the concert? We had already bought the tickets.
How old are you at this time?
We were fresh out of high school, first year, so 19 years old,
Okay.
something like that, because it was 1987. And we went to the concert, and I just was so blown away by the show that night. And I was like a mid-level U2 fan. I thought they were a really good band. I knew enough of the material to go to the concert. The new album sounded great. I hadn't listened to the whole thing. I'd heard, some of the songs that were on the radio. I'm like, all right, let's go. And left that night just amazed. The lights came up. The crowd was still singing. They ended with 40.
Which is awesome.
And the crowd is still singing and singing. The band was long gone, and we were still singing, and the lights stayed on. And I was just like, this was amazing. This is the best concert I've ever seen. And I was just dumbfounded for a while after this. So it was a significant show.
Yes, yeah.
And when they made the announcement that the 30th anniversary was coming around, I'm like, I got to get these guys. We got to get together. We got to go see it together. again.
Everyone had the same experience of your friends here?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. So they're back in town. They got in yesterday and the day before, and we're going to the show on Sunday, and we're going to play some golf and stuff while we're here and just having a buddies thing, which is pretty cool. So I told you guys this, and you decided, well, why don't we have them come in and we'll play a game with them?
Sure.
About my teenage and formative years.
Right. We've heard a lot of stories.
Yeah.
And so there's some stuff that we know. There's some stuff that I'm going to be asking. I have no idea what it means, but it should resonate with you guys.
Yeah, because Casey, I gave him some phone numbers from some old friends who couldn't be here, and he tracked them down and got some info, right?
Yeah, I talked to Hawk.
Yep.
Right. And then I talked to either Patty or Sandy.
I think you spoke to both of them, didn't you?
No,
I gave you Sandy's number.
You gave me Sandy's number, and then Patty somehow got involved as well.
Yeah, I saw those names pop up, and then the parole officer, of course. Yeah, of course, obviously.
You needed all
Yeah,
the
all
info.
of the information, yeah.
You know, it's funny because I was, I consider myself a child of the 80s, and I definitely had...
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Coors Light. You can join the President and Steve Show, of course, for the official opening of the Jersey Shore live from Canyons and North Wildwood. It's a week from tomorrow. Starts at 6 a.m. and is from our friends at Coors Light. Choose chill at the Jersey Shore. I try not to delve into stories that have child sexual abuse in them.
Yes.
But every now and then one pops up that is worth passing along because this guy was so stupid. Besides being a horrible individual, what he did deserves to be in the bizarre file. A Florida man who aspired to become a police officer admitted to sexually abusing his cousin during a police department job interview.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
And now he faces life in prison. Stephen Bodley was convicted of sexual battery on a child. Bodley first mentioned, quote, playing sexual games in a sworn officer application.
With the want to show you I'm on the up and up.
With the Apopka Police Department. And he again mentioned the crime during an interview.
Do you have any hobbies? Well, I'm a child molester.
He described sexually abusing a child years ago and admitted to it when he was asked to expand further. Detectives tracked down the victim's mother, who said that Bodley and the victim had a close relationship. The female victim told the Florida Department of Children and Family about the abuse, saying that it took place over several years from when Bodley was around 14 to when he was about 19.
Well, we'll get back to you.
He is scheduled to be sentenced on June 24th. The conviction carries a sentence of up to life in prison.
Thank God for that stupidity, though, right?
Exactly, yeah. A 33-year-old Little Rock man was arrested Sunday on charges of first offense while operating under the influence, providing false identification information, unlawful use of a license or non-operator's ID card. So I'll tell you what he did, but it's his driver's license that you need to know about. The arrest of Joel Valleda stemmed from a report of an erratic driver. A deputy had located the Ford Fusion he was driving, also observed it being driven erratically. The deputy activated his patrol vehicle emergency lights, and he managed to pull him over. Valleda had sunglasses on, although it was cloudy and spitting rain. And when Valleda removed his sunglasses, deputy observed that he had bloodshot, watery eyes and the odor of intoxicants. A six-pack of Corona was observed behind the passenger seat, and an open container was observed on the center console.
Right.
He provided a Minnesota's driver's license that was determined to be fake, as it included listing him as being 8 feet tall.
Would you please get out of the car?
When he stands about 5 feet 8 inches.
They transposed the numbers.
Valleda eventually provided his name and date of birth. It was discovered he was wanted for failure to appear at the time. So
I see here you're 8 feet tall.
He was arrested on that charge as well.
That's great.
A man who admitted biting another man's nose at a sausage and beer festival in North Yorkshire has been jailed.
Where are the sausages?
Bruce Lindsay was sentenced to 12 months at York Crown Court. This is in England. He previously pleaded guilty to assault occasioning an actual bodily harm. The court heard that the pair had been fighting at Sausage Brand Hex Oktoberfest Beer Festival last year. And
Where are the sausages?
And Lindsay bit Stuart McLaughlin's nose.
Well, he has got a big nose.
Mr. McLaughlin later needed hospital treatment. The annual festival is held on the grounds.
He bit my nose.
Of the company's headquarters, and guests can sample bratwurst sausages while drinking German beer.
Well, he has got a big nose. Where are the sausages?
Another U.S. tourist was arrested for carrying ammunition in luggage at the Turks and Caicos airport on Monday, weeks after the arrest of an American tourist in the Caribbean territory made national headlines. Turks and Caicos police said that a visitor was arrested at the Howard Hamilton International Airport yesterday after ammunition was allegedly found during a routine security check. Police did not provide further details about the name or gender of that person that was arrested. Now, Monday's arrest brought the total number of Americans facing charges for ammunition possession to 5 now. 4 of the detained Americans have said they brought in the ammunition by mistake. Ryan Watson The story we originally told you about, a 40-year-old Oklahoma father of two, made national headlines after ammo was found in his luggage by airport security in April. He's currently out on bail, though, confined to the island while his case moves forward. And officials require him to check in at the police station every Tuesday and Thursday. He faces a possible mandatory minimum 12-year prison term.
Stop and think about this. If we have this many people who say that so that means that they cleared security on the trip down with ammo and they got caught on the return.
Just days after Watson's arrest, 30-year-old Tyler Weinrich of Virginia, EMT and father, was detained before boarding a cruise ship on April 20th. He faces a possible 12-year sentence after officials allegedly found 2 bullets in his luggage last month. And Brian Hagerich is another American awaiting trial after ammo was found in the Pennsylvania man's checked bag. He said, "I'd subsequently spent 8 nights in their local jail, some of the darkest, hardest times of my life, quite frankly," he said. Possessing either a gun or ammunition is prohibited in Turks and Caicos, but tourists were previously able to pay a fine, and that changed in February when a court order required even tourists to potentially face mandatory prison time in addition to paying a fine.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, when you guys pack, do you not, before you put any clothes in your luggage, go into each and you go into each and every single little pocket, nook and cranny to make sure there's nothing? Yeah,
I absolutely do.
I have specifically a little tub I keep when I'm doing my luggage for a trip.
Yeah,
I put my knives and my ammo and my explosives in that, take it out of my luggage.
Yes.
Because I know it's going to be a problem.
I have bullet bowls.
I brought a knife one time by accident, and it was because we had taken it camping, and it was just like a hunting knife or whatever, and Steve, and then we flew using the same luggage and had completely forgotten that knife was packed away because we hadn't used the bowl that you use.
The bowl that you keep.
So since then, do you do Casey's method?
Every single time, you go through every little pocket and make sure that there's nothing moronic in there, like knife or bullets.
Oh my God, a stick of dynamite. I forgot about that.
God.
All right.
That's my travel dynamite.
Anti-sex beds have arrived in Paris ahead of the 2024 Olympic Games with their materials and small size allegedly aimed at deterring athletes from getting kinky during the competition. The bed's twin size means there's no room for the competitors to saddle up together.
Yeah, that's going to stop things.
The beds are manufactured by Airweave, which also made the products for the 2020 Olympic Games in Tokyo.
All right, maybe there won't be a sleepover afterwards.
You can do it standing up if you want.
Sustainability is cited as the primary reason why Olympic officials opted for the beds this year. The mattress and cardboard frames are 100% recyclable. But over the years, stories about wild sex occurring among Olympic athletes have abounded in the media. At the 2012 Games in London, one anonymous athlete admitted to having a foursome with a male teammate and 2 women at the Olympic Village.
You're dealing with people in their physical prime. You think an uncomfortable bed is going to stop it?
However, it's unlikely cardboard beds will stop the horny Olympians from fornicating, with one competitor claiming a hot tub orgy took place one year.
There you go.
And the Mirror also cites a U.S. 2-time gold medalist as saying, "I've seen people having sex right out in the open, on the grass, between buildings. People are getting down and dirty." So
that's awesome.
Yeah. And
you'll see it during competitions occasionally.
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we will take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Don't forget Sun Valley High School in Aston. You guys are voting for coolest teacher. We, again, congratulate Jeff Domchick from Christiana High School as he won. So let's find out who that is tomorrow. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a second.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WM.
Those things that I can look back at because I was in school at the same time as Preston, but I was slightly younger. And to see what you guys were doing, and I think you're like 7 years older than me, but like what you guys were doing and what you guys were up to in 7th and 8th grade, and then high school, it's just,
It's freaky, isn't it?
Completely different world.
I mean, I look back at my old pictures, and there I am at the Continental Congress.
Yeah.
And I'm saying,
well,
it's just so wild.
Because I've told you guys in the past what DBH meant.
Yeah, Dubong hits.
Dubong hits. And so Casey's looking through my 7th and 8th grade yearbook and all the signatures, and people sign it, and it's like, dude, DBH till you can't stand it anymore. And this is in 7th and 8th grade.
And that's from teachers.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So
But
he
then-
was just looking at it and being
But
blown
it's
away.
also funny because I think a lot of times we have this attitude of like, oh, these kids today, they're crazier and they're doing things that I never did.
With
and
their
then,
malt shops and their leather jackets.
But the reality is I think the kids of the '80s were probably way worse than anybody right now.
I guarantee you, every generation has that perception. And but there's something that is the same across the charts.
Yep.
And I think as I'm looking through this, and we were looking at some of the things, and we were all laughing at the back, saying, "What the f does that mean?"
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's got their things, and that's why. It always amazes me when anybody runs for political office, because any of these things taken and put on, there are a number of things here that we're going to ask that if we're put on a front page of a paper, you'd say, what the hell? Yeah.
But we partied hard, man.
Yes.
We partied very, very hard. And these guys are a little nervous.
So why don't you introduce your friends?
And before I do that, do we need to get callers on the line to play along? All right, 215-263-WMMR. Somehow or another, we're going to work this in a way to have you win prizes as well. I don't really know what's going to happen.
Let me explain. It's going to be a straight-up trivia contest. And so we're going to have people playing. You're going to play for callers online. We're not going to go to them.
Okay.
We're just going to win prizes as we cycle through so we can move some product, and that'll be happening in the background. So everyone will get assigned. If someone gets a question right, that person wins, and then we put another person on that spot, and that's how we'll proceed.
Before we introduce our contestant, Steve, what's the name of the game?
The name of the game is Preston, Cheston, and Steve Blast from the Ass Trivia Challenge.
Thank you, studio audience. Let's meet our contestants this morning. Contestant number 1 hails from St. Louis, Missouri, and he is currently a teacher who's got the summer off. It's a wonderful thing. We go way back, and yes, his name sounds like mine. We are welcoming Cheston Chet Plaguey.
Yeah!
Chet, good morning.
Thank you.
Good to have you here, sir. Good to see you.
Great to be here.
Excellent. All right, next, the guy I consider to be my best friend.
Yeah.
We go way, way back, and we've been through some times together.
We are aware of some of them.
I won't mention any of them now because it may be ones that are coming up in the particular contest.
I just think it's great that I have a story with Steve. I with that time that we spent down in St. Martin, and we enjoyed ourselves, and you lost your wedding ring.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. He's
He
got
has a
that
nice
now.
new one on now.
All right, please welcome Steve Leasick.
Yay!
By the way, those of you who've heard the story about my friend Steve who threw his phone into the ocean,
That's him.
this is him.
That would be that, Steve.
That was
All
a
right.
fun one.
That was a great throw.
Yeah,
You have to admit.
it was awesome. It was a small window. You could have shattered that door.
From distance, maybe inebriated, maybe not.
Maybe not. So, friends, by the way, and just to contextualize this, these are friends at this point in time we're going to reference. But how long, does it go back to junior high and even...
Steve and I go back to junior high.
Okay.
So we probably started hanging out more in high school, but we were friends in junior high.
Oh, sure.
And then Chet didn't end up at art school until junior year, right?
Right.
Were you you were going to military school before that, right?
I was in military school.
Yeah. Was that by choice or did your parents
By
demand?
state decree.
It was forced.
It was forced?
Forced,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
All right, well, pleasure to meet you guys. I know Steve we met before, but good to meet you. And Cheston is Chet. That's your regular name. Okay.
And by the way, we have little placards with our names and our high school
I love it.
pictures.
Nick
photos.
Murphy did
Great.
some wonderful little collections, Preston. Everyone looks fairly similar. No glasses on Steve.
No, thank God.
And a little less hair, but
No
I can
hair on me,
commiserate.
right.
Yeah, on Chet, but that's okay. That's all good to go. So we're good to go. We have our callers up. Everybody set?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
Yeah.
So you want to start this? Everyone has our El Cheapo buzzers.
Yeah, let's do that. So each one of us has a buzzer. This is going to be a trivia thing. So I guess we're going to buzz in when we know the answer.
Yes.
And we're going to hold these up to the microphone. I will signal mine so you know what it sounds like. All right, so that's me. And Chet, what does yours sound like? And then Steve?
Whatever.
All right. So understand that there's only so much we can know about the accuracy of the answer to this question. So we're going to play a little light and loose with the particulars here. So let's get started. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right. Question number 1. What aquatic school-based contest, what aquatic alcohol-based contest took place at Ben Aronson's house?
That was Preston.
That was me?
Yes.
Pool in the pig. Or pig in the pool.
All right, please explain.
Okay, so Ben had a cutting board that was in the shape of a pig.
Yeah.
And we would, actually, it floated. So we would put it in the pool and we'd play quarters on that.
It's similar, but not. Okay,
Steve?
I'm going to have to go with riding the 10-speed
Into the pool.
See, that's what I thought it was.
Steve is correct.
Steve is correct.
Now, as with anything we do, it is what I have on this paper that determines
That's
the correct
fine.
answer.
Yep. And
so
listen-
it says here, riding bikes into Ben's pool with Bud Light 12-pack boxes on your heads.
On the head, remember?
And this apparently was captured on very low-definition VHS.
Yes.
And it had no brakes.
And it had no brakes. And I remember after we did that, when Ben's parents got back, what we didn't realize is we were marking up the bottom of the pool with tire tracks. And there were tracks all over the bottom of the pool.
Were these Bud Light 12-pack boxes, were they full or empty?
Oh, they were empty.
Okay.
But we fashioned them as if they were a hat. And they went... We'd put it over your head, like pull it down over your
like
face.
a protective shield.
Yeah, almost like a knight
yes.
type of a helm that you would wear. So,
all right. Well, our winner is Ron on line 3, by the way, and he has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. And you can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage. Visit handandstone.com.
All right, gentlemen. Question number 2. What religious holiday did you guys observe by skipping school and going to Preston's house to smoke pot?
I remember that.
Okay, Preston.
That was Easter.
No.
We wouldn't have been at school on Easter.
I'm going to
What the
give you
hell?
an extra clue.
Damn it.
This was a jealous reaction to the Jewish kids getting so many holidays off.
Oh, Chet.
Rosh Hashanah?
No. Steve?
Hanukkah.
No. I have.
Wait. Kuala Lumpur.
It's a city in Malaysia.
Oh, damn it.
Yes, but often a holiday for many people who can't pronounce Hanukkah.
Hanukkah, no.
It is Good Friday.
I knew it was around Easter.
Yes, it was Good Friday, but as you rightly pointed out, you would not have been in school on Easter.
Who gave you the info?
This is from Hawk and Patty.
Okay.
Oh, Hawk doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, question number 3, gentlemen. And remember, our answers are correct despite what is accurate.
Right.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt? Who's? All right, Steve.
It would be Doc Plaguey.
Incorrect.
Chet's dad? No.
No? Okay.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt?
Let's talk this out, guys. What was the senior?
Okay,
scavenger hunt?
so somebody made a list. Might have been Skippy Marino, I think, that made a list of items that we were supposed to bring back to the school, and they included like a police officer's license plate.
Nice.
And the entire, you know how you go to a neighborhood,
Yeah.
and there's a sign that says "Welcome to Old Farm Estates" or whatever.
A whole
Stealing that huge
sign?
thing?
That huge thing. I mean, these big.
Did you guys
items.
get them?
Of course we did.
So
Flag
this is
from Bell Reef Country Club.
Yeah.
this is the father, okay? The father who made sure that Hawk didn't go to jail.
I know it wasn't my dad. There's no way.
No.
All right, Preston.
I'm just trying to think of who was buddies with Hawk besides our family. I would say Mr. Janvrin.
Mr. Janvrin, you are all incorrect, unless I'll give one final round if you want to go for it, Chet.
I have no idea.
The name I have here, and of course the correct, despite what is accurate, Mike Freeburger.
I didn't know that.
You did
Thanks,
not
John.
know. All right.
Yeah.
This next question, I have a feeling you'll get this.
All right.
By the way, the scavenger hunt, what would have been, obviously you're stealing things that are
Oh, yeah.
felonies. Yeah. What,
Stealing is right.
what was the most hard to get item in the scavenger list?
I think it was probably the neighborhood sign.
neighborhood sign.
And somebody
Neighborhood
did.
And
yeah.
where'd you get the neighborhood sign from?
I didn't get it. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't. But somebody did. And by the way,
I
you had
assume
to-
that was the crime.
You had to bring all of these items to the high school and leave them there.
All right.
And then there was a huge list. And I really didn't get anything.
So
that
you were
night, I don't
bringing
think.
stolen items onto school property.
Yeah.
All right.
Senior sleep out was awesome, man. Slept in my car. Me and Howard Rosen. I remember that. I don't know if you guys were out all night for
You
that or
guys
not.
lived in you're predominantly Jewish neighborhood, right?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of Jewish students.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Question number 4. You've got 1 correct, 2 not so much. All right.
We suck at this.
Mike Kirby
Kirby.
Yeah.
drove this rather muscular mullet Preston.
Javelin.
That is correct.
Kirby, that thing was loud. And I had a Mustang. I had a 73 Mustang. It was really loud too. And we just go
burnouts all the time. And
Did he get in trouble for doing spinouts in the parking lot of the school as you did?
I don't think Kirby ever got in trouble
No.
for that. No.
Interesting fact about Mike Kirby: he bought the Playboy Club in St. Louis.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It'd been
Drove a Javelin, bought the Playboy Club?
had been shut down, and I guess he bought it like back early 2000s.
Okay, so it was closed at the point he bought it?
It was closed.
All
and
right.
He bought it and turned into a teen club.
A teen. There you go.
Well, of course.
All right. So who was Preston playing for?
He was playing for Brooke. So Brooke won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. You can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage.
Very nice.
Handandstone.com.
All right, question number 6. As the story goes, and listen carefully to this, a sign was put up across a door about Nan's, quote, good couch. Paraphrase what that sign forbade and to whom it was directed.
Steve.
I
You have to paraphrase.
we weren't supposed to be on the good couch.
What were you not supposed to do on the good couch?
Relationships.
We'll take that! As we have it here, the sign read, no semen with a J.
Oh.
Can we get away with that?
No.
No
jazz.
No jazz on the good couch.
Nice.
And this apparently, by my information, was directed specifically at you, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. Who was Nan? Whose house was this?
Patty's. That might have been Pat.
Whose house was this?
Sandy's.
Is it Sandy's house?
I do believe.
No jazz.
And so it was so common for you to spread your seat around the furniture that a sign had
Steve's
to go
like a
up.
fire hose, man.
The Peter North of the group?
It only hurts when I juke. So.
93.3 WMMR.
So come drink with us at Keenan's a week from tomorrow, and then come bleed with us on Friday, June 14th for the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive.
We're in the swing of it now.
Yeah, we are. 2 locations for you to join us: Live Casino Hotel in Philadelphia and the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. We'll be broadcasting live from the Expo Center that particular morning, and Pierre is going to be over at Live Casino, and we need you to sign up for this. So you can go to WMMR.com or PrestonandSteve.com, and you can do that. All donors will get the newest Preston and Steve T-shirt, by the way. So we're working on design options for that. But we're excited to have that once again on the horizon. So Keenan's Friday, a week from tomorrow, and then Friday, June 14th, the blood drive. So sign up, be a part of all these events. We love to have you out for all of that. Speaking of our radio program, Nick had sent a group text to us last night to let us know of an anniversary of sorts. 19 years ago today, we did the first Preston and Steve show on WMMR.
Wow. 19 years ago. That is a mind blower.
Yeah, 19 years ago.
And it seems like maybe 5 years ago.
Next year for 20, we'll do something fun and special.
I'm sure we'll have dignitaries fly in from out of the country.
Certainly.
And, some sort of like Davos kind of vibe.
We'll mark the event. But Marissa went into the archives, and she grabbed the first time that we ever did a crossover conversation with Pierre Robert. So when we were done with our show, Pierre came in, and we put him on the air, which is, of course, we try to do every day when the stars align.
Right.
And Marissa says it's pretty funny. I'm sure our voices sound different.
Hey, everybody. This is Preston and Steve. Yeah, Preston. Yeah, and this Pierre. Hey, Pierre.
It's ridiculous when you hear it like that. You know, the difference in our voices. But I remember that whole day was wild. We had been not allowed to talk on air because of the contractual obligations.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like a spring that had been wound up, allowed to open up.
I remember having fun that day.
It was great.
And it's hard because when you walk into a studio that you haven't done a show before, it's very foreign. You're not used to the
This is
equipment.
crazy.
You're not used to the sound of it, and it's hard to not get distracted at that. And I just remember we had a fun day, and I remember being done and going, okay, we can do this.
We got it.
You know what I mean?
And we were jammed in a studio that's about 1/6 of our current studio.
Yeah. So let's
do it.
Let's listen to it. Here we go.
MMR rocks. It is the Preston and Steve show. It's about 3 minutes after 10 o'clock. Monday morning, our first day. First day.
Oh, remember when we used to end at 10 o'clock?
That's
says 3 minutes after 10.
Well, that's when we were respectful of time.
I hear
now,
you.
Wow, it went by quickly.
Yeah, it was great.
It's been nice. And I tell you what, it feels really good to be back in the groove again. And thank you already for all the positive response, getting tons of emails in. Our email address is just our names with mmr.com on there, or WMMR.com. Preston at WMMR.com. Except for Casey, it's Casey Boy at WMMR.com if you need to get in touch with us. And as we get things smoothed out a little bit, we're going to add some features and do some other things and bring back some stuff that we already love to do. So listen as we go along. But a big thank you to Mr. Pierre Robert, making us feel so welcome here in our new home by sending us some flowers this morning. Thank you, Pierre.
Pleasure. Welcome, kids. Nice to have you. It is great to have you guys, actually.
Wonderful to be here.
We couldn't be happier to have you guys. It's a wonderful program. You sound great this morning. And it's an interesting, I was thinking about it on the way in because what you're faced with is an audience that you guys had at Y100 and then the audience that we already have here at MMR, and blending those two universes. Right. And I think it's a great thing because people here at MMR, our audience have always been very welcoming to people who are real, and you're all real, and you're all nice, and you're all based in this community, which is, we didn't import some show from Cleveland.
Right.
Fart Boy and Chicken Man. I mean,
they're not bad though, Pierre.
Fart Boy and Chicken.
Well, I mean, there are just so many just hideous and foul radio morning shows, with all due respect to none of them. Yeah. And so having somebody, two guys that are quality, that care about the community, and Kathy and Casey Boy, and unfortunately Nick. I'm sorry, I just had you gave me the late shot. Now you get 2 or 3 back after that as a result. At any rate, having
ship.
It is my ship, and I'm trying to steer it, but there's an iceberg ahead, I fear. At any rate, having people of quality that are based in this community, that love this city, and blending these two audiences, I think you'll find the MMR audience quite willing to welcome you with open arms, and you're bringing over an audience, so blending those two families, if you will, I like the family analogy, I think is a great way for us all to begin, so here's to you.
The Manson family, but no. No, thanks. Yeah, and we are very humbled by the response already. It's been really, really nice.
Well, I think we're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that.
I think it's going to be it's a nice transition from you guys into me. Now, don't count on this little chat every morning.
No, we're fully expecting to go to 10:30.
Well, because from time to time, I don't really like to say late. I just like to say I'm running ever so slightly behind.
Okay.
So if on some fateful day, what are you laughing at?
Never happened before.
You don't know anything.
Right.
The Schultz, I know nothing.
I know nothing.
I've seen nothing. At any rate, on those occasional days, rare though they may be, that I might run ever so slightly behind, I hope you will be tolerant, et cetera, et cetera. Forgiveness. Just go to a record.
As long as your intern's here.
Yeah, we've been brought up to speed on PST.
Yeah.
Pierre Standard Time.
Thank you.
Oh, well, that was it. That was 19 years ago today.
What percentage out of 100% do you think? How many times have we ended the show at 10 o'clock?
Oh, man.
Back then, maybe 50% of the time.
Yeah. And
even then, and then overall, if you take our entire 19 years, 5%?
Well, the last few years at Keenan's, we've decided to end at 10.
Yeah.
Because it gets a little rowdy after that.
It's in the best interest of everyone.
Of everyone. So we wrap that up around 10 o'clock. And very rarely do we have, like, somebody's got an appointment or something like that. And we're like, okay, we have to end on time today. But yeah, maybe 3%, 2% of the time.
And then it changed dramatically, and that was that. Yeah.
Last year, Keenan's ended at 10:20, just so you know.
Oh, yeah. Marissa?
So I pulled the show, and here's the difference, guys. Our breaks were 8 minutes long.
Yeah. Wow.
We talked for 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
that was a long
changed.
talk break. Now they're anywhere from like 26 to 35,
To
40
45.
minutes.
Yeah. I was thinking about how much just life in general has changed since 2005. My son wasn't born. There was no Instagram. There was no Twitter. I mean, like the world was very different 19 years ago than it is now.
Nick, I had just gotten back from NAM.
Yeah. And
we couldn't even have Facebook because it was only for college students at the time. You had to have an EDU email.
Facebook existed, but we couldn't. I remember talking about Facebook and we were like, what is this thing? We can't get on it. It sucked.
Well, because we were all on MySpace.
That's right. Yeah.
Wow.
I remember leaving here, though, and this is how far back it was. I went outside, and then the crank for the front of my car, I could not find it.
Right.
So I could not start my vehicle.
There was a text from somebody that says, 19 years, I took the 5-day challenge, took maybe 2 days, haven't moved since.
We love that. And by the way, if you know anybody who you still want to bring over, we certainly encourage that.
Yeah.
The 5-day challenge is, it's been rare that we've had someone,
Yeah, the official challenge was if you love the show, but you have a friend or a family member who doesn't, just have them vow to listen for 5 days, and then from there on out, you vow to never mention the show again.
That's it.
And you don't have to push it on them.
Yeah.
They gave it a legitimate shot, and if they don't like it, they don't ever have to listen again. And so people did, and people started getting on board.
Honestly, that was a crapshoot.
I'm like, oh my God, they're actually doing it.
We had no idea it would work out.
I had an appearance yesterday, and a gentleman stopped by. It was awesome because he had heard me call in, and he's like, "Oh, well, let me go stop by." And I talked to him, and he and his wife they downsized, and so they got rid of a car, and so she would drive his car, and he always had it on MMR, and that is how she found our show.
By sheer force.
Yep.
19 years ago, also, there were no apps. There
Yeah.
weren't like cell phone things. So on top of the 5-day challenge, I'm going to kind of throw out a 2024 version of this. Tell people in your life to download the MMR app because you can listen to us anywhere in the country that you want to. And we also put the whole show up for podcast that you can do after. I run into people all the time that are like, "Oh, Preston and Steve, I used to listen to them all the time." I'm like, download the podcast. You can still continue to listen to us.
19 years ago, your job didn't exist, Marissa.
Yes, you guys just met me.
You
That
were
was the first day you
sort
met
of
me, right?
found here, and we knew instantly. We took a liking to you,
Oh, thanks.
and then we said we would like to have Marissa stay as well.
I
And
just the other day ran into somebody who I talk about often on this show. I'm not going to say who it is.
Big Nose?
No. But because of what she does for work, she can't ever listen. She can't, I guess she could podcast at a later time, but I don't want her to because I've told so many stories, and the only reason I tell them is because I know she can't listen. And so anyway, she still doesn't listen. So I was like, oh, good.
yeah, don't listen.
Here's a text from somebody that says, I was one of your first musical guests on MMR. One of the best times of my life. I have no idea who that was.
Is it Fitzy?
Yeah, go
Is
ahead.
it Bono?
Bono?
It's a great time.
I forgot about
Just
that.
there's an energy and a vibe.
Yeah.
It's so good.
That's it. We had him do Poo Dollar, remember?
That's right. And it was the greatest thing. We were outside of LA Fitness and Casey rubbed the dollar on his butthole, and we hung it out there. And it was sort of analogous to the world situation at the time with the strife in Belfast.
Hey, Preston, you ready? Can you finish the line? You picked the dollar up, then threw it back down.
Poo Dollar. Poo Dollar.
We need a jingle for that?
No,
No,
I just made it up.
Casey was singing, and he had a megaphone.
Oh, that's right.
And,
And I was running. I think I was running like this. I was like,
yeah, he was doing a little dance run. It was hilarious.
Do you guys, unless I'm misremembering, do you guys remember the first in-studio guest we had at MMR next door?
Was Bono?
I do.
It was not Bono.
I booked a guest for the show before. It was Skeet Ulrich, right?
It was, yeah.
But before that, I got Matt Dillon in here because I was here for a month before you guys were because
That's
I
right.
didn't have a non-compete.
Casey was working with, it was
The Philly guys.
The Philly guys, Rain of the Philly guys.
Yeah.
And did you also work with
Conklin was there. It was Conklin and Vinny and
Missinelli?
Wait, so hold on.
No,
you
Missinelli wasn't here.
You worked with them, and
April.
they knew they were.
Yeah, it was
next.
weird.
That is
It was
had to
like,
have been weird.
yeah. I don't want to.
Here's the new producer for the new show after
Yeah.
we let you go.
Yeah, he's not trying to sabotage you.
Strange situation. Yeah. But yeah, that was 19 years ago.
So we have to plan something for next year, obviously, because the 20 has more impact. But can you friggin' believe it? I mean, we had just come off. And you tell the story often. It was the truth. We were laboring under the delusion that we were going to have a nice
6 months.
period of just we can't work contractually,
and we would have already been getting paid, and it would have been 6 months of vacation, once in a lifetime opportunity.
Yeah.
And Bill comes to us and goes, "We've hired lawyers. We're going to fight your non-compete."
Why'd you do that?
Why'd you do that?
Thankfully, though, it worked. It worked so well. We were so glad to get back on because it was just that energy was there.
I had a nice time in those 6 months.
Kathy came.
She's like my tan.
Kathy came in looking like she came off the SI cover, and like, wow, you've been enjoying this.
Well, I was working with the Sixers, so really all I had was maybe 3 games a week. And since I didn't have to get up early, we would go out after every game. It was, and then I would get up in the morning. I remember I would get up in the morning. I would ride my bike or jog to the gym, and that's what I did. I worked out. I worked for the Sixers.
You weren't married yet.
No.
You got married after we got to MMR.
Yeah.
And you were dating Iverson. Yeah.
Well, that was the delicious stage. It was.
Steve and I were going to meetings with lawyers and depositions, and then we went to court. Dude, it sucked.
We did a little time in Leavenworth. It was elaborate.
But it got us on the air.
Yes.
Very, very quickly. So it did work out in that regard, which is cool. What was that noise?
I think it was Marissa's microphone. Is it still on?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, there was...
Yeah, I was just about to say that I'm posting that first show thanks to our friend Dan Colachico from PrestonandSteveRock.com. I'm posting that on PrestonandSteve.com with some great photo galleries from the past 25 years.
And by the way, for Dan, follow. He is all over TikTok. He does a lot of these gaming videos, like Twitch videos.
I do want to do a deep dive on photos because you had mentioned the other day that we had Alexandria Daddario.
Yeah.
And I don't even remember her being here.
It was from Percy Jackson.
And she is, and I remember that day that the Percy Jackson crew came by, but she was no one at that point.
Yeah.
And I think she's a goddess, and I can't believe that I got to meet her. I wish I would have remembered it.
Preston, she was sitting.
I know, right next to
2
me.
feet away from you.
Yeah.
I remember being creepy around her, which I'm sure is shocking to everyone. But I complimented her on her eyes because she does have gorgeous eyes, and I think I said something to the effect of, "I'm sure you hear this all the time, but they are striking, and I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't say that you have beautiful eyes."
I was creepy around. I'm drawing a blank.
Michaela Maroney.
No. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you. Pitch Perfect, the lead.
Anna
Kendrick. Yeah. I was kind of creepy around her.
Okay.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Who's which guest?
I mean, I just wanted to. I'm like, I want to get a picture next to Anna.
Yeah.
That's all I said, and then she was like, okay.
Oh yeah.
God damn it.
Any other creepies?
I never thought Eric Lindros would be calling my phone.
There's the ultimate.
Yeah.
Right there. No, I can't remember. That was the only time I was like, oh, that was
brought you some candy.
That was creepy.
I love when we have guests in, and then especially with you, Preston, when you fall in love with them, and the one that comes to mind is
Rebecca Ferguson.
Yeah, because you didn't know her that well, and then she just could not have been more charming, and obviously she's a total knockout.
Yeah,
that was a cool interview. I really liked meeting her.
Yeah, she was really sweet.
There is a chronicle of so many people, and for the most part, I remember all of them, but it's such a voluminous guest list that, that's right, we did encounter that person.
Yeah, there's a picture in the hallway of like when Sean Astin came by here.
Yeah.
And that was post Lord of the Rings, if I remember correctly.
Sean Connery?
We were like, what? No, Sean Connery.
You fart in a jar?
No, but Ed Harris was here.
Yes.
And we were like, oh my God. I mean, like, one of my favorite actors of all time. That was John Travolta. Come on. I mean, there's so many great moments that happened.
Remember that 5-second interview we got with Tom Cruise?
Oh my God.
It was pretty hilarious. Yeah.
It was like John Oates yesterday.
Yeah.
7 minutes.
Somebody said next year for the 20th, we should have John Oates do a 7-minute set. Combined to 7 minutes.
I mean, dude, we had Trey Anastasio in studio.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you had makeup on?
You were.
Yeah, all right. That's one that I wish we could take back.
Yeah,
me too.
totally.
We thought it would be silly to have him dressed up in a wedding gown and makeup and all this stuff because he loved him so much. And in hindsight, Casey was meeting his hero. And we probably shouldn't have done
we
that.
made a fool of him.
Yeah,
but you
we
didn't
did.
put
Should
the
have
dress
been a bikini.
on. You didn't put the dress on.
No,
right?
because, Live Nation advised against that.
Yeah.
But had we, he never would have forgotten meeting you.
Yeah.
Ever.
I feel like, because I've come face to face with him a couple of times since then, I don't think he remembers me. But
No, I'm sure not.
But I do think that, like, when he sees my face, that he's like, okay, I know that face. Do you know what I mean?
And I want to punch it.
I want to punch it so bad.
So one of our first live musical guests texted back then. He was a guy who, Steve, played guitar while you were in the bathroom.
I always said that I thought it was too quiet in the bathroom. We wanted someone to play guitar.
Yep.
So that it would cover the sounds that you make in the bath. Remember, we got in big trouble for that.
Yeah.
The building.
They didn't like it.
They used to have it was like Shawshank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Pierre got in trouble for that too.
Did he?
As we were wrapped him into it, and somehow he got in trouble.
He ended up as collateral damage.
Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, it was 19 years ago on this very day that happened. Wow. All right. So next year, 20th year, we'll do something fun, special, and really
bring in the bathroom guitarist.
Yeah, maybe we'll get old school guests like that back in. So I did want to talk about this because it was very funny, and it made the national news. But at the Union game last night, a raccoon got out on the field. Now, we've seen squirrels, cats, things like that before. I don't ever remember seeing a raccoon at a professional sporting event running around, and the staff, I don't know what their job is at the, I don't know if these were the security guys or if they had maintenance doing this or whatever, but somebody had to catch the raccoon.
Yeah, it's in the middle of gameplay.
I'm going to play the audio. Dave Leno and Sebastian Letou are calling the game, and this was their audio.
Oh my gosh, there's a raccoon. Wait a minute. There's a raccoon near the halfway line. The raccoon is jetting towards the middle of the circle and towards the goal of Matt Freese. Oh, watch this. He's playing like a Union forward up top. He's going towards the goal for the raccoon. The raccoon is going towards the corner, and now he ramps inside the penalty area. He's getting towards the 6 with play stops. Oh, raccoon, you got to go towards the goal.
So they were still playing when he ran out on the field. It wasn't during a break or anything.
No, and in soccer, they don't ever stop the match no matter what happens. So the clock is continuing to run. And it took like 2.5 minutes to get the raccoon off the field.
All right, there's more.
One for the Union. Now he goes outside. I'll give him a corner. The raccoon tried to leap over and does across the far boards. Oh, and then falls down. Oh, it's like a boxer getting up in the 10th round. The raccoon now comes in. By the way, play a stop. There is a raccoon that is on the pitch. That's why the crowd is oohing and eyeing. Right now he's at the penalty spot. Why not take a penalty kick there? Who is going to get the raccoon?
Well, it might be and now he stopped.
And
tired.
now he's settled. About 20 yards away from goal.
Yeah, he may be scared right now with all the fans around here, so he just went on the field, but wow.
His eyes are wide open. The poles are straddling the grass. Now he goes towards the Union bench. Chris Penso, the referee, says, have at it. Sebastian, he has your speed out there.
It is like maybe the break, you need a little bit to get back into this game, having this raccoon helping a little bit, stopping the game.
I see one of the grounds crew, Mark Mello, has a trash can trying to get the raccoon.
All right, so it's Mark Mello, and he's a groundskeeper.
I don't know, Mark, if you're going to catch him. By the way, there is a raccoon on the Subaru Park pitch in the 22nd minute. Now I'm seeing 2 Union staffers coming up. Can they get the raccoon? He evades Mark. Here's Eddie trying to get him. It's a 1v2. The raccoon is rolling right past Eddie. Be careful, Eddie. The raccoon now going past all the New York City players. Matt Freese gets out of the way.
Yeah, and John Torres is here as well, groundskeeper.
He's trying to go on the far side of the stadium. I have never seen anything like this in my time with the Union. I don't know about you.
So they get a trash can.
Yeah.
And one guy is chasing the raccoon towards the guy with the trash can. They throw the trash can on top. The raccoon gets out, and it took like 3 attempts before they eventually got him.
Raccoons are pretty wily. They're pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maurice, was that the TV or the radio broadcast that we were listening to? Because I want to give a shout out to Ray Dunn, who works down the hall at the Fanatic. Ray's a young guy, graduated from Temple not that long ago, and he's just making his way. And on Saturday night, he actually he did the radio call, the play-by-play of the Union. I could only imagine if something like that happened for him for the first
Be
ever.
crazy, yeah.
I think it was TV.
It was TV.
TV? Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Dave and Sebastian do TV locally.
All right. I've never had to chase down a raccoon before. Definitely looks slower than a squirrel. Squirrels are lightning fast.
So if you've ever, trying to chase a squirrel, even inside, which is the most precarious, but like you tell the story about taking your dogs out to the beach and the dogs just start running. And when an animal takes off or you're, forget it.
I was like, I went chasing after those dogs.
It was an empty beach, but you're like, you just see them run.
They're gone.
Yeah.
Hundreds of yards away from me. At least.
And they're just having fun.
250 yards away. And I'm like, I will never get them. and they came upon some birds and that slowed them down, and I was able to snag them.
It's for animals and then kids too. When you're like a mom in a bathing suit and you don't necessarily want to be jogging down the beach and your kid takes off.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, aren't raccoons nasty?
They can
raccoon
be.
a day.
Run away.
Meaning,
like they're not friendly
not
animals.
friendly.
Like
No,
you need to
they're
be careful.
Kathy, I had them eating out of my hand. Don't you remember my
Yes, on
drunken
your-
raccoon?
Raccoons can be very friendly. They can also. We've heard stories. They've attacked dogs. They've attacked raccoon, and it's true. Raccoon during the day, run away.
Dude,
raccoon at night, everything's all right.
any feral animal.
It's going to be a
it's
problem.
unpredictable.
Yeah, you don't know.
Forget it.
Yeah.
You can't count on a wild animal.
People do keep raccoons as pets. I think that could be a problem, but
Yeah, they can be domesticated
Yeah.
to some extent, but if it's feral, if it's wild,
like
forget
that,
it.
no.
Yeah, and trying to catch or touch a wild animal is damn near impossible. I have had this ongoing bet with my son who he wanted to touch a seagull. And I'm like, dude, if you can touch a seagull, I'll give you $100. If you can touch any bird that is wild, I'm like, I will give you 100. And still to this day, I have the $100 in my pocket.
I got a bird right here.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he still in the back?
I
of
wonder
his-
if he's forgotten about it.
I think if you want to do it right, you have to come up behind the seagull and tap it. This is to get
There's no
the
way.
$100. You got to tap it, and the seagull has to turn around and look at you. That's the full completion.
Aren't you supposed to put like salt on the tail of a bird or something like
to
that?
stop
You
it
guys-
from flying?
You guys ever hear that?
I've heard that rumor. I don't know if that holds. There's
I've
something
forgotten.
used to say if you got salt on their wings, they would not be able to fly.
Yeah, some weird old saying like that.
Well, you have to put salt on their wings first, and then beat them to death with a ball peen hammer,
And they'll never fly
Yeah,
again.
and they won't fly.
Right.
But start with the salt.
Start with the salt. Well,
And it's got to be ball peen hammer.
Yes,
Has to be
the
ball
round.
peen.
Yes,
You got to hit it with the peen.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what that's called?
The peen.
One side is a ball and one is a
The
peen.
peen.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really? You learn
Could
stuff.
someone look that up for me? Oh, wait.
I'll do that.
Sprinkling salt on a bird's tail will render the bird temporarily unable to fly, enabling its capture. This
Must
is a
use hammer.
This is a legendary superstition of Europe and America.
Not accurate.
No, it's a superstition.
Yeah.
So, and look up ball peen, Nick.
Yeah, one side is used, I'm not kidding, for peening.
Yeah.
Or shaping metal. There's another word for peening.
By hammering.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah. I assume the ball is the round part.
Yes.
The peen is the flat.
Yeah, that's how it works with my pants.
You have a flat peen, sir.
Thank you.
Has anyone ever told you that?
Yeah, and I'm very proud of it.
A flat peen is a chode, right?
No, your chode is your taint.
Taint.
No. A chode like a
He's not talking about the taint.
Dude,
No,
who
I'm not
knows
talking
in this
about-
conversation?
I'm not talking about the taint.
You're actually talking about.
I'm talking
A
about
chode?
the wang. I'm talking about the peen.
Oh, so a ball peen is one thing. It's not one side is the ball and one side is the peen.
Oh.
Because ball peen hammers usually have two sides in them. So you have the ball peen is the round part.
And the other side is the striking face.
striking face. And then you have the
so-
neck and the cheek and the pole and the chode.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah.
Glad we cleared all that.
Yeah.
Did we-
Between this and Mr.
Sure
Belvedere,
did.
I think this is information you can use.
Yes. Casey, in conjunction with this little animal story here, you had said something and you kept from revealing the pertinent information, but
Yeah.
you encountered someone that had an interesting pet situation.
Yeah, so I think pet owners, for the most part, are just great, loving people. But I think some pet owners, they straddle that line between sane and insane. And you've heard of the crazy cat lady, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Steve, you're right there on the edge of crazy cat lady.
Right. We have 8 cats and,
Yep.
and a dog. We've had more.
But I met a woman yesterday who was walking her bird in a bird cage.
All right.
Okay.
The bird was in the cage.
The bird was in the cage.
She
and
took
was,
the cage out for a walk.
She was walking around with it. Now, I was in
Okay.
Bristol. And by the way, shout out to everybody at Planet Fitness yesterday.
That's where all the birds work out.
That's where all the birds work out. But, it's a brand new Planet Fitness, 232 Commerce Circle in Bristol. But I was there, and this woman is walking up with a bird. And I'm looking in the shopping center, just assuming
There's a pet shop.
that there's a pet shop.
Yeah.
No, she came from the pet shop in Burlington, New Jersey. Okay, and was But I'm talking to her. She was the nicest woman. She had this little tiny. It was a tiny parrot. It's the smallest species. No, okay. I thought it was a parakeet when she was coming up. No, it's an actual
parakeet.
No, it's an actual parrot.
Okay,
but it's the smallest species of that type of parrot.
Like a toy poodle.
So
it's the smallest of its
Was the cage like a lantern rig or
but bigger? You know what I mean? Like
big?
Yeah, maybe a little bit smaller than that. But I guess
kind of put your arms out.
Yeah. And she gave the indication that it was routine for her to go out and walk her bird.
She was out there. It was maybe that was her traveling cage. I don't know, but she had more birds, and that wasn't a surprise to me that she had more birds at home. Right. And I'm talking to her, and I'm like, I wonder if bird owners are the weirdest of all the pet owners.
Okay.
You know? And then I was like, maybe this is up for debate, right? Because like I had said, you already have the crazy cat lady. You have,
what about rodents? Like people that adapt, like a ferret owner. I think I would, like, if you're into owning as pets, rats, mice, ferrets, I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm just saying if you're into that, you're kind of left to center a little bit.
I have seen some strange snake owners.
Yes.
All right.
Before.
Yeah.
There was one time where I was at a family friend. Their kid was having a birthday party, and they hired a reptile person to come.
Oh, the classic, yes.
And these were strange people. Strange people.
You folks have any guns?
And they had cool reptiles, snakes, and they also had, tarantulas and things like that. But
make your lips wetter.
I think that if you were to poll me, I'd say
I'll poll you.
The snake owners are probably the strangest of the pet owners.
All right. Well, but all right. So, but then you have to go into the different sex of reptiles, right? Because you have your snake reptile owners, and then you have like Trish across the hall. She has a bearded dragon,
right?
And she's like super into that. And
yeah, but Trish isn't. You're saying the strangest people is.
I was just trying to make fun of Trish for a second.
Okay. She's pretty straight ahead.
Yeah, no, she is pretty straight ahead. But so Nick, I didn't even think about like rodent owners.
Yeah, ferrets I think are cute. I would never want to own one.
No.
And maybe that's me being judgy. I don't know. Maybe they're great pets.
As a kid, because I had a friend who had 2 ferrets, and that was cool. As an adult, like a kid owning a guinea pig, I think it's pretty standard, pretty normal.
Yeah, we had hamsters when I was a kid.
Right.
Yeah.
But as an adult, would you ever want to have a...
No.
No.
They're nocturnal. They make noise all night. I don't want that.
Yeah.
I think you just naturally associate the tarantulas, that sort of stuff with people who may be a little bit more goth or a little bit more heavy metal, or these are all the stereotypes you would associate with those kind of pets. I think, to me, if you have to feed your pet another living animal, that can be problematic.
Yeah.
So
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
When you were describing that, Steve, I was thinking of Brian Posehn's of the world. Like Brian Posehn could have a tarantula.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't blink twice.
No, a terrarium with lizards.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes fish you have to feed other fish to as well. Do you count that?
Yes, I think if there.
Yes, it would be difficult
Those
for me.
type of fish, yes.
For Christ's sake, it'd be difficult for me to feed. I remember with turtles. Sometimes you'd have. Were you feeding live crickets or?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I felt bad about that.
Yeah, same thing for frogs and other amphibians.
An insect, though. At that time, I'm thinking like, man, I feel bad for the cricket.
Could you not go fishing because of that?
I went fishing. I still felt bad
about the bait.
Yeah. And then actually just the zen of fishing became the thing rather than catching the fish. Also the fact that I sucked at it. I was horrible. But going out and doing the actual fishing was kind of interesting. But yeah, I do feel bad.
Real quick, here's a text that says, my grandma Monkey was a freaky ferret lady who said it was his grandmother's name, Grandma Monkey. Freaky ferret lady. She had dozens of ferrets over the years.
I'll tell you this: people who have birds like the larger cockatiels or whatever, they're a crap load of work.
Yeah.
They're a ton of work.
Sure.
And I almost feel like my friend used to have 2 large parrots. And he and his wife, and they had Shih Tzus and the whole thing, and they had this whole setup, and there was a little mini zoo. But I could tell that those birds were wearing those guys down. Like it was like psychological to deal with keeping them quiet, waking them up in the morning, taking the cover off the thing, and it was like, and they always were sick. They had all sorts of avian diseases.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a ton of work.
I was talking to the woman yesterday, and I said, I guess when the sun comes up, you're up. And she's like, no, I put a cover over it. And
No, I use a ball peen hammer.
I use a ball peen hammer. They sleep like the dead.
Yeah.
If you had to own a bird, what kind? And I'm not talking like an eagle.
A rotisserie chicken.
I know.
No, I
would you go parrot or duck?
Parrot or duck?
I think I would love to own a duck.
Well, let's say once you go duck, you never go back.
Because I think those are the two coolest birds that you can own.
I would own. I'd probably own like if I'm going to go in on a bird, I would probably own like a hawk or a bird of prey.
Right.
Just because if I'm going to do it, I might as well get a cool one.
I got an email the other day from the gal who has named her ducks after us.
Oh.
Yeah, here we go. It says, hey, Presbo,
they cooked up great.
Melanie from County Line, the plant place that I've told you guys about before.
Yeah.
What's that?
Branchy
was it? Yeah. So she said, I named the ducks after you guys, so seeing you in person was just crazy. And talking about me, I hope you guys know how much it means to people when you bring them up. Getting to the ducks, she said, I'm not very tech savvy, but I started an Instagram for them, and it's called, the name of the Instagram account is No Sad Bro Ducks.
No Sad Bro Ducks.
She said, eventually it will be changed to the name of our homestead once that's all sorted out. I tagged you in the show on my post, and she said, eventually we will have your whole crew, including Kyle. But for now, I hope that you enjoy seeing the duck counterparts of yourself, Steve, Kathy, and Casey. So yeah, she pointed out which ones are which.
Did you? Okay.
And which ones are named after us. But she's got videos of the ducks.
I want to see them.
After the show.
We talked to someone who also had a hawk or a falcon or something like that as well, right?
Maybe, I don't remember.
Yeah, and we were talking about perhaps getting it out to the Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah, we had the guy that trained them.
That's it. Yes.
Yeah.
I sent you guys a video of a duck that I took yesterday when I was at Planet Fitness. I'd never seen this kind of duck before.
It was on the Smith machine.
It was not. No, it was outside. It was in the parking lot.
Can I see it?
Yeah. So, have you ever seen a duck that looked like that before? Look at those colors.
No, I haven't. I saw not that long ago a wood duck in the wild. Those things are gorgeous.
They're decoys,
beautiful. Right? No, they're not made of wood. It's called a wood duck. The colors.
I don't know a lot
the female wood duck is gorgeous.
We're kind of all over the place, but I want to go back to what Steve said earlier about birds of prey.
Yes.
My friend Scott lives in North Carolina, and he built a specific birdhouse in his backyard for owls, and he now has 2 pairs of nesting owls one pair, 2 owls in this, and they have eggs, and so the eggs are going to hatch. Last year, same thing happened, and they watched as the baby owlets, whatever, grow up. And they did the thing, Steve, where they come out of the birdhouse and they have to. The way they learn to fly is by falling out of the birdhouse and then down to the ground, and then they get picked back up by the parents and put back in the birdhouse. It's really but it's it's fascinating and it is freaking adorable.
So Preston's holding up the picture of the wood duck, and that actually looks like a decoy duck. It's
gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nick, so I assume they acquired the owls. The owls just simply didn't find the...
No, the owls found it.
They found it.
They're wild owls.
They found it!
North Carolina wild owls. I'll find out. I'll text them and figure out what kind of owls they are. Also, how come I don't get a duck named after me?
There's more coming.
All right.
She said the rest of the show.
I feel a little left out.
Marissa's not in there
She
either.
has a stink bug that's named.
Oh, that's
Nick.
good. Yeah, that's appropriate.
Birds are stupid, but I would own a flamingo, Casey.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'll give you that. That's pretty cool.
I think an owl, anything bird of prey. But I wonder so with the owls, do they simply go out and, find their own vermin and do that?
Yeah. And he's got long distance camera set up so that he can not disturb them. He sets it up right outside the living room window. And
how are you owls doing out there?
It's pretty cool for a nerdy bird thing.
Hang on a second. Roy owns a parrot. Hi, Roy. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks. Appreciate it. So you are you have a parrot currently?
We do not actually. Our last bird just passed. He was 32 years old or 42 years old.
42 years. How old are you?
They're 62.
Okay, but still, I mean, it's amazing.
My wife got a nutmeg for her 18th birthday. Wow. So, yeah, they live forever. It's such a huge responsibility. You always have to have somebody watch them when you go away. But Yeah, they are amazing creatures. We used to ride our motorcycles, and with the parrots on our shoulder. On the leather jacket, they would just dig their claws in. We're riding down the road, and kids in minivans would have their noses pressed up against the windows, like.
So let me get this straight. You're riding on a motorcycle, traveling because you know the wind resistance as you're driving along on a motorcycle, and you're saying the parrot was able to hold on no problem?
Yes, they would actually get streamlined. They put their head down, and it was like the coolest thing.
Do you think they liked it?
I know they loved it because they knew what was at the end. We actually rode to Hooters one time for a motorcycle event, went into the restaurant, and they actually the birds were eating chicken wings. So people were like freaking out. They're like, oh, my God.
That's like one step away from mad cow disease.
Wait, they're carnivorous?
They eat what?
Are they do they eat meat?
They eat everything. Oh, my God. Bacon, cheese, whatever. They love chips.
Yes, they're omnivores.
They're junk food.
So let me ask you, Roy, with the parrot again. Did it get sick a lot?
Not a whole lot. Not till the end. And each of the birds we lost, it was like usually it was kidney failure,
right? Ball peen hammer.
Every one of our birds lived into their 30s, at least their 30s.
Hey, so, did you get another one? Would you consider getting another one?
They were all rescues, so we pretty much didn't pay for any of them.
Yeah,
we just rescue the bird, and then of course we wanted to get another one. We went to that place in Burlington, the pet store, and saw they were like $15,000
yeah.
for a blue and gold macaw, and we're like, nah, I don't think so. Maybe we'll just befriend the raccoons in the backyard.
Yeah. So just another quick question. The food and general care, the expenditure of that, is it a lot of money to have a parrot and feed it and do all the medication properly?
Yeah, four parrots would be $150 a month for the bird food. We would get it at Dazen's veterinary clinic over in Cherry Hill, and every month and a half or so, we would have to go get more food. So, but we would give them the nuggets, but they would also get mango, pineapple.
Sounds like your diet, Kathy.
So they eat good. They eat really good. And, occasionally we would get the chance to travel with them. We would take them with us up to New Hampshire and stuff like that. But
I'm sort of fascinated by it. And I don't mean to jump in here, but the relationship you had with the bird, did you sense there was affection and everything, coming back?
Oh, my God. Yeah. Well, they're very gender preference. Like they love my wife more than they love me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're raised by in this country, it's illegal to I think in the world they're not allowed to be caught in the wild anymore.
Yeah.
So they're raised here by these bird places, and most of those places employ girls.
Women. Okay.
So,
interesting.
So the girls, they're very gender preference from like day one, from the day they hatch.
All right.
Interesting. All right, Roy.
Yeah,
thanks
you
for
guys.
sharing the knowledge. We appreciate it, bud.
Can't wait for the barbecue.
Yeah, we will see you there, bud. All right. take care.
Parrots get in free.
So the parrot that I met yesterday it's a buff face. Hang on.
It's from steroids.
Yeah, no. It's called a buff.
Yeah.
Like a freak. I
Can I look?
just had
Buff-faced
it.
pygmy parrot?
That's it. But dude, I didn't know that all of these are types of parrots. Because we had a lovebird and we had a cockatiel, and those are types of parrots. Those are parrot species.
Do you know what's odd? My neighbor Leslie and her husband Phil, I believe they had lovebirds. Lovebirds can be a handful. I think they get very.
Yeah, they don't live up to their name.
No,
well, we have
territorial.
One.
Yeah.
So apparently, we were always told that if you had two lovebirds, they would love each other. If you had one, it would love you.
It's a self-love.
No, but so Kirby was his name, and he was great. I mean, sometimes he would bite you, but for the most part, he was pretty cool.
I had a cockatiel.
Yeah.
I had finches for a while too. I went through a little bird phase.
I like cockatiels.
How long? How long does your bird phase last?
A couple years.
Couple years. Okay.
Yeah. The finches were kind of tough. They were smaller. They would get. Dude, when the bird got out, we were talking about the raccoon being chased. Oh my God, forget it.
Rack, I'm feeling good, and I hope you are too.
It is really hard to catch a bird.
Oh my!
To get them where you need
something
them to
that you want not to kill by capturing too.
Yeah.
It's your pet,
and you're like. It's flying around your house like, it never gets to fly. It needs to fly. It's a freaking bird. It needs to fly.
I needed that.
Yeah. Oh, dear God. Thank
But
you.
I saw a video.
Oh, that felt so friggin' good.
I saw a video earlier this week of it was a cockatiel at like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And, and it's singing Badia, like Badia, da-na-na-na-na. And I'm watching it. I'm like, I kind of would like to have a bird, I love that.
I tell you what, though, with your dogs, I think that'd be a massive problem. Yeah.
Mine would eat it.
Yeah.
Oh, your dogs, yeah. Humans are on iffy ground.
They are. All right. Well, anyhow, if you have not seen the Raccoon footage, and that's how we got started on this, the Union game last night, it's a laugh. You should definitely take a look when you get a chance. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Hang out with us for a few. We still got letter of the day, word of the week, prize, lesson question, trash music, dudes, stuff coming up later on. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
There's another story.
Yeah, we'll tell that another time.
All right, so that's an interesting piece. I'm not going to ask another question for fear of giving away another upcoming question.
All right, so that was Erica was our winner, and she's won a pair of tickets to the Bucks County Playhouse presents The Nerd, June 23rd through July 15th. Get ready to laugh out loud at the most ridiculous comedy of the summer. For tickets, call Playhouse box office or visit buckscountyplayhouse.org.
By the way, so Sandy, the girl who this happened at, now that was an offshoot of, we went to a high school called Parkway Central, but we also had a friendship with some Catholic school girls who went to St. Joe's Academy.
Yeah.
And that was Sandy and Patty and Cindy and the whole slew of them, actually, that were over there. So it was the Catholic school girls that were afraid of the semen on the couch.
So you could no man batter on the couch.
Yep.
All right.
On Nan's
All right,
couch.
there we go. So, question number 7. Where was Preston's band The Image playing the night of Hawk's 21st birthday?
Steve.
I'm going to go Litchfield.
Litchfield, Illinois at Ken's Lounge?
Nope. Preston?
Party Town in Bonne Terre, Missouri.
No.
Wow.
Chet?
I'm going to say it's the place in Soulard Press. What's the name of that?
Yes.
The old
I just sent you the
schoolhouse.
picture of it.
Yeah, you did. It was an Irish name place. No.
No, incorrect. What we have here is ZBT House. I assume it's Zeta Beta.
Oh, my God. In
At
Columbia.
Mizzou.
That was his birthday that night?
This is from Hawk himself, so I'm assuming that's
God.
correct.
You all had the same reaction to that.
That was
Okay,
an
explain.
insane night.
There was a much deeper story.
That was a crazy
Please, you
night.
tell.
We didn't go to the party.
Uh-huh.
You were too busy fouling a couch?
We walked. Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
walked in and surveyed and walked out.
Wait, let me explain
Okay.
without saying. When you guys went in, didn't you think it was like raining inside or something like that?
There was
Or it was
funny
snowing
things.
or
The walls
something.
were kind of doing things.
We may have been delving into
Yeah.
some hallucinogenics at the time.
So you thought it was raining inside and the walls were bending?
Mushrooms are
Yeah.
healthy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we were hired to play at this fraternity, ZBT, which they said stood for Zibong Team. They were the Jewish house.
Yeah.
The
The
Jewish
guys at
house?
The Jewish house said all our answers were wrong.
Zits, butts, and teas is what I heard.
Okay, that's
Six
better.
butts and teas.
And so it was just, I mean, you're playing at a frat house. It's
Yeah.
as party as you can possibly get. And these guys were staying at a hotel room because they wanted to be there for the party because they were living in St. Louis. Columbia's a couple hours away.
All right.
And so we were waiting for them to show up, and they never showed up. Well, it turns out they tripped, and they couldn't.
They showed up. That was it. All right.
They're like,
couldn't leave.
We got to get out of here. We have to leave right now.
Can't see my hand, man. All right. So we had no winners on that. Next question. And this was just referenced, actually. What was the nickname given to the, quote, crappy Litchfield Motel?
Okay, now this is going to sound terrible. All right?
All right.
But it was the Haji Inn. Am I right?
That is correct. And this is
It was called the Motel 66 Court.
okay.
And there should have been a sign for Steve there about the jazz on the beds because a lot happened there.
Really?
Not
Yeah.
mine.
So if you were to still
Not
bring
you.
one of those infrared lights or those blue lights,
Yeah. You could ring it out.
It looked like a Jackson Pollock.
Yeah.
All right, so the Haji Inn.
Yeah, so I got that one right.
All right,
All
yes.
right. Well, congratulations to Rick. Rick, you've won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino Resort. Tickets on sale. That would be today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Pre-sale began yesterday. You don't even worry about that because it's over.
All right, gentlemen.
Yes.
This one, when we actually reviewed this question, we laughed out loud at this. How did Steve earn the nickname Sterno? Preston.
You're not going to answer that? I know it. You didn't buzz in.
No, you got it.
All right. Steve used to light his farts all the time. And it was a little blue flame that would come out, and it reminded us of the sterno that you see, which is the liquid, the canned heat that you put underneath of little banquets, chafing dishes and whatnot to heat them up. So that's how he got the nickname Sterno.
We have here by lighting farts in nylon pants, which caused them to burn away. Did that actually happen?
I don't remember that.
The old nylon shorts, we may have had malfunction here or there.
Okay, all right.
All right, but that is correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Another winner from Preston.
All right, so that is Jim has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial, and you can give the gift of relaxation. Father's Day is on Sunday, by the way, with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, two of my closest friends are here, Steve and Chet, and the gang has come up with these trivia questions from my past that they're asking to give you some prizes this morning.
Absolutely.
So
And Nick is keeping score. Nick, where do we stand right now?
I don't know how many questions you've read, Steve, but the score right now is Preston 3, Steve 2, Cheston 0.
All right. Maybe it changes with this question. What was the name of the full-sized arcade game at Hawk and Clearman's apartment? Who got it in first?
That's me.
Yeah.
Robotron.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Robotron. Was this a full arcade game?
Yep.
I don't know that game.
It's a great game.
Okay. 2
joysticks. You're the last. You're trying to save humanity from the robots, and I love it. Still play it. I have it on my arcade game at home.
Cool. All right. Very cool.
All right, well, we've just given our winner, and our winner is Laurie, our final Hand and Stone gift card, which is good for a free massage or facial. Be sure to give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th. Handandstone.com.
By the way, I just got a text from Sandy. Actually, it was at Patty's house where you weren't supposed to jazz on Nan's couch.
It was a nice couch.
Yeah.
All right. We have a few more questions. And by the way, we understand that a number of your friends are listening on line right now. Preston.
I put out a little Facebook video.
All right,
so.
all right.
And they can watch it too, by the way. We have the webcam up and running, so you can go to WMR.com and watch the hijinks.
All right.
All right. Question here. The night Steve slid off the road into Hunter Farm's fence, who was the girl in the front seat? All right, Steve.
That would be the aforementioned Patty.
That is correct. So explain. Sliding off the road.
Sliding off the road.
By the way, how often did we see sections of that fence missing?
Every weekend.
All the time. I mean, this thing, it was white picket fence.
Yeah.
And it was down an embankment. And you would it was no big thing to drive by and go, yep, they took out 2 sections of it again.
What,
Did you?
In fact, I
drove
by one night. It was me and I forgot who else was in the car with me. And we saw, it was at night.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we see headlights in the woods. And we're like, there shouldn't be a car down there. And we stopped, and sure enough, there was a section of the fence taken off. This guy had blown through it, and his car went all the way down in the woods.
He was driving around the woods.
We picked him up and took him over to St. Luke's. Is that the one that was close
I think
by?
I was with you. Got it.
Was that you?
I think I was with you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Was that the one you took a whole bunch of the fence from? Or was it a chain link fence?
No. Well, there was a chain link fence, and then there was another one over by, what was the park up the street on...
Faust?
What?
Faust?
Yeah, Faust Park. I took out a section of that one time too.
It was Steve's brother's car too.
It wasn't even my car, and we were just lightly snowing, and just came around the corner and high fence.
Okay,
but when I did the one at Faust Park, when I took that out, it was Danny was in the backyard, Craig Schrader or in the back seat. Craig Schrader was in the front, and we're getting ready to turn into it, and Danny goes, "Press, put it low and floor it." And I did, and I spun a 180, and I took out that fence, and my dad was none too happy about that.
We've heard the story of the reaction. Yeah, it was pretty wild.
All right, well, our winner on line 6 is Jay. You've won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino Resort. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
All right, question number 12. What was your mutual friend Sandy's nickname, and why did she get that nickname?
It's me.
Oh, again, Preston.
Balsa.
Balsa. And how did she get that name?
Because she's so skinny and light that you could just pick her up and throw her across the room with one hand.
That is right. I have here because she was too skinny to go down the water slide.
Too skinny to go down the water slide. Balsa.
Balsa.
Balsa
okay.
wood. Yeah, she was very.
I love it.
We have a winner.
All right, so William on line 8, you have won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com at 10 a.m.
All right.
Wait, I have a quick question. So were Patty and Sandy girlfriends, or they were just in your group of friends?
They were close friends.
Okay.
Pandy and
Pandy. This is delightful panda bear.
Patty, Sandy, and Cindy were really, really, really close friends.
So you had these were the girls that would do your homework.
No. These were the girls at the Catholic school.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now, that
Catholic
was
school
some
girls.
other chick I dated when I was a junior.
All right. We have occasionally heard stories of the Naked River float. What was the name of the float trip company that inadvertently ran it? The float trip company.
That was on the Huzzah, wasn't it? Oh, chat.
Was it the Preston and Cheston rock and roll float down the river?
No. It's the actual
that did
legitimate
happen.
name.
That did happen. Yeah.
I like that answer, though.
Wow, the company that did it.
Who came
I
up with
think,
that
Preston,
question?
you were actually kind of in the realm.
It was on the Huzzah, if I remember.
No, it wasn't. It was.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
That one was. Or was it the current river?
It was the current because we went down to Salem.
They have so many rivers.
Our answer here,
Yeah.
Steve, you want to take a crack at it?
No.
It is, we have Huzzah Valley.
It was the Huzzah River for that one.
All right, no winners on that one, Preston. You were sorted there, but didn't,
I didn't
wrap
get
it
it.
up. All right. That was the one where you took, it eventually became a nude fest, right?
Oh, yeah. We were all of us. And there was probably 25 of us.
Yes.
Yeah, we all ended up completely naked. Listen, we took whiskey with us.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a float that would take 6 hours, 7 hours, something like that, maybe longer. And you're just getting bombed the whole time, just drinking the whole time.
It's a wonder no one died.
So we decided that the last mile of the float that we would get completely naked. And we're going by like families and stuff out there with the kids. Hey, how you guys doing? And we were just lit. It was awesome. And I have pictures.
Do you? Oh.
I have lots of pictures of us completely in the and we were jumping off of cliffs naked.
Naked as well. With
Yeah.
women, with girls as well.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
totally.
All right. Gentlemen, what was the very unradio-friendly nickname of Steve's car? Please paraphrase. Steve.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah. Yes. Steve is correct.
Nice. Which car was that?
Yeah.
That was the white Datsun 510.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much, Kathy.
That was funny.
I was just, when she said bundling.
Home and auto.
Yeah, it made me think of, I was like, oh, I'll bundle you, whatever.
Yeah.
And it made me think of the people that can't help but try to throw an innuendo into anything
Right.
that is said. I hate that.
Right.
I absolutely hate it.
Try
when
to force
people
that
do it.
joke.
Yeah, just all the time.
Yeah.
And I was talking to a group of people the other day who they have somebody who they would do that all the time. And I'm like,
I'll push the elevator button for you.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, come on, man. Anyway, that's what I was giggling at. Besides that, I saw this.
Shame on you, Kathy.
Yeah, please. Are you kidding me?
Me?
I want to talk to HR. White headphones, think you can get away with all that.
And she's got these white headphones. She just lords it over. It's like, I'm clean, I'm white, and you're filthy animals.
I still haven't tried those on yet. I have to try them on.
Bill Burns said that on the YouTube, it looks like I'm wearing earmuffs. And he's like, oh, she looks so cozy and warm.
Yeah.
She looks like a snow bunny.
That must be it. It reminds me of wintertime because I think earmuffs on girls are really cute.
Yeah. She's Susie Chaffee.
That's maybe what it is. I don't know. There's an email I wanted to read. This was fun. This is from Deanna C. Peck. And she wrote, hey, hey! We were in the car and headed to the airport to go to a wedding in Turks and Caicos. Oh, they didn't bring any ammunition. with
Don't
them.
bring ammunition.
Last Wednesday, when you were talking about the birthday tradition of skip around the room.
Yes.
Which is what my friends, the Chapmans, taught us, and we do it every time it's one of our kids' birthdays or any of our birthdays. We chant, skip around the room. Skip around the room. The birthday boy must skip around the room. And so you do it, and it's from The Office. Right. And so we jokingly switched that when we were on the air. So Deanna writes, well, after we arrived at this all-inclusive family resort and had a few libations, we ran around singing finger in the butt, finger in the butt. And we were saying it so much that we were asked to stop saying it, please. And then we had to explain why it was lodged in our heads. And at that point, it became funny to everyone. And then at every restaurant, we would sing, skip out on the check. Skip out on the check. It was an all-inclusive. So,
you can do that without getting arrested.
She said, I just heard the clip again listening at work, and I got the urge to thank you for making our vacation fun. Those little jingles will remain imprinted in our minds forever now. Stay safe. That's from Deanna C. Peck, who is a travel consultant, by the way. You should know better. Travel consultant at a family resort saying finger in the butt. So anyway.
That was a promo for yesterday, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought
What's
that
a
was
travel
fun.
consultant? I want to be that.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Well, so you know what?
Is it a travel agent?
Have you
or is it
ever,
different?
I've used one once or twice where they kind of give you, basically.
Sounds like a travel agent.
Yeah, basically that.
Maybe they didn't like the word agent.
Yeah.
But her company is called the Travel...
Finger in the Butt Agency.
Oh, all right. Okay. An agent is one that acts on behalf of another person or group. A consultant is a person who provides expert advice professionally.
I know. Her company is called the Travel Marketplace.
Okay.
By the way, if you want to check them out. They have a 302 number, so...
So Jim and Tez's wife was my consultant, our consultant for our trip down to Universal for the vacation. And she's exemplary.
If you're thinking about traveling, I do have a couple of things to pass along that have to do with that.
It's good news, right?
There was, there's some interesting stuff here.
Yeah.
So the new study from there's a new study from Washington Post that was set out to determine which state represents normal America as a whole. So they have named the most normal states in
Always
the United
as
States.
subjective as you can get.
Normal.
What is normal?
I feel like this area is normal. And
of course you do. You grew up here.
And this is where I grew up. And
Yeah.
every now and then I might find myself in a neighborhood of another, when I was driving across the country or whatever. And it's tough to get into a neighborhood when you're on an interstate or whatever. But even when I get into like New Jersey and Delaware, and
you get afraid.
Not afraid.
With their language.
I'm like, this
Well, it feels foreign.
Doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it feels foreign. Exactly.
The roads are different.
Outworlder.
Yeah.
I've lived in a few different places. Steve, you as well. These guys are all homebodies here. Everybody else that we work with. So you and I know.
Yeah.
When you move into a new place, it takes a while to get used to. I mean, even if you move regionally around here, if you move from one section of the Delaware Valley to another, it's going to be slightly different. But if you move statewide, it can be way different.
It can, and you always have to. And I always tell people to remember there are things in life that you don't do on a daily or monthly basis, and maybe every couple of years, and so you forget the tools that you use to acclimate.
Yeah,
and things that I remember how many times. I remember, here's a little blast from the past. When I was traveling down, when we first started working together, Preston, and I was coming down from New York, I would drive down to this town that I thought, who the hell would live in this place?
Yeah.
It was Manioc.
Yeah.
Where I ended up living and loved it.
Right.
So it's all the way you acclimate to things.
Yeah. I prefer, I think, living in a more densely populated area. Because this is just what I know. Somebody very, very close to me is very close to moving to basically Canada.
Okay.
They're looking at Maine. And we were just talking to this person about it over the weekend. And they're moving there like sight unseen.
It's there.
They don't know what the town looks like. They don't know what the town's people are like.
Right.
They just want to go
and
to
their children are fascinated with the corn.
Yeah, they want to go to a more rural area. And
Casey, that was me moving here.
Yeah.
I said yes to the job. I packed up my stuff. I had never stepped foot in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Period.
What
much,
did you
much
think?
less Eastern PA.
Not because I know your reaction to the first time you entered the studio at DRE. You're like, oh,
You're
Jesus.
right.
Well, you weren't from the sticks. You were from St. Louis.
Yeah. But still, it doesn't matter. It looked different. The first place that I turned off of the highway, I got onto the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and I got off at the Willow Grove exit because I was headed towards Jenkintown, and it seemed weird to me.
Yeah.
Little like villages, like spots, little smaller towns like that, like Jenkintown. Did not exist where I grew up. They didn't look like that.
It was more dispersed.
Yeah, and things were newer. It's a younger area, even though it's by hundreds of years or 100+ years or whatever. Things seemed older here and different and uncomfortable. To
When
me
I
at
was
first.
driving through your
very stinky and calcitrant.
when I was driving through your town in St. Louis. I thought it seemed very normal there.
Okay.
Yeah, I could.
So that's how, it's a subjective feeling.
Yeah.
It's like when they say conveniently located. It's very subjective.
So much of the Northeast is either urban or suburban. And when you drive, Casey, you were talking about Maine, when you drive north of like Boston, especially when you get north of New Hampshire, even like around Portland, it's towns that are separated by countryside.
Yes.
And so much of what this country is towns or smaller cities separated by countryside. If you look at like a light map, a light pollution map of the United States, it's fascinating to me once you get west of St. Louis. Because so much of it is so much more spread out. And we're just not used to that here.
Right.
So I'm curious on this list, Preston, what is quote unquote normal?
Right. And by the way, the term normal, as you said, being subjective.
Yeah.
One time I was enlightened by, I saw an interview with John Malkovich, and the interviewer was asking about his strange habits and odd lifestyle. And he goes, to me, that's normal.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
None of this, the way I act and the things that I do are not odd to me
This is
at
my
all.
normal.
And
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, yes, you're right. Normal is interpretive, flat out.
Or everybody's weird.
So, yeah, exactly. So the newspaper's researchers used U.S. Census data on 30 socioeconomic factors, including race, religion, income, education, jobs, and social issues to find the states that are the most representative of the country overall. So the top most normal state is Illinois.
Okay.
As it resembles the U.S. as a whole. That's what they're going with.
So you take Illinois, you got Chicago, and you have outlying areas that are nothing like Chicago.
Right.
Oh, yeah, it gets very rural. Southern Illinois is very rural.
So, so I guess they're going for the median on that.
Yeah, so its racial makeup is the most like the country's overall. So that's what they were going for.
So you're saying the population is more inclined to wear makeup?
Probably, yes. It's racial makeup. So you wear makeup of a different race to make you appear as if you're a different race.
Not hoary.
No. No, but with the same percentages of white, Hispanic, Black, Asian, and Native American residents.
Okay.
Connecticut follows in second when it comes to race. Alaska and Hawaii are the least similar to the U.S. overall in the race category, but that's most likely because of their remote location.
When determining normalcy, how much does Parrot ownership figure into this?
I didn't get that deep into it. Arizona is the most like the country as a whole when it comes to religious makeup.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Followed by Pennsylvania, then Wisconsin. Utah and Alabama are the least like the U.S. in religious diversity. Obviously, Utah, you have a lot of Mormon. And Alabama, I would imagine, is a lot of Baptist.
Southern Baptist.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I have a friend that quite literally just moved to Alaska, like within the last 2 weeks, and her name's
How
Jules.
did she
Her
get
name
there?
is Jules. She drove.
Oh, you can drive there?
Capable of driving, yeah. She drove through the Yukon Territory, and she's in Homer, Alaska.
What does she think?
Well, it's new, but they've had, since she's gotten there, 2 days of sun.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, and I'm really curious as to what her next year or two or however long she plans on staying, because it's probably not the rest of her life. But it's so, I've never been. I know you have, Steve. It's so different than anything else that we're accustomed to. I'm really curious as to, like, if you're not near an airport, if you don't have a Starbucks nearby or whatever, how do you get used to that over time?
Nick, we talked to him. I forget the comedian's name. I like him. He's very funny. He was in here. He had moved with, at his time, his wife to Alaska because that's where her family was. He remained there.
Yeah.
He talked about the protracted assimilation that took place, and now he loves it though.
Yeah.
But it was something at the beginning. He was going out of his mind.
Everything is so far apart. You know, if you're going to go from one town to the next, often you have to get like a bush plane or whatever to get there. It's bush. You can't drive to a lot of places. I don't think you can drive to Juneau. But yeah, it's just. I really want to visit Alaska. I don't know if I could ever live there, but I don't know because I haven't been.
What is bringing that person out there? Was it just a change of
complete change of pace? No. She wanted a different life. She wanted to be in a brand new place that was very different than she'd been before.
And she's going to get it.
Yeah.
Casey, you would never leave Delaware County, would you?
No, that's not true. I would.
Would you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go to Bucks County.
I would go to Bucks County, and that's it. I want to live in Yardley. I was in Bristol yesterday. I would love to live there.
I mean, obviously, you bring your Berlitz book so you can understand the language.
No, but what I do, if I were to ever snowbird in my retirement age, if I make it that long, I would do it in northern Arizona. I would live in like
Flagstaff,
Sedona, Scottsdale. I would even do, or perhaps somewhere near Palm Springs, and then bring it back to Wildwood.
Scottsdale's beautiful. It really is. Now,
I don't want to be there in
occasionally
July.
it's 120 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
you know who talked about it for the longest time was Arizona was DeBella.
And he's going to Nashville instead. Because he was, I guess, initially planning to go to Sedona. I think that's where he wanted to land.
And his son moved to Nashville, so that's why he's going to go out there. So.
Yeah. I forget what I was going to say.
Well, I'm going to mention the other normal states, the quote-unquote normal states.
Normal.
So here they are.
Normies.
Here they are in order of this research. Number 1 was Illinois. Florida was second.
No, it's not.
No.
They do have a nice days in.
Oh, dear God.
Normal for cockroaches.
Yeah.
I'm growing to hate Florida.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Pennsylvania.
Yay!
Pennsylvania. We have the sea. No, we don't have the sea. We got the mountains, but we don't have the sea.
Pennsylvania. Or the mountains or the sea. What the hell does or mean to me?
Oh.
Fourth is Connecticut.
Your feelings about Florida mirror my feelings about Connecticut. I can't say.
Does it have anything to do with outside of traffic? Are there things about Connecticut besides the traffic that you don't like? Or is that mainly it?
It's both. Like, I don't really care for the people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All with their hoity-toity Connecticut ways.
Look, they're either Yankees fans or Red Sox.
Eat your Grey Poupon, you pricks.
They're either Yankees fans or Red Sox fans, and I've grown to have a distaste for Red Sox fans, and I can't stand Yankees fans, so F Connecticut.
I completely understand that. I have some very good memories.
I'm sure.
And there are places to go in Connecticut that are quite lovely and wonderful. We used to go all the time to the the Navy base.
Yeah.
Up there.
Groton?
Right? Yes.
Groton, yeah.
And there was the other one, which was with a submarine base, Nick.
Right, yeah.
And the Coast Guard Academy and all that general area, very nice. On that side of the Sound, very nice. But the one problem is that bisecting that state is the most horrendous thoroughfare known to mankind that makes you want to die.
Yeah, I remember going to Maine with my brother and friends for a Fish concert, and I didn't take the first leg of the trip. I had planned this whole trip, and we were, by all means, just bypassing Connecticut altogether. And all right, so we leave. I fall asleep for a little bit, and then I wake up in bumper-to-bumper traffic, and I'm like, wait, where are we? And they're like, we're Connecticut. And I lost my baloney. Dude, I was like, I've done everything! I literally have done everything! Why are we sitting in traffic right now? At 2 o'clock in the morning!
So you had totally bypassed the state with the directions you laid out.
Yes! This was pre-Waze.
And they ignored.
They ignored it.
Sons of
because
bitches.
they thought they knew better.
They don't know better.
They don't know better.
They're bad people.
Yeah.
But I like the people of Connecticut. I spent a week in the Grand Canyon with a bunch of Connecticutians. What do you call them?
Well, Rastafarians.
Yeah,
Connecticut cutters. What is it?
Kitty cats.
Kitty cats. Okay. Fifth on this list of most normal states is Michigan.
I'll be spending some time there.
Because
that's right.
Yes, family's going to college there.
Number 6 is Ohio, followed by Indiana.
I've never been to Ohio.
I have.
Yeah?
It's lovely in the summer.
I
I've driven through Columbus, and that's it.
Ohio?
No, I'm just going to drive through there this summer when we drop her off at college. So
We'll stop off in Cedar Rapids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indiana is 7th. Missouri is 8. 9 is Oregon, and number 10 is Rhode Island.
So again, all subjective. What do you find normal?
Back home to Oregon.
If you're raised in Manhattan,
well, it's saying that each of these states have are like a cross section of the United States overall in its religious, racial, socioeconomic use of makeup, and whether they like Mr. Belvedere or not.
Who doesn't?
And how many egg parrots they have.
Yeah.
That was said in Pittsburgh, Mr. Belvedere.
Was it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my God.
You learn things.
Yeah.
They have lovely rivers.
I'm going to drive across one of them. So I was going to mention my cross-country drive because we're going to cover Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and then west from Illinois out to Colorado. But Preston, we're going to do Cuyahoga Valley National Park, which is not too far from Cleveland, and then Indiana Dunes National Park, which is it's not too far from Chicago on Lake Michigan. And I'm excited to explore that part of the country because I have not spent a lot of time.
Chicago!
In that little stretch there.
I think he played the Chicago clip. I think I want to go back there because my son and I just went in March, and it's not a great time of year to go, but I want to go back for just a weekend and take Rochelle and go to Second City.
Yeah.
That was one of the most fun things I've ever done, and I want to go back.
Legendary.
To that. It is.
Yeah.
Were you reluctant to go? Because when I was recommending it, and I wasn't sure if it was just because it was coming out of my mouth.
Oh, no.
Okay.
You were the green light.
I was.
I was reluctant to go because I'm like, everybody goes. It's that thing. It's just that kind of touristy thing.
Again.
Do. But its legend is for a reason.
Yeah.
And so you're like, no, go. And I'm like, okay, done. No, I had no reservations whatsoever once you told me. And then we got in there, and I can't remember a time that I've laughed harder and had so much fun with my son, which was so super special. So, all right, this other travel bit of news I wanted to pass along since we figured out where the normal states are. I thought this was pretty cool. There was research that was done by a personal injury law firm, Jason Stone Injury Lawyers. They looked at United States roads that are so beautiful, they're downright distracting because you can't help but be distracted while driving.
Okay.
But they're so pretty that you
get
can't help
and
it.
have accidents. Yes, I've been on, so obvious, and I've said many times before, I've been in every state in the union. I drove through a lot of this country when I was doing stand-up, and there are places where you have to make a conscious effort to not get distracted by the scenery because you'll drive off a cliff or something.
So I had that happen one time. My friend Bill is a member at this really wonderful golf club. It's called Bitterman, and it's in Delaware. And I was driving down there, and I had no idea that there are portions of northern Delaware that are stunningly beautiful. And this is over kind of towards where the DuPont family is, like near Wilmington Country Club and all that stuff. And I was almost riding off the road because I was just enjoying the countryside. It was so gorgeous. I had no idea.
Yeah, and you have a few of those areas around here where you get out like a little bit west and stuff, headed over towards like Hawk Mountain and Lancaster and all that.
But
I got to tell you, like I have been distracted while driving from Vegas to like southern Utah, northern Arizona. Like there is this one stretch of road out there where I don't even know how to describe it, but you feel like you're driving on these hillsides, and you have these giant mountains, like just jumping out at you and on either side, and it can be really distracting as a driver. But you're like a little bit like you don't feel like you're driving straight. You know what I mean?
Distracted by the scenery? Did you find yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Right? So like the same would hold true for obviously when we talked about it before. The Pacific Coast Highway, Big Sur.
That's on the list, sir.
Is it?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. It's US 1, Route 1, California, Big Sur Coast Highway is number 6 on this list.
You hear people talk about it, and you think and you think I know what it'd be like. No, until you get out there, until you are seeing, there is something so monumental and so timeless about it, and the waves. They've been doing that for. You're nothing.
When you think you're looking at a painting, but it's real life.
Right.
That's it. There's some spots in Yellowstone, Lower Falls in Yellowstone. Is that where you look at it and you're like, this just does not look real.
This is like cat these headphones.
But number one on this,
it can't be real.
Number one on this list, Casey, is Red Rock Scenic Byway.
That might be it.
In Arizona. So that is the number one spot that you'll be distracted.
I think if you're ever doing any of these drives and you find yourself in any of these places or planning these vacations, give yourself an extra day because the drives themselves are so beautiful. You look at places like southern Utah, there's 5 national parks that you could hit all of them, right? And in theory, you could get to all of them within a few days. But first of all, they're far apart from one another. And second of all, the drives themselves are so gorgeous that you need to appreciate the drive and not just get from one place to the next. And Kathy, I was thinking about that when you did your Arizona trip last summer or whatever that was, because there's a lot to see and do out there, but it takes a while from get from place to place.
Yeah, and I was going to say that driving into Sedona was just like incredible. Anywhere in Sedona, even if you're like driving down the main strip where there's bars and restaurants and all that, you're still looking at these beautiful rocks. And it was incredible.
Do you have any place in town that sells white headphones?
Number 2 on this list is the Las Vegas Strip in Nevada.
What? No, that's just because you see hookers on the side of the road. You're like, oh my God.
It is distracting. I wouldn't call it scenic.
What's the most scenic drive around here?
I've been out.
Okay. Me? You?
No,
you?
yeah.
Me? Okay.
Oh, dear God.
I was gonna.
Headphones aren't working.
I was gonna say this earlier, Nick. I was waiting for Preston to finish his list. So, I drove. My girlfriend lives out in Upper Black Eddy, and it's beautiful out there. And I drove through to her house once when it started to flurry, and the trees filled with a little bit of a little layer of snow, and it was like I stopped the car and I took.
It's like a Robert Frost poem.
I took some video of just like because it just looked so beautiful, and even just driving out there like in the fall when the trees are changing colors.
Like people wouldn't
incredible.
believe it, right? When you say I wish. You can describe it to someone, but it doesn't do it justice.
Well, and like out where she is, I mean, honestly, some of the roads don't even have names.
Right.
Like, that's how rural it is.
There is our Canyon.
The Grand Canyon of PA.
What is the?
That's what it's called.
Officially, it's called
Wellsboro is the name of the town.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, Route 6 goes across the entire state, fairly close to the New York border. So 6 goes east to west, and 6 goes through Wellsboro. And Steve, you're absolutely right. Like the Grand Canyon of PA is well worth it. Somebody mentioned to me yesterday, Cherry Creek State Park. Like north central Pennsylvania is unbelievably beautiful, and people just don't go there because it's kind of hard to get there, and people don't think of it.
Is West Virginia anything in West Virginia on that list there, Preston?
No.
Because I've driven there a number of times, and it is gorgeous.
Number 3 on this list is Blue Ridge Parkway in North Carolina. Yep. Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River.
Life is old there, older than the trees.
Younger than the mountains, blowing like a breeze. Everybody, country roads, take me home to the place I belong. Steve, West Virginia.
Mountain Mama, show me your vag.
Oh, wow. That took a turn. Yeah. By the way, when I was a kid and we would do square dancing, they would play the song "The Red River Valley."
Ah, yes.
And we always found that humorous because it seemed like it was a menstrual reference.
It does. Yeah.
Speaking of vages, is this the karaoke version of Country Roads? I don't remember the words.
Blue Ridge Mountains, where they shot Mr. Belvedere.
Okay. We're not going to do karaoke time. We already sang. So, number 4 on this list of most attracting scenic roads in the U.S., Acadia Byway in Maine.
Yes. Yeah.
Stunningly beautiful.
Yeah.
I took my daughter there. San Luis Obispo North Coast Byway, Route 1, California.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. So that's the same stretch of road, not the exact part, but that's Route 1.
So I played.
That's also Big Sur. That's a road that runs through Big Sur.
One of the first colleges I ever played was in San Luis Obispo, and I made sure to leave early to give myself a day to check it out. Yeah.
So number 6 is Big Sur. Number 7 is North Shore Scenic Drive, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Is that along a Great Lake, I assume?
It's got to be.
I don't know. Okay.
Well, I mean, there's a ton of lakes up there, so
that's
it's
true.
the land of 10,000 lakes.
It is.
Yeah.
In fact, does the Great Lake touch Minnesota? I don't know that part of the world very well, unfortunately. Superior. Oh, Gitchigumi.
The big lake they call Gitchigumi.
Number 8 is Natchez Trace Parkway in Mississippi.
Oh, I want to do that.
And Natchez Trace Parkway in Alabama.
Yeah, I want to do that. I want to do Tallahassee to New Orleans. And then drive along the Gulf Coast, and you can do Natchez. And I definitely want to explore that.
Does that run through Tres Leches?
It does not.
No.
Is Going to the Sun Highway on there, Preston? That's in Glacier National Park.
It is not.
Goes in Alberta.
No, going to the Sun Highway is contained within Glacier National Park, and you ascend a mountain, and it's south of Alberta, Casey. It's not too far from there, but it's so gorgeous, and you can only do it maybe 4 months out of the year because it's snow
closed.
Nick, I was looking at a cycling trip out there, and that's part of the thing is you ride on that road, and I thought it might be a different day, maybe not on that highway, but it went into Alberta.
It might start there and go north or something.
Yeah.
All right, last one on this list of most distracting scenic roads in the U.S. is the Trail Ridge Road, Beaver Meadow Road in Colorado.
Where?
I don't know where that is.
I need to drive through there. I, driving across the country those 2 times was amazing, but not driving through the Rockies was kind of a
little bit of a letdown.
Yeah, a little bit of a letdown.
I have driven through the Rockies. It's pretty damn impressive.
How long?
You got to watch the sunrise over Jackie Bam Bam's nose, though.
And I got to watch it set over his ball sack.
How long what?
How long of a ride is it through the Rockies?
I didn't go all the way through, so I drove from St. Louis to Vail. So that's into the Rockies. Once you leave Denver, it's still a couple hours in.
Okay.
You get up into the foothills and then up into the mountains, and it's amazing.
Beaver Meadow is it's a great drive. I've done it. It's on the west side, on the western slope of Rocky Mountain National Park. So if you start in Rocky Mountain National Park, most people go from like Denver to Estes. If you go up over the Continental Divide, you end up in Beaver Meadow, and it's gorgeous up there.
Rocky Mountain High.
Another John Denver.
I got that one.
You do?
Yeah, and it's not the karaoke.
It's the actual John Denver.
It's a great song.
It is a great song. So.
Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado.
Yeah.
He climbed the Beaver Mountain. He saw silver mines.
Bumpa Mow Mow.
Say that he got crazy.
We were just harmonizing.
You suddenly became Bowser.
You had meant because this initial conversation we were talking about where people seem the most normal states are or whatever, and then we're talking about the Rocky Mountains. And Nick, geologically speaking, I had no idea the impact that the Rocky Mountains have on. This is not a dad joke, by the way. The impact that the Rocky Mountains have had on where people live in this country, because the large percentage of the people live east of the Rocky Mountains.
There's the Rocky Mountains, and then there's the Cobra Mountain, and then further up the Tango and Cache Ridge.
Where's the Rambo?
The Rambo Mountains are not in this country.
Okay. Well, yeah, because it was treacherous travel.
Yeah,
this is odd.
Yeah,
I don't like this.
We're turning around.
Build our house on hill.
Well, weather doesn't necessarily travel over the Rocky Mountains. The Rocky Mountains stalls so much of, and it's
sort of barrier.
It's a barrier.
Should blow them up.
Yeah. No. They're too big.
Good.
Yeah, they are good.
All right. I thought you might find those things interesting, especially if you are planning trips for your planning or something. Vacation. Those are some ideas for you. You can either go to normal states or really distracting drives where you'll crash your car and die. We're going to take a break and come back in a second. Some bizarre file stories are coming up in just a moment. It's starting to look a little breezy out.
It do.
I didn't really see any rain in the forecast, but it looks like things are changing a little bit, and cloudy and cool. So we'll be back in a sec. Hang out with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WM.
And that's why it earned that name?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
because of the overheating issue. All right, so we have Steve, who's the winner.
All right, so Steve was playing for Kale, and Kale, you've won a pair of tickets to see the Bucks County Playhouse Presents The Nerd, June 23rd through July 15th. And you can go get tickets through Playhouse box office or buckscountyplayhouse.org.
What a great name for a car, by the way.
Absolutely.
I'm going to pick you up in the sea. That's great.
3 more questions here.
I don't want this to be over.
Well, it's we went with the ones that we thought would have stories attached.
That's
to them.
cool.
Which of Chet's nicknames is also an aromatic North American plant of the daisy family? Which of Chet's nicknames is also an aromatic North American plant of the daisy family?
Now, we got to get this. Hang on a second here.
I don't even know.
Daisy.
Pretty elaborate nickname.
It is.
It is, but it isn't.
Oh,
Preston.
tumbleweed.
No.
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 No. I remember.
Preston.
Sagebrush.
Yes!
I don't even remember how we got that. Do you? Chet?
I know. I remember, but I don't remember.
Okay. You remember it was your name, but you don't know how you
Sagebrush.
earned it.
Yeah.
Sagebrush.
No, I have no idea.
Sagebrush.
Chet, that was your one chance to get one right.
I pretty much suck at this.
All right.
All right. Well, Jeremy on line one, real quick. You've won a case of Yards Brewing Pale Ale, the best beer for summer barbecues, beach days, and tailgates is Yards Brewing Philadelphia Pale Ale. Drink local, brew into others with a Philly Pale Ale at Keg and Kitchen in Westmont, New Jersey.
All right. 2 more
I gotta
questions.
You got to leave. Casey's got to go. Santa's got to go.
Yeah, Santa's got to go.
All right. Good luck with your endeavors.
With your Lyme disease.
Yes.
Oh, wait.
So
that's
you
me.
want me to? I'll handle the rest of this.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me just do this.
Yeah. Give me some music here. Thank you. All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, final 2 questions. Name the prestigious golf club often snuck onto by Chet and sometimes Hawk in observance of. All right.
Old Orson.
All right.
Steve.
Belle Reve.
That is correct. Yes. Wow. The Belle Reve Country Club I have listed here.
The story was about you, and you didn't get the answer.
That's right.
It's par for the course.
He clearly
Yes.
doesn't remember too much.
I'm
All right. So, Steve,
All
we have
right.
a winner for Steve. And what do we have? Marissa, who's now taken over the chores.
So the winner is who was
Jared on Max. Was that Jared who won?
just now?
I'm not listening. I'm not wearing any headphones, so I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
All right. No
Yes.
problem.
Yep.
All right. JB Smoove is coming Fridays, November 17th to the venue at Valley Forge Casino. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
All right.
How many
Steven,
more?
I'm sorry. It all comes down to this last question because
We had a tie, Nick.
no, it is right now. Preston's leading by 1.
All right.
Over Steve. Chet, this answer is worth 7 points. No, I'm just kidding.
We do have a tiebreaker if necessary.
Okay.
Chet,
All right.
what is your real name?
What is your
you
current
here?
occupation? Who bought the Playboy Club? All right, question number 17.
We should get a bonus point for
That's
that.
right.
right.
What was the name of the bouncer at the party town in Bonne Terre?
Oh my.
The name of the
God.
bouncer at the party town in Bonne Terre.
That's a Patty question.
Yeah.
I can give
And
you a
that's
hint.
our band used to play there. Okay, you can give a hint.
Name of a movie that involved a man with a rat fascination. Preston.
Is it Ben?
No.
Oh.
Willard.
Yes, David, got it right.
I never would have known that.
Willard.
Man, Party Town was the biggest crap hole in the world in Bonne Terre, which is just in the middle of nowhere, Missouri. The big thing they have there is a mine that's flooded, and you can go dive in it.
Oh, cool.
So it's the crap hole of the crap hole.
Oh my God! But for some reason they loved us there, and we used to like going to play there. And these guys would come and go along with us. We'd end up getting a hotel room or something that night, or just be dumbasses and drive home from this all night party fest. And it was just, redneck galore, or as they call them in Missouri, Hoosiers.
Hoosiers, yes.
And it was just, but we'd have a ball. We'd just drink our faces off and just get stupid.
And they had one of those cave pool situations.
It's a mine.
A mine that
they flooded. In fact, Jacques Cousteau dove it at one point.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
It was kind of a big deal.
All right, so where does that leave us now, Nick?
Tiebreaker.
Yeah, we are all tied up. Preston
right.
has 6 and Steve has 6.
Oh, hold on a second here.
And our last winner right there was Brian, who was playing for Steve, and he has won a case of Yards Brewing Philly Pale Ale. The best beer for easy summer drinking is Yards Brewing Philly Pale Ale, brewed right here in our backyard. Bring on the warm weather with Philly Pale Ale at Wild Wing Cafe in Barrington, New Jersey.
Very
All
nice.
right.
All right, tiebreaker. This is just
a
me and Steve.
tiebreaker,
then.
yep.
Sorry, Chet, you can't get another one right.
Sorry, Chet. Maybe 30 years from now you'll figure it out.
And this is going to involve being the quickest on the buzzer. This one is sort of obvious, so get your fingers ready. Name the hotel where Preston and Rochelle got married. Steve.
Married?
or the reception?
Stratford Inn.
Yes.
Preston.
How did you
Sorry,
not
dude.
get that?
Your wife is here.
I didn't book it. She booked it. I don't know. I know where it is.
Yes, it is the Stratford Inn is what we have here. Yes.
So
Sorry.
Steve is the
That
winner.
means Steve is the winner.
God.
And who won? With Steve.
That was Tom. Drink local, brew unto others with Yards Philly Pale Ale at Bobby Ray's Pennsauken Tavern in Pennsauken Township.
All
Wow.
right, yeah.
Lisick wins. That's huge, man. Nice job, dude.
Thank you very much.
It got very competitive in chat. I hope you enjoyed watching.
The Stratford Inn.
Yeah.
I'm going to pay for that later on. My wife is staring
No,
at me
now
right
you just
She's
can't be
here.
mad at her for not making dinner reservations.
Did she tell you that?
Yes, and listen, there's a beautiful restaurant in Skippack called Park Bistro. If they happen to have a table open for 7 tonight,
Yeah.
you guys would take it.
That's right. We sure would, wouldn't we?
Yes.
All right. Anyhow. Well, that was a lot of fun.
Yes,
That
there
was
you go.
cool,
Did you like
man.
that? Was
That
that
was a
cool?
great time.
You
Yeah.
guys were very
That was
competitive
fun.
except
Thank
for
you.
Chet, but it was all very good.
Most definitely.
They
And
were
to
all
be
on the tip of
honest,
my tongue. I was so close on so many.
to be honest, and these guys, we were talking about it last night. They were not looking forward to this for fear of what might be revealed this morning. But you guys could have done a lot worse. I'll tell you that.
No,
right?
we knew what to stay away from.
That's
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
figured. But that was a nice little walk down memory lane.
Very cool.
But now we're looking forward to the concert on Sunday. And
Do you have any particularly iconic photos that you're going to try to replicate from that evening? Did you take any pictures?
no
that evening?
pictures, no pictures taken.
All right.
That I mean, it was pre-digital. You know, you didn't unless you took a camera
And
with you
saved
and,
it.
and
Steve,
saved it and waited. But
Do you have a couch picked out to foul that night, or
I do.
yeah.
I do have an eyeing one up over at my
Preston.
house. Yeah.
All right.
But I remember we used to. I remember one night we were at. God, we might have been at not Lisa Linson's. Who lived over that way near.
In Northville?
Yeah.
Maureen McAdams.
Maureen
McAdams,
McAdams.
yeah.
We were at her house one night, and we were listening to Joshua Tree and Trip Through Your Wires came on, and we're just singing at the top of our lungs, and we just love that whole album. There's so many great songs. I can't wait to hear.
Did you? By the way, we were talking about earlier, but both you, Chet, and Steve, did you feel the same way after seeing that concert?
It was a good show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
It changed Preston's life, and you thought it was good.
We saw a lot of shows together. We saw quite a few, but
Yeah.
that was.
It's Chet.
Oh, damn it. It's Preston on the phone. He's going to want me to come to this concert. I am not really a U2 fan, but what the hell?
No, I've been telling these guys that it was a turning point.
It was
for live music. For
lack
me.
of better words, it was magical. If
Yeah.
that's not too stupid of a word.
Had you done the foot modeling thing yet, or would the
They don't even know that story.
Okay, all right.
That was
We'll-
a whole
we'll
other
tell you about
thing.
that later.
Yeah. Yeah, Steve's looking at me like, what?
What?
Flipping period. Yeah,
a foot model?
you may not know that your one of your dear friend is a former foot model.
It's a weird story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure is.
We'll send you home with a link to the Daily Rush.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow, thank you to Steve and Chet for being in here this morning.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy the show, guys.
Two of my best friends, and we should take ourselves. All right. Thank you, Kathy. So last night, much anticipated show at Lincoln Financial Field. And you two, obviously, doing the Joshua Tree tour. And a lot of us were there last night. I think
Yes.
everybody but Casey and Marissa.
I think there was out for a concert. I think that's the most of us of the show that have been at one event in a long time.
Probably.
This was my favorite song. And then the screen behind them, like this, I knew they were going to do something cool with it.
Did you guys notice? So when they did Mysterious Ways, they were flashing pictures of famous women,
Yeah.
like Maya Angelou and even like Ellen DeGeneres. It wasn't people that have just come and gone, current people, and Sister Mary.
Yes.
They put her picture.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, she was one of the last ones. They apparently had solicited before they get to every town, let us know who a notable woman from your city is. So people nominated Sister Mary Scullion, and she was one of the last ones up on the screen, which is great.
That's so cool.
So I thought that was cool. That's a friend. I'm like, wait, I know her. you know?
Yeah.
And then
This is Kathy Romano, who every morning, Monday through Friday, does the news, relates the stories of the day in succinct order, and then reads
reads the sports from Nick. Always a little verbose, but very informative.
Oh, so you heard that too?
Yeah, we were walking to
Isn't
the
that
car when they
were on the way out.
God, it was
But it was so impressive. Her command of the stories of the day, and a special nod to 6ABC for providing a lot of the influence to that.
But also another friend of ours got a shout out, Senator Chris Coons.
Yeah.
I know.
What?
Wasn't that great?
I was like, wait, I know him.
Yeah, he was talking about AIDS relief that the United States has paid for around the world, and it was so Bono went on to a long AIDS. It was really extolling the benefits of and the virtues of the United States and the taxpayers, and
he was thanking us.
Yeah, and he was thanking a lot of Americans, and he said Rick Santorum, George W. Bush, and he's here tonight, Senator Chris Coons.
Wow! By the way, you may know him because he went out to the Camp Out for Hunger, which is the same show that Kathy Romano I mentioned earlier does the news for. It's a great union of philanthropic people here tonight.
It really was amazing.
I know you just probably eat it for breakfast. We have a man called Pancake here.
Oh man. Let's see. Five Funger
Bung Punch. Five Funger Bung Punch. That's close.
Funger. It's just a funny sounding word.
Great group of new musicians called Five Funger Bung Punch. And they've got a message to tell you. Say, anytime you take a good solid punch to the bung, it's gonna be impactful. Like Nelson Mandela told me one time when he's having a large chocolate chip cookie. He said this thing's huge, but it's not as huge as the love on this earth that we live in. Remember that as you're getting your bung punched.
Maybe this winter we could do the
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. By the way, Marissa, this retrospective of photos that I'm looking at on PrestonandSteve.com. So today is our 19th anniversary of signing on at WMMR. Is this currently on the front page? Can people find it?
It is. If you go to PrestonandSteve.com, scroll down a little bit, you'll see the episode of the very, very first podcast here at WMMR, the first show, and then it just bleeds into this photo gallery.
Yeah, I haven't seen these pictures in ages. There's some really good stuff
I
in
love
here.
this stuff.
Yeah.
And honestly, Marissa working hard to make sure that the website is more usable and accessible, and kind of an uphill battle, but there's tons of great stuff for the taking.
You can see the variety of body changes that we went through throughout the years.
Yeah, and we complain about how different the Kardashians look.
So the one that I just fell onto right now was when we did the Brickyard 500 with Nikki Glazer.
That's great.
We had dildo races with this little track that we built, and Nikki, who was just coming by as a guest, entered her own vibrator in the contest. She had it with her.
In her
Didn't
purse.
even know we were going to be doing it.
And that we just loved her instantly. And of course now she's dominating with the Tom Brady roast. But do you remember do you remember who won?
Yes.
No.
It was a boy.
Yeah, and he I forget, he's a great guy. He comes out and supports all these charities, and it was tremendous.
Wow. So we're looking at, I'm looking at some of this stuff I completely, oh my God, here's me shooting the potato gun in Finnegan's Wake.
Yeah.
Which
Gadzuka.
How somebody didn't die in that, I don't know.
Didn't you get clipped?
No. Who? Because I was always shooting.
No, I hit him in the face.
Casey, hit me in the mouth with a
With
microphone.
But that was at Keenan's, wasn't it?
No, that was Finnegan's.
It was
Oh,
Finnegan's
that was
Wake.
there?
Yeah.
Well, something happened at Keenan's too, though, that he got really mad at you.
That was last year.
That was last year when I had people chanting. We were trying to do Who's Louder Than Nick. And
for the VU meter, things needed to be quiet, and Casey started up Eagle
a
chant.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Right.
Multiple times.
That kid is so funny.
He's a little
Casey
scam.
kid.
Sometimes you just want to kill him with a ball peen hammer.
Yeah. All right, but anyhow, lots of really fun throwback photos for you to peruse from the last 19 years and beyond, because there's Y100 pictures in there, too.
I would say use it as a, if you see something that you thought was incredibly stupid, you'd like us to repeat, let us know.
Nick just came across the penis painting party.
Still,
yeah.
our most popular YouTube video, the penis painting party.
Yeah.
If you follow Preston and Steve on our YouTube channel, That's the top listed one.
Go figure.
All right.
Those dudes were hung, man. It was pretty wild.
I mean, I thought I thought they brought their kids with them.
My buddy Ted's wife came in and was one of the painters that day, and she always asks Ted to ask me, when are we going to do another penis painting party?
That's a good question.
We could do that.
Yeah,
do it sure.
Yeah,
And we'll do it out in the parking lot.
All right. Well, let's, in the meantime, do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by the Bagster.
Yeah.
You can buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99. You fill it, and they pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster Dumpster in a Bag by Phil Gone. Avid angler Art Weston and his trusted guide, Captain Kirk Kirkland,
All aboard.
made a couple of astonishing catches while fishing at Sam Rayburn Reservoir in Texas. One of them was a massive 200-pound prehistoric alligator snapping turtle.
Oh, I saw this thing.
200 pounds.
Yes.
And a potentially record-breaking 180-pound alligator gar.
So snapping turtles just look inherently prehistoric. This thing is that much more.
I'd never seen a really, really big one until I saw one at Adventure Aquarium.
And they caught a
And I'm
gar.
like, dear God, I didn't know they got that big.
Yeah.
Weston hooked into the ancient turtle, which put up a fierce fight before being carefully brought aboard their vessel. The following day, Weston managed to land the enormous alligator gar, obliterating the existing record by over 70 pounds.
So
That's
what's
what
going
we're
on?
looking at here.
What's going on in that reservoir?
That's the alligator gar. Both specimens were weighed, documented, and released unharmed, as alligator snapping turtles are considered a threatened species in Texas.
Threatened by what?
Meanwhile, man, I guess.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, if the International Game and Fish Association approves Weston's catches, the gar will shatter the previous record.
Have you ever seen a snapping turtle eat? So it'll first clamp slightly down to determine the nature of what it's about to bite, and then once it's determined that it's organic or whatever, bam!
It just snaps at it.
Snapper, you know.
So it's tradition, but it's a tradition that's causing severe injury to kids as young as 5 in China. Chinese folk dancing goes back centuries and is a vital part of the Chinese culture, so many kids start learning the art even as toddlers. One problem is the back bend, and I didn't know this. The back bend is considered a crucial move in Chinese folk dancing, but it is also the main cause of severe spinal cord injuries in young kids, leaving thousands of them paralyzed for life.
Thousands paralyzed for life. What kind of, are we talking about a classic back bend?
I believe so. Data analyzed by the Chinese Orthopedic Association showed that the percentage of spinal cord injuries caused by the back bend exploded from just 4% between 1992 and 2002 to a whopping 33.9% of all pediatric spinal injuries between 2015 and now.
We're looking at a picture of what they're doing. This must be why they're looking to import the Carlton dance.
This is a different...
That's not even that's not that's not difficult. Like, why would that be?
Can you do that?
Yeah, I can. We
Okay.
do that in yoga. Like, do you know what I mean? That's not unless it's girls whose bodies
are not
shouldn't be doing that. Not everybody can do that.
Other reports that show that since 2005, over 1,000 children have been left paralyzed after doing backbends and dance classes, making this move the single greatest paralysis threat to young Chinese children.
Jeez, that's terrible.
Yeah, approximately 70% of patients with pediatric acute hyperextension spinal cord injury suffer severe injuries for which there is no treatment, leaving them confined to wheelchairs for the rest of their lives.
So if you're that flexible, Kathy, could you conceivably ball up toilet paper on the back of your head and wipe your ass with the back of your head?
I wonder.
Actually, I can do that already, Steve.
All right, well, we have our
that.
next Science Day.
A warning from a Saskatoon driver about using your fast food app while in the drive-thru line. A trip to get some free lunch cost him a lot more than he bargained for. This is Mason Prima. He said, I'm barely even moving. I pull my app and look at the rearview mirror, and there's a motorcycle cop behind me. He pulled me over going through the McDonald's drive-thru.
He's going through the drive-thru?
For using the app,
That
yes.
seems insane to get dinged on that.
He didn't think anything about using the app and needed it to get a free lunch that he had earned through rewards points. And then the officer came to his window and he said, I just go like this. And I show him, hey, I'm on my McDonald's app loading the code to get the free meal. And I thought that would be the end of it. He said, I did think he was just going to let me go. I'm just trying to get a free meal, but no, it turns out to be a very expensive lunch. Prima says the whole process was a catch-22. He needed the app to complete his order, and it's the first thing McDonald's staff asked for when you pull up. He said, I was kind of shocked, to be honest. I've never had that before. I open up my app every time I go over to the drive-thru.
Then I've committed the same crime at Dunkin'. I'll open you get in the drive-thru and open up the app.
He said, I didn't have my foot on the gas or brake. It was just rolling, barely moving, he says. And Prima has only been driving for 2.5 years. He said that he only had one speeding ticket in that time and is very careful to keep his cell phone out of reach so he isn't tempted to use it. The fine he faces is $580.
Oh, come on. I'd fight that.
Yeah. I think he's probably got a
I'd hire a super expensive lawyer.
Yeah. Search teams combing the Florida coast for a diver who went missing over the weekend found a male body on Monday, but authorities said wasn't the one they were looking for. According to the police,
Put it back.
They said his clothing and physical characteristics do not match those of the missing diver from Sunday. Authorities said that they didn't yet know the identity of the man they pulled from the water. The sheriff said they didn't have any missing person descriptions in the county matching the body, which weighed between 200 and 225 pounds and appeared to be over 50 years old. It didn't appear that the body was in the water for an extended period. Jeez. Medical examiners are working to determine the cause of the approximate time of death. However, Virgil Price, the Florida free diver who went missing on Sunday, was 39 years old and last seen wearing a green wetsuit.
Was he, in fact, free diving when he...
I assume so.
Yeah.
So they are looking for him. Yeah, that stuff's...
Free diving is... I get tense watching the footage of those guys do that stuff. I mean, the Preston, when you as a scuba diver and you look up and you see the surface of the water,
no way.
Imagine you have no support, no oxygen.
Yep.
And you're looking at that.
Yeah, you wouldn't make it.
Yeah.
To the time that it takes to get back up, you wouldn't be able to hold your breath. All right, and there you go. That is what I have. In the bizarre file for you, we will take a break. When we return, we'll get our lesson question and the trash and music news. So stay with us. You might win something. If you're not careful, you might learn something too. Yeah.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WN.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Cheated on? Yeah.
See?
Actually.
Yeah, see? Yeah. It's not so much fun, is it, see?
No,
Where's your idol now?
I remember, but that was totally my fault because
You weren't giving oral.
No.
Oh.
Preston always does, yes.
Not like the king, man.
Oh my God.
That's right. I go down there.
What's that?
Third person yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Preston do that.
I'm pretty good at it. So I think I had to step back.
I want to brag.
Join the club.
I turned into a completely...
He's the connoisseur guy.
He's the linguist. The cunning linguist.
Oh, man.
There it is.
I don't want to talk about
Have I ever referred to myself in third person before?
I don't know, but that was the perfect occasion to do so.
Oh, Preston likes the butt.
No, Preston, Preston does good in that department.
Preston, go there.
Come on.
You want me to go on for a little while?
No,
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Keep talking about whatever it was. Move on.
I'm interested.
Maybe that's an on-air contest one time. We'll
Who's best?
Yeah. Kathy can judge.
Oh, come on. This is
Oh, come on.
This
It's not
is
gonna.
awful.
It's not crap. We're not gonna do it.
He's covering his face
Yeah.
right now.
We'll just use a cantaloupe.
Like, I swear to God, it's a fireable offense in any other job.
I know. You're right. And yet for us, it's tax write-offable.
Why do you immediately assume an oral sex contest is going to be that? It's going to be something
Kathy being the
salacious.
judge.
Yes, she's going to be sit up on an elevated chair like at Wimbledon.
Just want to involve you, Kath.
I don't think we have an HR department anymore.
No, they did. They shot
just
themselves
quit.
5
You
minutes
guys
ago.
are good.
Foot foul.
All right.
But so you were cheated on. Do you remember how you felt?
Yeah, so hurt, but...
you understood.
Hurt, and then... in retrospect was, why are you getting mad? You completely neglected this girl anyway.
Yeah.
You were kind of tired of her. She was kind of driving you crazy anyhow. And it was, at first, it was like, I don't know. I just kind of automatically got into the how dare you type of thing.
Well, of course.
But it was my fault. And you know what?
Yeah, but you know what? It's like it's a reaction that anybody would have, no matter what the situation is.
Because you're supposed to react that
Yeah.
way,
Do
right?
you know what those?
I was 17, 18, something like that.
You always see, and in movies, a lot of times they've done good examples of how there are little things where your significant other, you think you're getting away with something, they can pick up on it. There's body, as you said, you just had a feeling with this other person. It just I couldn't deal with it.
And you know what you also haven't had to deal with, Steve, is the multiple ways people can cheat too. You know, and that's a relatively recent development over the last 10, 15 years of sexting and Instagram cheating.
You are so
direct
right.
message cheating and whatever else.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Yeah, and it was, and I, like you said earlier, I suspected it, and this was post-divorce.
I think there's that interesting delineation, though, between physical and emotional.
Yeah.
I could see people saying...
But it's both.
Right.
Either way, it hurts.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a texter or a caller, but yeah, it hurts and it hurts in degrees. But it really doesn't matter that much. And I knew the guy. I knew the other guy too.
Really?
Yeah,
It was Bill Weston.
It was Bill Weston. Oh, I know. Yeah, he was on his way to the Turtle Show, and he was.
This is what Bill comes into the bedroom to.
Oh yeah.
He's kind of.
Who wants to ride the silver pony? Not everyone can take a ride on a wild Appaloosa.
Oh God!
I'm going to list the things I'm going to do to you, but not in order. Number 4, tickle your butt. Number 2, French kiss. Number 1, meet Missile to Tuna Town. Third leg of the stool, third leg of me. Look at that thing.
Look at that thing. got some low-hanging fruit right here, too.
Right there.
Look at those.
Yeah.
2 low-hanging fruits.
Look at those low-hanging plums. Oh, can we do a whole half hour of this?
That is the promo immediately.
Wow.
Go now and cut it up. I'm so getting in trouble for that.
Yes, you are.
Kathy, who did nothing,
Dare you.
will be singled out.
We need to get this underway. We
get it.
got to get it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the other side of the studio. We have a table set up where our guests normally are. You guys head on over there.
Going over.
And we're all going to be together surrounding this and opening it as if being in the room wasn't close enough as it is. So I'm going to make my way over. Casey, you're going to helm this?
Yeah,
All right,
I'll be on the other side.
All right, so I'm going to cut into this.
Okay.
Oh my! All right.
Did
wait
you
a
learn
second.
how to?
No.
Just being in proximity to
I
it,
know,
this close, it's ramped up 50%.
Yeah.
It is awful.
Okay.
Oh wait, where's your puke things? I don't think this one's not going to make you throw up.
No, they're behind us. Well, wait a minute. Marissa got the directions on how to cut it.
All right, come on in, Marissa. Quickly, Preston needs to do it.
What's that?
It's covered with spines.
I'm going to cut this off
Yeah,
first.
cut that off.
Yeah, the neck.
Okay. Cut. I don't, Marissa.
Right here, like where
Okay.
there's little bulbs.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right, let me.
Careful. Oh, he's not
It's
wearing
all right,
gloves or anything.
Is it really difficult to cut through?
Yes.
I might
it's
actually.
it's hard to, I need something. Here we
There
go.
you go.
Yeah.
See, that's where gloves.
I need a cloth or something.
Holy crap! What a nightmare. Who's the first jackass who?
Oh, dear God.
Oh, God.
Did you catch a whiff?
Oh my God!
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my
All right.
God. Oh.
I'm lightheaded.
Oh my
I've
God!
almost got it all the way open. All right, it's open
Are
now.
you kidding me?
Here, I'm so far away.
Jesus.
Can I get a little?
Oh,
God.
Oh,
Stop
God.
it. I don't want to do the fish.
Oh, my God. That's nasty.
It's weird.
You like it, Casey?
No,
no.
it feels like it's sucking the oxygen out of the room.
It is.
Kathy, you took a good sniff of it. I can't believe that.
Holy
I wanted-
God damn! Why would you?
Because I wanted to see if there was like a little bit of a fruit smell or like a nice smell to it.
Casey wants actually me
there's
to
not.
hand the fruit to him. He's going to take a good sniff. Get in there tight, Case. Smell it. What do you think?
There's
Not too bad?
It doesn't smell good. But
Holy, and it's
reminds
getting
me of-
worse.
it reminds me of something else that
Liquid ass.
that I do like.
How can you tell if this would be ripe or not ripe?
My
in order to
question
eat it?
is, who is the first individual in the jungle that said it's worth smelling this crap on the chance it's tasty?
There you go.
I don't like it.
Is anybody going to try and
Yes,
eat it?
give it to me now. I can't. I'm not good for much longer, so please.
Here, Steve.
All right. Oh, this is so sharp.
All right, if it tastes like heaven, I'll try it.
All right.
Wait, do you know which part
what am
you're
I
supposed
eating?
to
Am I
eat?
eating its ass?
That custard-looking stuff.
yeah.
The pod.
Holy God Almighty!
All right, Steve.
I'm not kidding.
Oh, God.
And this is right in my zone. This is like, you know how puke makes you puke?
Yeah.
This is
All right.
It's like snot.
Uh-oh, Steve hesitated for a moment there.
Are you is your mouth
man.
watery?
Can I have a
Oh, you're taking
Dude, you're getting too much.
Oh, well, I don't know. I've never eaten durian before.
All right, go.
All right. I love you.
Just sample it.
Oh,
All right, it's in his mouth. He's eating
Does
it.
it taste like heaven?
Steve?
It's horrible.
I can't imagine something that smells like this is going to taste good.
Water now.
Water! We forgot about water. We forgot to have water. Here you go. Here comes your water.
Thank you, Maria. It tastes like it smells.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. What culture embraces that as food?
It's even worse now that he
ate it?
Yeah, let me stir some of that up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, don't stir it up.
That's what we need.
Oh, no, it's not good. The way you would figure it tastes, take the smell and convert that to a taste.
Oh, look at that piece, Preston.
And that's it.
Preston, you eat that piece right there.
I ain't eating.
Oh, you're not tasting
Preston,
No.
I had a piece caught in my meat tooth.
Oh no!
Do you want a?
What is that?
Oh, so that's like the pit in it, or I think they might call it a stone, but I read that they actually roast them and people eat them.
It looks like an embryo.
Listen, wherever the people that listen, God bless you if you enjoy it, but I never want to meet you. I never want to see you.
Okay.
Are you going to try it, Nick? You said you were.
No, I lied.
Do not.
Get
Get
away!
no.
Kathy's trying to force feed it to him.
I'm gonna.
Are you going to try it? Preston's pretty adventurous, but I'm going to tell you flat out.
I'm not going to eat it.
Take the smell and convert it to taste.
I'll try it.
All right, Casey's going to try it. Wow.
Just put it on the thing there. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Case, and
I'm
please.
not saying you took a big bite.
All right, back me up.
Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, go. Come on. Taste it.
Choo-choo train.
Peanut butter.
Open wide.
What do you think? What do you think, Case?
It's horrible.
Did you taste it?
It's horrible.
I'll tell you what.
You're insane.
The aftertaste is not that great. Now, listen, I just took a little baby bite.
You're insane.
All right, so I'll eat that, okay?
Yeah, eat it. That's enough. Any amount is go. All right, he's got it in his mouth. He's tasting it, and he's kind of has a confused look on his face. Now he's got a disgusting look on his face, and now he looks like he wants to ask a question.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
It's not good.
No, but it's almost good.
Okay.
It's
it has the texture of avocado.
I don't like the texture. Like it's almost like I ate snot.
It's like you're eating someone's bunghole.
It looks like snot.
It feels like snot. But okay.
All right, seal this sucker up.
It's got like simultaneous flavors.
I will tell you this: they were not lying about the sharpness of the spikes on this thing. If you were to slam this against someone, you would hurt them.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm gonna just take a little taste, but there's also like some sort of rice cake or something that has this cooked into it. If you want to try.
Oh,
that.
really?
Are you kidding me?
Oh, okay.
No!
All right, I'll try that.
All right.
All right, Nick will try.
No, you're not allowed to have the rice cake unless you try
fine.
it.
All right, I didn't have my meal. I'll have
made up rules.
Both Casey and I can have the rice cake.
All right, I'm gonna try it.
Nick's gonna try it. The durian fruit. Go for it, Nick. Okay. Oh, instant regret. Instant regret.
All right, so
it's disgusting.
Yeah.
All right, so now
all right, Steve.
you can now try the rice cake.
Does it taste better than it smells?
A little bit.
I think so.
A little bit.
A tiny bit. Okay.
That's not, but it's not saying a lot.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try a little piece.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Oh God. Is there a little seafood in there?
No, I don't want to do it.
There's a little bunghole in there.
Okay.
That is awful.
Yeah, it is.
All right. We have to get to this surströmming.
You could actually taste the melon in that. Like there was like
Honestly, I understand, Casey.
Gross.
I understand eating things that are not in our normal palate wheel. I got that.
No.
But this it says it makes you less of a human if you eat this. It's disgusting.
A New Hampshire woman is recovering after a rabid bobcat attacked her. It was dusk when Elise Dabrowski made her nightly trip to lock up the chicken coop and decided that she would.
I'm gonna go out and lock up the chicken coop. I'm just doing what I do every.
Alan Mammoth on 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks. Preston and Steve show. We are getting close to the end of the program. We have a few things left we want to take care of, and that would be one of them is a lesson question. We're going to give away for the correct answer to that a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Art. We're going to be playing Friday, May 24th at the Hard Rock Live at Edis Arena in Atlantic City. Tickets for that show on sale now, but you can win them. I don't have the... Oh, yeah.
There you go.
I didn't look at them. Sorry, Nick. Let's see. Let's go with this. The next... no, let's go with this. At which event this summer will there hopefully be a forum for questions about Mr. Belvedere? Casey and I are hosting this event. So let's see if you heard when we were talking about it. 215-263-WMMR. Which event this summer in the city will there hopefully be a forum for the question about Mr. Belvedere? And Casey and I are hosting this event. Let's see if you heard it and you know the answer. We'll wait for you to call in. While we wait, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Mainline Armory. If you're looking for a fun venue for your next outing or meeting, you can host your next private event at Mainline Armory in Malvern, where your group will have a blast. Literally, go to mainlinearmory.com for details. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Oprah Winfrey is apologizing for her years of perpetuating diet culture, saying new diet medications are the answer. Oprah says she once tortured herself by skipping bread, and now, thanks to Ozempic, has replaced her vibrator with a loaf of pumpernickel.
Oh,
That's pretty hot. One Direction star Zayn Malik appears to diss former girlfriend Gigi Hadid in a recent interview, saying he has never really been in love. Malik goes on to make some other improbable claims, saying that he once saw a gorilla fistfight a moose.
What?
Oh, my God.
And finally, Robert De Niro had his audio cut a number of times during an anti-Trump rant on The View. De Niro asked the audience if they could imagine what it's like to be controlled by a maniac, at which point his limo driver raised his hand.
All right, let's see if somebody knows the answer to this. At which event this summer will there hopefully be a forum for questions about Mr. Belvedere? 215-263-WMMR. And we will go to Dan, see if we can get that answer. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, buddy. So which event will there hopefully be a forum for questions about Mr. Belvedere?
Wawa Hoagie Fest?
Yeah, Hoagie Day. Yep, hang on, Dan. We're going to give you the tickets, and you're going to go see Heart Friday, May 24th at Hard Rock Live at Edis Arena in Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Music News.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Team Foster. You can join Team Foster at Rough Ride Philly and raise funds to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. June 1st at the 23rd Street Armory. Information at roughride.org. It's ruffride.org. Well, after facing a wave of sexual abuse allegations, Marilyn Manson has signed a new record deal with the independent metal label called Nuclear Blast. Manson and Nuclear Blast shared a short video on social media that appeared to feature a snippet of new music. The name of the song was not revealed, but near the end of the clip, Manson whispers the refrain, "Keep sleeping, I'll make you dream of me." It's unclear if Manson, who last released an album in 2020 with We Are Chaos, has just a new single or a full album in the pipeline.
So where things stand now, is he completely clear of all litigation?
He has settled a couple of lawsuits. He is set to face a suit filed by Ashley Walters in Los Angeles court in June of next year. So that's where it stands.
Interesting. We'll see where that falls.
Sign that deal. Yep. Becoming Led Zeppelin, the long-in-the-works docu-concert film, took a significant step forward toward a wide release. Film's distribution rights have been acquired by Sony Pictures Classic in North America, Latin America, the Middle East, Southeastern Asia. The Becoming Led Zeppelin contains never-before-seen footage, performances, and music, and is referred to as an experimental cinematic odyssey exploring Led Zeppelin's creative, musical, and personal origin story. Sony spokesperson said, "We love this film from the first moment we saw it. It's been nothing short of extraordinary to witness the organic process that Bernard McMahon is the director, Allison McGortry, writer, and their team have taken to sculpt what has turned out to be the definitive film on the origins of Led Zeppelin." So
All right.
Not sure when, though, that will happen. So news of Zeppelin's film first broke in May of 2019, which was part of that year's celebration of the Legacy Band's 50th anniversary.
Have you ever seen the Song Remains the Same?
Parts of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It starts in a very weird way. There's sort of a faux gangster plot. Like,
really?
Yeah, like this weird thing that's at the beginning.
Yeah, I've
And
only seen the concert segments. Interesting.
And so this might be the only really comprehensive biography documentary of the band.
Okay. And speaking of docs, Bruce Springsteen, the E Street Band, will be the subject of a new concert documentary for Disney Plus and Hulu. Per Springsteen's website, Road Diary, Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, is slated to premiere in October. The documentary will contain unprecedented behind-the-scenes access to the Boss's 23-24 tour with the E Street Band, including rehearsal footage and a look at how Bruce crafts a set list.
It also, I assume it includes his health issue, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
The documentary announcement boasts, in this way,
My tummy hurts.
It serves as an essential and never-before-seen chapter in an autobiographical series spanning Springsteen's memoir, Born to Run, Bruce Springsteen on Broadway, and the film's Western Stars, and Letter to You. Directing Road Diary is Tom Zimmy, who has been a longtime collaborator of Bruce's and has also directed Springsteen on Broadway and on Western Stars. As expected, the concert documentary will feature unique professional shot footage of Bruce's current tour with the E Street Band, as well as sit-down interviews and commentary from the band.
Steve, in the last season of Curb Your Enthusiasm, Bruce came on and he played himself, and essentially he blames Larry for giving him COVID. Larry blames Springsteen for giving him COVID. And there's this whole typical Curb Your
Back and
Enthusiasm
forth?
fashion. Yeah.
I have to
so
see that.
Springsteen gets irate at Larry, and it's just like their dynamic is pretty damn funny.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice. And that's it in music news. Nick, did you ask the dildo guy to call in?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, okay. We stopped talking about it, but he's on the phone line, so let me go to him. Hi, Michael. Good morning.
La-di-da-di-da-di. Bitches!
Bitches.
Nice.
All right,
Nice.
So Michael, we were just reminiscing. We're looking at pictures of from the past. It's our 19th anniversary here at MMR, and we saw a picture of the day we had the Brickyard 500, which is where we raced vibrators, and Nikki Glazer didn't even know we were doing it, and she had her own vibrator, and we had her race it. Had you brought in your own vibrator, Michael?
Yes, I remember that day very much. I was the only one that actually got to touch Nikki Glazer's dildo.
Oh, there you go.
Congrats.
Now it's quite the hot property these days.
And if you remember, I gave it a little flick because she challenged me to a race after I won.
Oh, you guys competed against each other directly.
Yeah, and I was gonna whoop her butt, and I just gave it a little flick to let her win.
To let her win.
Yeah, because I'm a gentleman, you know.
Yeah, clearly. What did you win that day? I don't remember what we gave away.
It was $500 cash and $500 gift card to Spice Tonight.
Dude, that's
damn.
So, Michael, you come out to a lot of charities, don't you?
Yeah, I was just at the Walk a Mile.
The Walk a Mile. That's what we know. Michael's he's the best.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fresbo, we had a nice talk.
I had forgotten that you won the vibrator race.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way,
you were that close to greatness.
Yeah, right. Didn't even know it.
You should have been humbled.
Michael, was I the inspiration for you? You paint your nails, do you not?
I do, and yes, you are. I every time I see you, I want to tell you because you're I used to wear them in private, but when you started, I started watching the show, and I saw that you were painting your nails. I started saying, like, yeah, there's a guy on Preston and Steve that paints his nails.
There you go.
Too.
There you go. Look at this. We're growing together.
Yeah, and we're actually rolling the video here in the studio, so I'll check that out. All right, well, Mike, thanks for reminiscing. I'd forgotten about the dildo flick that you had done there.
One more thing.
Yeah.
I still have the same vibrator, so I would be down to defending my title if you ever do it.
And you know what?
Someday.
Honestly,
Right.
I think it might be worth a revisit, Preston. It was. I think also we learned one thing that we need to have a bit more of a steep incline for it to work right, but it did pretty well.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, Mike, thanks for checking in, bud.
All right, later, guys.
Later,
Bye.
man. We'll see you. All right,
Hi, Mike.
That was nice. All right, I would like to give away our final gift package that we have. in conjunction with the Garfield movie. We have a $25 Olive Garden gift card and a 4-pack of tickets to see the Garfield movie screening on this Sunday, 3 p.m. at the UA King of Prussia. We'll take caller number 18 at 215-263-WMMR, and it's proudly sponsored by Olive Garden. They have their perfect lasagna, and if you get it, you'll feel just like Garfield himself while enjoying the film on May 24th when it opens nationwide. 215-263-WMMR. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. Wrapping up the show. Stay with us. She was while she was locking up the chicken coop, she decided she'd do a little bit of weeding in the garden.
There's goddamn weeds all over the place. I want the chicken coop to look good. If not for the chickens, at least for me. And should I wear my sausage necklace?
The 80-year-old grandmother was hacking weeds near her rose bush with her sickle when the bobcat pounced.
My goddamn sickle.
And the bobcat.
I look behind him at a chicken coop. What was that?
I just like how you have these different developments in this story.
So anyway, she was hacking the weeds near the rose bush with her sickle when the bobcat pounced on her and sunk its teeth into her face.
Yeah, they go for the head. They go for headshots. The neck and the head.
She said, all I kept thinking is, why? Why is he doing this? Why is this?
Why? We have so many more days to live.
Why is this stupid cat attacking me? She said.
Mother effing he's back for more. You want more? You want a piece of me? Son of a bitch.
Now she's just pissed.
Yeah.
She's fighting back. Yeah.
We're going out together, you bitch. Come at me. I'll dice you up. Cut your head off.
She turned her sickle on the beast as some of her 5 dogs scrambled over to help out.
And that's another question. Where are my goddamn dogs?
And she said he just kept...
lazy mutts.
He just kept scratching and biting, and the dogs came and chased him off. By then, the bobcat had ripped into her in 5 places, causing wounds that would take 60 stitches to close. Her adult son heard the commotion from his yard.
Thanks, Lord Ass. Where were you? I'm out here and fighting Mother Nature, and you're in there watching your game shows.
He was in his yard nearby, and he heard the commotion. She said he got the gun and came down.
Now, why don't you go back to the house and put some friggin' bullets in it, you moron?
Came down and killed the bobcat with a shotgun blast.
Yeah, I know. Actually, you killed one of our dogs, dumbass.
Now, Tuesday, it tested positive for rabies.
Oh, man.
But Dabrowski...
not age, please.
But Dabrowski...
I've gone this long avoiding it, and I'm rather sexual. Wow. I don't want to get bobcat age. That's the worst.
You've had sexual relations.
Tons of men. There's been an open door policy of this old cooter.
Oh.
It's like a revolving door.
Anyhow.
Like Times Square.
But Dabrowski considers herself lucky.
I'm very lucky having that bobcat tear my face off.
She said it could have got my eye, could have got my jugular, could have got anything. I feel very, very fortunate. Her son and her dogs are now...
Just good to be back at home with the... Oh, no, he's back, son of a bitch!
They're all getting rabies shots. But
I hear that they've gotten less...
What, the stomach
painful?
shots?
Yeah, the rabies shots. They modified because it used to be a series of shots in your stomach, as you said.
Yeah. But anyhow, she harbors no ill will toward the bobcat, which already had a face full of porcupine quills before it attacked her. So it had already been having a rough day. So yeah.
Good to see you, Dr. Smithers. I'll just go out and wait in the waiting room. I mean, oh no! No, bobcat!
The bobcat will not give up. It's a battle royale.
You know what? Just relax. Take a bath.
Yeah, I got a little Mr. Bubble. Light some candles. Put on a little Yanni and... oh, no! What the hell? Get out of the... No, you son of a bitch! Where's my loofah?
Where's my loofah? You gonna use that to fight the bobcat off with?
Whatever you have, you got to go for it. I don't bathe with a sickle.
Let me go to Carrie. Hi, Carrie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Carrie?
Not much. But yeah, so we had, my father was an organist for over 50 years, and he passed away 5 years ago, and he had an organ in the house. Now, his organ was an organ that some churches had smaller ones than this one.
But your dad had a large organ?
He had, yeah, thank you. I
didn't need it.
my dad's organ. Yeah. Anyway, it was like a full pedal and it was 3 manuals, so it had 3 keyboards.
Oh.
And then 4 rather large speakers along with it. And 2 years ago, we found a church in York County to take it. And because it was a huge weight around my mother, you know, like to see it, like he.
Yeah, it was a constant reminder.
Yeah, exactly. So the church that was taking it sent the movers. Well, they told the movers it was a small organ. It was not a small organ. So they asked, you know, did it come through the front door? Yes, it came through the front door with a lot of difficulty. So my dad actually had the back of the house, instead of a slider for the deck, he put in French doors so that if eventually he moved or it needed to be moved, it would be more easily taken out.
Okay.
And even wider steps on the deck. Well, of course, I'm a woman, so of course I didn't know what I was talking about. So after like 20 tries to go through the front door, taking the door off the hinges, etc., I finally was like, would you please go out the back door?
And so all this time this is happening, you have full French doors in the back of the house and basically a ramp built to accommodate the organ that you didn't even consider.
Right. I told them from the beginning. And they're like, well, did it come through the front door? Yes, it did, but with a lot of difficulty, you Nimrod.
Did they eventually go out the back door, Carrie?
Yes, thankfully.
Yeah.
After much difficulty.
I mean, to be honest, your dad's big organ was meant for the back door.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And we'll leave you with that, Carrie.
Thank you very much.
The whole phone call was worth it for that line alone.
I love you all.
Your dad's huge organ was made for the back door. Yes. So yesterday was just perfect weather. It was fantastic. It was the zero humidity, nice little breeze, comfortable temperatures. It was great. So we got that. If we could have more of those, it'd be wonderful. But we are in July.
Yes.
And the next couple of days are going to be heating up. So by the time we get to Thursday, mid-90s and humid, it's going to be sweaty, sassy,
moist,
sultry,
sticky, smelly.
Exactly. And there was a hashtag surfacing on social media. Actually, it was out of the UK because they had been having some record temperatures. But the hashtag is boob sweat.
Yes, it's a big dilemma for the more
me,
the more Casey-ish.
Yeah, I was not aware that boobs tend to get sweaty.
I know we suffer from under.
From under cheese?
Yeah,
from under sweat, I guess.
Yeah.
Is it the underneath part that?
Let's consult our large-breasted traffic reporter.
And now, from the Breast Bureau of the WMMR Morning Show, it's Kathy Romano. And now we go to our on-the-scene correspondent, the buxom Kathy Romano, to talk about booby sweat.
I give you
that introduction not as good as the traffic one. Okay, so what is your
10:45, the Preston and Steve Show. We are wrapping up our program for the day. I would like to thank everybody who called in this morning. We didn't have any official quote-unquote guests today, but we had lots of participation, and that's always nice. And we had coolest teacher Jeff Domchik from Christiana High School, band teacher. I had a great conversation with him because it turns out he has a steel drum band that he teaches, like a 20-some-odd piece steel drum band.
And we've got to get them out to the Camp Out for Hunger. I think that would be... And I like that sound to begin with. Not that many people doing it at once.
Yeah, I love that.
I have a question about the music on the program today, Casey. Was it all past and future MMRBQ bands? Because somebody texted in saying that it was, and we just did ZZ Top.
No,
not
Pearl Jam.
Ah,
We played Pearl Jam this morning. So
son of a bitch.
But outside of that,
okay, Nick, I still love you.
outside of that, most of them were because
Okay.
we played The Warning. We played
Idol.
Billy Idol. Yep,
Yeah.
that's correct. We played another one. A little
Offspring
while
was
ago.
in there.
We played Wolfgang
Van Halen. Yeah,
absolutely.
He had performed at
Tom
MMRBQ.
Petty, though. That's what we kicked the whole.
We're probably not going to get him.
No, not this time around.
Don't dismiss that possibility.
Spin Doctors.
AI,
as well.
anything could happen.
Well, I also know some Sumerian funeral rites.
Yeah, we did play Spin Doctors as well.
All right, so maybe half.
Somebody texted in with that?
Yeah.
No. Yeah,
Send
well.
them back a nice, you were completely wrong.
All right.
So anyhow, fun day today. Very much enjoyed it. Thank you for everything. And we are going to move right along to the letter of the day. Casey's going to handle that for us, so let's get to it.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
K, as in Kajagoogoo.
Very good. And we're going to give away $500 from the Bagster.
The Bagster.
Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. You can go buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and simply schedule your collection, and then it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster in a bag. I'll just take this time to thank our sponsors of the program today. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Coors Light, presenting Preston and Steve's official opening of the Jersey Shore live from Canaan's a week from tomorrow.
Still blows my mind.
Choose chill. Tomorrow on the program, we got some peeps in the studio. Comedian Ian Bagg is stopping by here. And we're going to have May Pang in the studio. John Lennon's lover and kind of and good friend of Yoko Ono. And
yeah, it's a wild story. We had a sort of a Zoom interview with her a while ago that was pretty fascinating. But now she's here, and we'll talk to her again.
Yep, give away Word of the Week prize, do our No Sad Bro Friday stuff tomorrow. So that's it. We're done. Ray John, have a great day. Pierre's in next, and we will see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the Ba-ba-2-da-ba-2-ba-ba-ba-doo-ga-ga-ba-ba-da.